Doug, it's me. It's not you.
Very good. Yeah, same number. Good afternoon, everyone. Could you please calm down? We're going to call this meeting to order. I will announce at the very beginning that the jury assembly room is open across the hall on the other side of the building. So if some of you wish to have a seat, you can go over there. You'll be able to see everything that's going on and hear everything that's going on. And when it comes time to public comment, you'll be able to come in here and make your public comment. But if you choose to wish to stay in and stay, that's your call. Just want to let you know that that's available to you. Okay, so again, this is the regular meeting of the April 26, 2022 Board of County Commissioners meeting. Today we have Senior Pastor Kevin Ballard from Calvary Chapel in Inverness to lead us in our invocation. And after that, we have our very own veteran, Douglas Wright, who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. And so those of you willing and able, we'd invite you to stand at this time. Pastor?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Let us pray. Father, we just, first and foremost, we express our eternal gratitude for the breath in our lungs. You've given us another extraordinary day to walk with you, to hear from you, and to live in the greatest nation on the planet, the greatest state of our nation, and the great county of Citrus, Lord. We do not take this by coincidence. We believe all this is by your divine providence. And the commissioners and the citizens of our county have come together because of the business that is before the county, Lord. And many of the issues are complex. So we remember the words of King Solomon that he wrote that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach unto its people. And Lord, in this case, sin is just simply missing the mark, coming up short of doing what's right in your sight and for the benefit and good of its citizens. So Lord, we invoke your wisdom. We ask the Lord that you speak your mind, your will to each of our commissioners, because we know when we hear from you, not only will we do what is right in your sight, we will do what is best for the citizens of this great county. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Doug, go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Ballard. Thank you, Doug. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to being here, let me go over a couple of our rules of civility and decorum, and that is we are happy you're here. We are happy that you took the time to participate in today's meeting. We want everyone to have an opportunity to hear and be heard. So what we ask is that while you're in this room, you don't talk. If you have to carry on a conversation, you leave the room, go out and do it and come back in. It distracts those around you and those up here. Also, no clapping, no cheering, no booing, no outbursts of any kind. Okay? This is the only way to be respectful of everybody and what everybody has to say. So all that will be ruled out of order if you do it. We've been able to have many, many peaceful, productive meetings. Today, I assume we'll be able to do the same. Just also a little bit of housekeeping. We're going to start with our regular county commission meeting. We will then have the library board special meeting that's scheduled at 1:15. We will do that. Once we conclude the library board meeting, then we will reconvene our regular county commission meeting. And so if you wish to speak, and again, I don't even know if we'll get to open to the public before any of that happens, but I'll try not to interrupt the meeting. If we're close to 1:15, I may go ahead and organize that so we don't have to interrupt open to the public until we get to it. So with that said, can I have a roll call vote, please?
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. This 26th day of April, 2022. In attendance are Chairman Ronald D. Kitchen, Jr., First Vice Chair Ruthie Schleybaugh, Second Vice Chair Holly Davis, Commissioner Scott Cornahan and Jeff Kennard, County Administrator Randy Oliver, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond.
Thank you very much. Also, under approval of the agenda, I have just one item that I've been told we need to add. We'll call it item B4 under the consent agenda. This is to set a public hearing for May 10th at 1:40 p.m. to deal with the manatee protection zone Is that the only thing we have to add, Mr. Al? Okay. So at this time, we'd be looking for a motion to approve the agenda with that addition.
So move. Second.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve the agenda by Commissioner Carnahan and second by Commissioner Kennard. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay, and that passes unanimously. Next is the consent agenda, which consists of those 4 items, now including item B4. What would you all like to do with the consent agenda?
Chair, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda, including B4.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Slaybach, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. We're at C1, proclamations. We have one today. Board, what's your...
Motion to approve C1.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes the motion, second by Commissioner Davis. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Commissioners, invite you down front for the presentation of the proclamation.
While you're coming down, Chairman, I have been advised this is a total surprise for this individual, so I will ask Ms. Dorene Morgan to come forward, please.
What's that? Oh, really? Okay. Okay, well, come on up here. I'll present it to you so you can give it to her, and then you can tell everybody why they're not here in a minute. Come over here. Okay.
You ready? Okay. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation Dorene Morgan Day. Whereas for 12 years, Dorene Morgan has dedicated to the Nature Coast Community Band and the arts in the Citrus County. Dorene has been the voice of Nature Coast Community Band, providing narrations for concerts. And whereas Dorene has been a champion of music and its power to enrich lives and recognizes that the power of music speaks to all of us. And whereas Dorene is a testimony to leadership by example, which serves to inspire others to action, her jokes and quips remind us that humor and laughter are essential to healthy living. And whereas Dorene recognizes that music is a universal language, this gentle and gracious British American lady is beloved by Nature Coast Community Band members and its audiences. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida is hereby proclaimed May 20th, 2022 as Dorene Morgan Day in Citrus County, Florida, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
This is not Dorene Morgan. She's gonna tell you what's going on.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for having us. And my name is Judy Williams, and I am president of the Nature Coast Community Band. With me is our director, Mr. Al Circle III. Nature Coast Community Band is a long-standing community band in Citrus. We offer concerts free to the public. We average 1,000, 1,500 people at our concerts. If you have not attended, we cordially invite you to attend. We have one coming up Mother's Day weekend. Saturday we're at the Citrus Community Center, and Sunday we are at Seven Rivers Church, both at 3 o'clock. You will not be disappointed, and Dorene Morgan is the voice of the Citrus County Band. She's a delight if you don't know Dorene. She is a British American lady, and she is the joke teller for our band. Dorene is extremely charming. You would not be disappointed if you have not met her. It would be a real treasure for you. So we are honored that you would do this for Dorene. This is a complete surprise to her, and as we will tell her, she is our cup of tea. And so we are looking forward, in your name, to take this forward to her. And we will do that, and we are so proud to have been here to receive this. And I would ask our director, Mr. Circle, if he would like to say anything.
Well, we invite you to come. We are going to do a few special things for Dorene, but probably the most favorite of mine is that we have organized 6 pub songs that she had when she was in her youth. So we're going to have a sing-along with the audience. So come and join that. This is a total surprise to her, and that's why she's not here. Her family members, her son David and his wife Dee, and their daughter
Aaron.
Aaron, all play in the group. So we have 3 generations playing in our group as well as our announcer. So she is a fantastic lady if you know anything about her. And I thank the council and everyone for recognizing her contribution to this community.
Thank you so much.
Okay, still have about 5 minutes before the special library board, so we're going to go ahead and move into open to the public. At this time, I'll ask if, for those that have other business other than the library issue that we're going to be talking about in 5 minutes, if you would like to address the board at this time, in about 5 minutes, we'll take a break and go to the library board and then come back to that. Yes, sir. Remember, 3 minutes if you're speaking for yourself, 5 minutes if you're speaking on behalf of an organization that has a letter on file with the clerk.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitchen. I'm Dan Hilliard, president of Withlacoochee Aquatic Restoration.
Is that 5?
And
You want 5? You looking for 5 minutes?
I don't think I'll need it,
Okay.
but sure, I'll take
Okay,
it.
Okay. Then you'll be the only speaker, so.
Yes. I had occasion this morning to address the Southwest Florida Water Management District Governing Board. I provided a copy of the talking points relative to that. And note that we forwarded or provided a copy of the full report of our investigation, environmental assessment, if you will, of the lower Withlacoochee River, which is by any measure a absolute mess. The findings of our report are consistent, recommendations are consistent with other reports that have been done by the Water District. And some of the highlights are in the notes that I provided. I don't expect you to act today, but we respectfully request you consider developing a resolution of support and distribute to the appropriate parties, if you will. And I note quite sincerely that this is not going to cost the county a dime, but it stands to return a great deal of money over the years. Property values along the river will increase, recreational activities will increase. I come from a river where I have not seen a fisherman on that river in over 10 years, which says a lot here in Florida. So if you would give that consideration at some point in time, we would appreciate it. We're trying to move this forward. Do you have any questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak unrelated to the library issue at this time?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yesterday I attended the
Could you give
funeral.
us your name, please?
Josh Wooten, President and CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. Yesterday I attended the funeral of somebody that sat where you sit for 12 years. And it was a wonderful event. I saw a few of you there. And the buzz during and after the service was that perhaps it would be appropriate to consider to name the Meadowcrest Government Center after Dennis D'Amato, and I'm just putting that out there as something that y'all may want to consider, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Hey, this is in reference to Betts Farm, the purchase of Betts Farm.
Yes, sir.
Is this something different or just?
No, if you wish to talk about that, that is on the agenda, but you're welcome to speak to it now if you wish.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I'm a lifetime, I live here all my life. I know how this county goes and how it rolls.
Can you give us your name, please?
George Ryder.
Okay.
I'm from Crystal River. And I lived in Inverness, Orlando, all over the county. Had property all over the county. I was in the military, I'm a lifetime member. I was VFW in the American Legion. I have all my work. Work follows me around. I don't have to work. I don't have to. They did call me up. You know what I mean? I don't have to look for a job. All right, here's my point here. Betts Farm was my playground when I was young. When I seen that Timposi made a last-minute offer on the property, right then I called the county commissioner's office. Naturally, no one answered the phone, but we're out of doing something. Well, they were out doing something, and after a few days, I finally got to talk to someone. He told me to come to this meeting, the story, and make a proposal. That's when I had a vision came to me, and my parents would be proud of me for standing firm on my intention to do with the property than to see it tore up in single-family dwellings. I got a thing here. I printed it out myself. I'm not an architect, but I did a lot of houses. But I wanted to do, besides this, remember when they were talking about having a big water park? Well, I got SeaWorld and I got Adventure, whatever it is. A lot of people that are interested in this idea. That's only one thing. If I purchase it, it's no problem. That's my intention of doing it. I would put a church on it. And as far as the county, as far as the animal shelter, I'll donate 5 acres for an animal shelter. Free. And you guys do what you got to do. I built the place, whatever you want to do, that's besides the agenda. And whatever else you want to do. I left a lot of property here and put a park all the way around and a doggy park there. And a Motel 6 or something, not a real fancy place. Because somebody's got to stay there to go to the water park. That's only one thing. So that's, I guess that's short and sweet. That's good enough, right? So if you figure out something, and I got the printouts and I got everything. So think about it and we'll get together. And if it costs a lot of money, I'll get it done. So, well, do you like it? Let's roll with it.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to pause, we'll take a recess for the regular county commission meeting, but first I'll give the commissioners an opportunity to respond to either of those speakers. The only thing I would say is in regards to the last speaker, that is on the agenda today, so I'm sure we'll be having more discussion about that. Commissioners, anything?
No, I'll say that I support what Dan, doing a resolution for Dan Heater with the Coochie River.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments?
I would support, I definitely am in support of Dan Hilliard, and also I think that naming Meadowcrest after Dennis D'Amato is a great idea.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah. I think, didn't we already pass a resolution, or we sent a letter supporting this, providing that
Yeah,
it wasn't going to alter the lake and river levels?
I sent a letter, because there was a time crunch on it. I sent a letter, and I think I copied you all on it through email, supporting it, provided that it didn't reduce the lake level, because what they want to do is increase the flow on the Withlacoochee River, and as long as it didn't reduce the flows in either the other water bodies or reduce the lake level. I did talk with Mark at Swift Mud, and he cautioned that.
That was my only comment when he got up and started talking. I thought, I think, it seems like I've seen a letter of support, and there was a highlighted portion of it that.
I can send it again.
That the caution was that we did not want to do something that would reduce the lake levels.
Okay.
That's all.
Anything else? All right, so look, we're going to go ahead and recess for a short period of time, the county commission meeting, and I will invite the other members of the library board forward, and we will begin, and we'll call that to order once those members take their seats.
All right, that don't matter. Come right here. Come on up, Ken.
Behind the chair, right beside the chair. How's everybody doing today? Very good. I'm doing wonderful.
You gonna make this nice and easy, painless?
I hope so. Okay, so I see the gang's here.
allows me to speak.
We'll call to order this meeting. of the Library Board. And I'll ask for a roll call, please, from the clerk for this gathering.
This is a special Library District Governing Board meeting held on the 26th day of April 2022. In attendance are Crystal River City Councilman Ken Brown, Inverness City Councilwoman Jackie Heffer, Chairman Ronald D. Kitchen Jr., First Vice Chair Ruthie Shabaugh, Second Vice Chair Holly Davis, Commissioner Scott Carnahan and Jeff Kennard, County Administrator Randy Oliver, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Lynn.
Thank you very much. Let's see, let's go ahead and deal with the consent agenda first. It consists of the minutes from the last two meetings, one of March 8th and one of March 22nd. So we'd be looking for a motion to adopt and approve those minutes.
So move.
Second.
So Commissioner Carnahan makes a motion, second by Commissioner Schleybaum. Is there any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. Okay, members, welcome. Good to see you folks again from the two neighboring cities. And for the members of the public, I just want to point out a couple things. If you're following on the agenda, next up is open to the public. I'll leave it to your discretion. But my intention is try to be fair, hear what everybody has to say, but to move the meeting along today. So anytime that there's a motion made by, and a second made by members of the board, we'll take open to the public at that point. So I would leave it up to you if you wish to speak at that time, or if you want to speak under open to the public about anything that has to do with the library board. Although I imagine most of the input today will be about the nominations, the nominees, and that type. So with that said, remember what I mentioned about earlier, and at this time, is there anyone who wishes to speak to the library board?
Chair, after you have the public input, I'd like to be recognized.
Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Martis. I'm from Inverness, Florida. I pulled some strings to be here today, but it's very important. I am the mother of the son who was directly affected by the LGBT displays, maybe not in the library, but in the teachings and the culture that this world has been coming to. My son was the little boy who, first year in middle school, went up to a little boy that was wearing a dress and said, "What are you doing? You're a boy. You're not supposed to wear a dress." A couple days later, he got beat up severely. I had to pick him up from school, take him to the hospital, and he had a concussion. So, with that being said, please replace the current members of the library board with those who will respect what the parents and the community are asking. And my voice is a little bit trembling because my son is still affected by what happened, and it needs to change. And may God bless you all with your votes. He will judge you in the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have anyone else wish to address the board at this time?
Hi, my name is Karen Slaska. I'm a 22-year resident of Hernando County and a very strong library user. I say I visit the library at least twice a week, if not more. For recreational reading, I also do volunteer work with children in the community, and I use books from the library to go out to daycare centers and do story times and work on literacy programs. I've been following this issue. I read all the applications that came in from all these people in the community, and it's great to see all these people so excited about libraries. Libraries are a wonderful asset to the community, and we like to keep them strong. I've always been very proud of Citrus County Libraries for their service. But saying that, there are 5 people who were basically appointed already and then disappointed because of structural problems with the way this was advertised, the way it was set up. So I would just say they are very qualified to do what the library board does. We have some members there who have sat there for a long time, so they have some knowledge of how the board works and what the history of the board is. We have some members who are brand new, who really haven't been able to do anything because all they've done is sit without being able to really move. So I would say, at this point, what I would ask you to consider is appointing or reappointing the 5 people that you previously appointed back in January, or whenever that meeting was held, and let them get on doing their job. That's it. Thank you very much.
Is anyone else that wishes to speak at this time?
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Sharp. I live in Crystal River, and I was born and raised here. Today, we are at perhaps a temporary culmination of the events that have been the focus of so much attention since last June. As I settle comfortably in a middle age, I'm struck by the time that this has all taken. Not simply the time of the commission and other board members, but the members of the public, both local citizens and organized radicals from out of town, have taken on this issue. Also, the sheer number of hours of labor that county staff have spent on this issue. From my days as a manager to holding director level positions, the efficient use of payroll dollars to advance businesses or organizations' mission has always been an important principle. Imagine what could have been accomplished in this time period by the library services team and other county departments had the BOCC and this board acted decisively and with finality last year. This board will hear yet again from members of both sides on the issue of pride displays at the library with vigor and passion and a clamor to be the loudest and most vocal about their feelings. That this debate has stretched on this long and has grown in the only focus lately, I leave fully at the feet of the chair where we are today. Representational democracy is by its nature a messy but beautiful thing, but it is the solemn duty of the chair to move issues along at a rate that allows the many sides of an argument to be heard while ensuring the process is conducted in a way that doesn't fan the fires of derision. There is a real responsibility here today for the chair to move this process along to a conclusion that examines the qualifications of applicants in a meaningful way. On a last note, a good board of directors team is one where ideas are flowing fully and where each idea is met with an initial welcome, an intellectual challenge, and expression of gratitude. Have a great day.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak at this time?
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Nancy Tomaselli. I live in Hernando, and I'm here because I'm with the League of Women Voters and Friends of the Library. Florida has a parental bill of rights that is the law. It says that all decisions regarding a child's education, health, and general well-being are made by their parents under Florida law, and that the right to make those decisions belongs solely to that child's parents or legal guardians, not any state, agency, or entity. Those wanting to censure books, displays, and freedom of thought are operating under an incorrect premise, and that is an inaccurate assumption that parents don't know or care what their children are reading. Clearly, the governor and the legislature disagree. What gives those who want to censure books and freedom of thought the false idea that they must sweep into homes to save children from parents who don't know or care? Why do those who want to censure books and freedom of thought think that their moral compass is any better than that of the parents who are raising their children? Parents have the God-given right and the government-given right to raise their children according to their beliefs. Who are those who want to censure books and freedom of thought to think that they have the moral authority to override parents and tell them what their children must and must not read? Why should any free parents in a free country be forced to live by the narrow standards of those who want to censure freedom of thought? The government has promoted education from its beginnings. The library is financed by the government because of the high respect it places on the education of its citizens and their children. It is recognized by all that children are the future of our country. Their education must be wide enough to qualify them to meet all of life's problems and vast enough to enable them to make their own personal decisions as to how to govern their lives. Those who want to censure books and displays, free-thinking, and lifestyles are of great concern. History teaches us the horror of zealots who passed laws to force others to follow their narrow beliefs, often involving book censorship, book burnings, and worse. It is vitally important that the commissioners exercise wisdom in their selection of those who will guide the future of the libraries and quality of life for citizens of Citrus County. It is more than essential that parents be given the freedom to make their own decisions for their children with regards to reading material, displays, and lifestyles, and that these decisions not be taken away from them. It is the law guaranteed by the Florida Parents' Bill of Rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak at this time? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Paula Johnson, and I am one of the candidates for one of the open positions for the Library Advisory Board. And this time, I would like to thank all of those that are on the Library Board for their participation and for all the good deeds that they do for our county, as well as those whose tenure has expired. As with any board, diversity and mutual respect is desirous of each member to foster a cohesive ensemble for discussion and consensus. I have had over 22 years in a corporate 500 company, and in addition to that, I volunteered my whole life. I've been a resident of Citrus County for 7 years, and during that duration, I've been very involved in my church ministry, as well as the Citrus Pregnancy Center, as well as Operation Christmas Child with Samaritan's Purse. I believe my teaching and administrative background, my years of volunteer experience, and my proven ability to work with people to achieve desirous outcomes will make me an ideal fit for the Library Advisory Board, as it works to better meet the needs of the public who use our libraries. Our library should be a neutral space so that anyone who enters should feel comfortable navigating freely without being intimidated by any political or biased agenda. Our library staff does a wonderful job in assisting all the patrons and should be a welcoming place that promotes family and community activities. I encourage you to consider appointing new people with fresh ideas and diverse perspectives. Thank you again for my time and for my introduction.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak at this time before we move on with the business of appointments? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to thank you for
Can you
the
give us your name,
opportunity
please?
to speak. My name is Marjorie Stewart, and I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I am not here to talk about religion or politics, but I am here to talk about how important whatever the decision is by the board affects the children. As a clinical therapist, I think this should not be a political battleground. There should not be agendas. There should be open-mindedness, because what we decide will affect the children, especially those that go into the library, and it's used as a babysitting ground for parents that are busy. The real issue here is about rights, as we have discussed. And basically, it comes down to the rights of the parent or the rights of the advisory board. The advisory board is very powerful. It can dictate what books should be in the library and what books should be eliminated. So there is a lot of power. And what I have noticed, I've only moved to Inverness in the past year. What came to my mind was all 5 advisory board members have the agenda to promote the LGBT issue. Now, I don't want to say anything about that issue, but I do want to talk about the children, the adolescent children, what happens to them during the developmental stages. And I'm going to make this very short. So let's look at exactly what happens. We all have gone through it. During the early adolescence, girls thought boys were a little weird, and boys thought girls, had cooties. That's just the way it is. Developmentally, we have to go through a process in order to grow and become mentally and emotionally healthy. As a doctor goes and looks and says, oh, let me measure a person's weight and height, he could tell whether they're physically healthy. As a clinical therapist, I have to look at, have they gone through these developmental stages? The first stage is physically. Puberty hits them. There's rapid physical and development changes. Hormones come, girls get periods, their breasts begin to grow. Boys have testosterone, their voice lowers, and then all of a sudden they have erections. Excuse me, but this is what's basically happened. The developmental growth there, and the goal is to learn to accept their physical body. The next stage is mentally. They get confused and are out of control emotionally. Developmentally, they want to learn, and we want to teach them how to manage their body, their mind, and their emotions. And thirdly, psychological. Emotionally, they are very unstable during this time. There's a psychiatric development and disorders
I
and
believe your time has expired, ma'am.
bruising.
It
Please
says
consider
upon-
the children.
Thank you. Does anyone else like to speak this time?
My name is Pastor Jack Martin. I'm here because I've been through issues like this in other counties. The LGBTQ community literature should not be something that's being put into our school systems. It's not, honestly, if that is what a family believes, that should be taught at home. My experiences have been over in Pasco County. They were going to fire a gym teacher because he wouldn't watch a girl shower with boys. You can't ask an individual to change their biblical or their moral beliefs. The books that, when one woman talked about banning, To Kill a Mockingbird was a great book. It taught me how to not be a racist, but it was banned. But books that are going to teach an ideology like that, you really need to consider carefully, because what you're doing is you're subjecting everybody to a view that many of their families don't agree with, and quite honestly, that I believe to be immoral. And I think the parents should have the final say in that whole issue. I know you guys have a difficult job ahead, and I ask you just to consider all of the parents in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak at this time?
Hi, my name is Ellie Quinn. I live in Crystal River. And I'm just going to touch very briefly on what the last two speakers mentioned, the children's rights. And I find it interesting that everybody speaks about that and about the sex or the politics or the religion and the children, but nobody has talked about communication and teaching these children and these families that these issues belong to them. These are their issues, and they need to be taught how to communicate with them. And we all need to be taught how to communicate with each other on these issues. We don't need to be taught about the issues. I don't want my child taught about the issue. But if you want to talk to them about how to communicate, how to be polite, how to be kind, that's what should be taught. But not sex. Anything that has to do with identifying your sexuality comes later. We have to teach them how to cope. We have to teach them how to accept themselves and how to accept others. But we don't have to teach them that something is wrong or has to be looked at or put under a microscope. Sexuality and choices remain with the family. Communication, kindness, tolerance needs to be taught.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Patricia Kroll. I live in Inverness. My experience has been, I was a director of a small town library. I've worked in a large county library. I understand the difference. However, I was one of the first people to introduce the internet as a director of the library, and I made sure that the internet had a block because we did not want the children getting into pornography. I obviously, as a librarian, I am not against people having different books, or obviously I care about everyone having their opinion. I am not for book banning. As an author and a librarian, however, I do feel that pushing one's agenda on children is wrong. I feel that it's actually should be illegal. I feel that people need to fight now. Obviously, since I've been a librarian, things have gotten worse, and I feel that now is the time to fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board at this time?
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Bruce Bryn. With regard to the Library Advisory Board, I would like to see the replacement of the current Library Advisory Board, with the exception of possibly Edith Rambo, and replace them with the members, with the citizens who will respect community values, parental rights, and who won't push LGBT propaganda on the kids. So let's let the children be children, and let's let the parents do the parenting. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on the, yes?
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Tripp. I live in Citrus County in Homosassa. And I really feel sorry for you all because this should have been dealt with at the last meeting. And I know that it just seems to be carrying on. I'm going to be really short. I have 3 points. The first one is that I don't even know if you realize it, but you're dealing with a ticking time bomb here that's never going to go away until there's some decisions and some change that's made. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the American Library Association just recently elected its 2023 president that will begin in 2022 taking over that role, and she's a Marxist lesbian person. She's openly talking about the changes she wants to make in the library systems in the United States. It's pretty scary when somebody comes to the table as a leader and starts predicting what the agenda is going to be and what the hopeful outcome is going to be. It has no place in the American Library Association that, was started way back when by Ben Franklin. His common need was to create a place for knowledge, to create a place that's safe to learn, and they're willing to trash all of that. The third thing is at the last meeting that I was at with the library board, at the end of the meeting, they talked about everybody had a chance to speak up, and that the majority of the people there were against what was going on in the Citrus County libraries. Well, one of the board members spoke to that, saying that just because there's a majority doesn't mean that it's going to happen. Well, democracy is about the role of what the people play in making decisions in government. And it was pretty much blown off in the sense that that wasn't going to happen with the Citrus County Library, at least the board. So, they say that the only person that likes change is babies. And it's kind of one of those comical things, but you have before you people that you ask to stand up and to get involved, that are going to get involved, but only if you make the decisions to allow that to happen. And I applaud the people that are going to stand up and get involved, and I think that you have this massive responsibility to make a change so that the ticking time bomb that you're going to deal with forever, unless you make that change, is going to come about. So have the courage to make those tough decisions and stand up for what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else at this time? Again, keep in mind when we get to the nominations, everyone will have an opportunity for whatever motions are made at that time to speak to them. Yes.
I'll make this very short, in agreement with what he was saying. My name is Kathleen Tybus from Beverly Hills. I'm here today to request that the 5 incumbent LAB members who are seeking reappointment be replaced with new members who will be respectful of our community values and not use the taxpayer-funded libraries to promote LGBT propaganda. We need LAB members who understand family values and will encourage all that is true, right, and good morals to uphold parental rights for the well-being of our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lori Pettengill, and I'm from Homosassa, and I'm running to be on the Library Advisory Board. I'm running because I think we need a conservative voice on the board. I am a conservative voice. I was a state representative in New Hampshire. I have a proven record of being conservative. This is a conservative community. We believe in strong families, strong businesses, and I really think that we need that on this board. I do want to also talk about the American Library Association, the Florida Library Association. I mean, when you read over about, in these websites about these associations, it's not Citrus County. And so we need to make a library, we need a library board that reflects Citrus County, which right now has about 63,000 registered Republicans and 22,000 registered Democrats. So we are a conservative area, and we need a conservative voice, and I would appreciate if you would consider me as your library advisory board member.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Chairman, commissioners, board members, my name is Ronald Berg. I'm from Hernando, and I have a simple subject here to talk about, and that is book banning is wrong. There are many valid reasons why books should not be banned. One of the main reasons is that preventing people from learning about some of the harsh realities of life robs them of the knowledge they need in order to grow and compete in the world. Books are the main sources that teach us about history, emotions, and new ways of thinking. And then there's the issue of freedom, like freedom of expression. Restricting children from reading popular books, or unpopular books, or controversial books, or any books that make them think differently about something, we are restricting their minds and their freedoms of expression and speech. Banning books takes the right and freedom to choose what is read away from both the parents and the students. The First Amendment of our Constitution says that all people have the freedom of speech and the freedom of press. Banning books in our libraries would be the first step towards authoritarianism, which is enforcement and the advocacy of strict obedience to authority at the expense of personal freedoms. This is not what America is all about, and this is not what our community should become. Fighting for our rights and freedoms takes courage in the face of adversity. Our commissioners must appoint board members who will resist book banning and preserve our rights and freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you. And for anybody else coming up, just to remind everybody, nobody's banning any books. This is not about banning books. So if we can, let's try to stay on the subject that's in front of us here today. So, yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Gil Phelan. I'm from Lecanto. I mean, that last thing I just heard just boggles my mind, too. You know, we're not here. I've heard the same thing for the last months and months and months. We're up here begging you people, please listen to us. This is not about the library board. This is not about who we're putting on the board. This is about our children, to stop the grooming and the pedophilia and the warping of the children's minds. So you're going to say, let's wait till next year. We'll wait next year. We'll put more people on the board. It has nothing to do with who's on the board. We, the people, are telling you, and especially the three of you who voted against what we want, what we want. This is a republic. You're supposed to do what we want you to do, and you're refusing to do it. Why?
It's part of the job. Just a sec. It's part of the job. Unless he says something personal about you, he's allowed to express his opinion. If you feel threatened, then you're welcome to leave. But this is what we deal with. It's our job to listen to the public. Some we may agree with, some we don't. It's our job to listen. Please continue.
I'll grab some of my time at the end, too. You know,
please.
This is freedom of speech. You know, we're ready. I hear about, hey, please be nice, please be nice. We're ready with the pitchforks and the torches to chase everybody out of town.
Okay,
that's where we're at.
Okay, let's
reel. That's a reference to Frankenstein. Okay, it's a reference to a movie.
Okay.
It's just a fictional movie.
Right.
Okay, I'm telling you, we're sick and tired of being ignored. Okay, that's the point. It's not who's on the board, who's conservative. We told you what we want. It's not up to you intellects to decide what you want. You need to listen to us. And I don't know why. The law is stating third parties can't teach certain things. Here's the lawyer here. Why don't we get an answer about this new law? It doesn't matter about the board, does it? Because if there's a law telling us third parties can't teach that crap, why is it continuing? Today you should say, you know what? We have a new law last week. We got to obey it. We'll still play around with the board, but the law is the law, whether you like it or not. The people of Florida and the people of the United States have spoken, because California is the bellwether, right? Next thing you know, we're going to be letting our babies be killed a month after birth. That's where we're headed, okay? Because you're doing the same thing California did. Oh, look at this guy here who knows it all.
If you would just, okay.
Just do the will of the people, please, okay?
Thank you.
Take your intellect, put it on the shelf, and do your jobs.
Thank you. Is there another speaker that would like to speak about what we're going to deal with today?
Good afternoon. My name is Rosemary Nillis. I live in Inverness, and I'm also a board member of the League of Women Voters of Citrus County. Today, I want to speak about our support for the Citrus County Public Library System, with the key word being public. I'm going to refer you to the Citrus County Library System's own website. This is their mission. I'm going to read it to you. Our mission reflects the commitment we are to making the citizens we serve. We have to make the citizens we serve. The Citrus County Library System will promote the pursuit of knowledge and deliver quality education to the community, embracing the power of information, imagination, and ideas. Now I'm going to read you the vision right from their website of the Citrus County Library System. Our vision articulates what success will look like in the future. The Citrus County Library System is recognized as the go-to resource for educational support, self-directed learning, and literacy. The Citrus County Library System provides invaluable tools for discovery, self-empowerment, and life enrichment. It's a welcoming community gathering place for families, cultural activities, and civic life. Libraries are not political. Libraries are not religious institutions. They exist to serve the community in its entirety. The Citrus County Library System is a true community treasure. We ask that you keep the library system's mission and vision in mind in selecting or retaining members of its advisory board. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you for being here. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Coates from Inverness, and I worked at the library system for 15 years, just recently retiring. I could write a book about all the criticisms we at the front desk have endured over our pride display from the group of people who are trying to sexualize this display. These people don't take into thought all the thousands of LGBTQ people who commit suicide because they have parents like the ones challenging our displays. Libraries are a safe place for all. You shouldn't be afraid to come in and be chastised for anything you believe. We are in the library to educate. I will always celebrate my lesbian, gay, bisexual, queer, or questioning family and friends with as much pride as I celebrate my straight. Take heed, library displays will not make a person change their sexual identity or their race. What it may do is make them realize that they are not bad sexual predators, unlovable deviants, ugly, evil, or undeserving of life. You know what does make them feel that way? Closed-minded, judgmental people who pose as God-loving people. I'm pretty sure that God said, "Love one another as I have loved you." Thank you for the support from our friends of the library and who have stood up for what is right. Also, our library advisory board for everything they do for our libraries. I proudly put up 2 of those pride displays, and I'm hoping that they help the LGBTQ community realize that they are accepted and welcomed in our libraries just as they are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at this time?
I'm Drew LoBianco from Inverness, and just wanted to ask if you guys can not reappoint the people who are for the LGBT I believe it's wrong. I believe that God created male and female only, and I think it's a shame that we're, children that are growing up have enough to deal with and decide, and that should be for later on, after they're developed, to make their own decision. And we should love people. I mean, if people are gay and lesbian, we should love them like Jesus loved us. But not have the displays in the library, not put this in front of children. That's what I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Could be the next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Robert Ramirez, and I live in Hernando. And I've heard a lot of things today. I know seems like there's two issues, but I've heard, agenda, LGBTQ, bigotry, get people's, pushing their stuff, all kinds of things. I heard God, and my Lord is Jesus, but I'm also here because what I'm really upset about, I agree with a lot of people. I'd like new board members. It'd be, get all-inclusive, everybody's feelings and ideas. But what upset me, and this is my first time in this room here, and when I went to the library advisory board, it was my first time there also. And I was upset enough to go and speak, which I'm uncomfortable doing. But I was upset enough, I went up there along with a lot of other people that agreed with me, and we spoke. There was a motion, and they had a motion, and nobody seemed to comment. There's a few comments. Everybody said no comment. And what happened, I thought, my opinion, everybody's got opinions, but my words fell on deaf ears. I was not represented. I know, those people in the advisory board were not elected by me, or I didn't vote for them, but I was not represented. And I just hope today that my words don't fall on deaf ears again. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, could you fill out a green card for us, please? Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Eddie Paget of Citrus Springs, and I'm currently the pastor of Joy and Praise Fellowship there in Beverly Hills. I've spoken before this chamber before, and when I was told a while back that we were still having these hearings over the same subject, I just couldn't believe it, The world has drastically changed before us, and I realized that we're not the same place we were some 20, 30 years ago even. And as a pastor of a church, I govern a large body of believers, and they come from all different walks of life, liberal and conservative alike. And it's not an easy job to allow all the voices to be heard and to judge fairly. But I can say that we have a democracy in our church, a democratic process that we elect people to govern, help me govern the church based on the views of the people of the church, the majority views. This county wants our library board to be representing the people, their values, their views, not just a few from outside that came into here, but their values. Now, before we say, well, he's a religious person, he's obviously going to be against, lesbians and gays because of his convictions. My son is gay, and I can tell you that my son was not gay until he got exposed by a bunch of gay friends at Lecanto High School that kept pushing things in front of his face over and over. And he became curious, and that curiosity began to form something in his heart that turned him into that type of lifestyle. I'm here to tell you, and I'm asking you to really consider this, because the majority of the people of this county, not Republicans, the people's values are not for this to be put before our children. Now, we have shelves in the library for history and different type of subject. Put it back on the shelf somewhere in the back. It does not need to be right on the open for our kids to see it as they walk in that library. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and just consider what I'm sharing to you.
Thank you for being here today. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Bryn. You probably know me. I live in Sugar Mill Woods. I'm a Christian, and I'm a patriot, and we are losing our country. And Citrus County is losing the values that we used to have. And I'm also a wife, a mother, a grandmother, and I have great-grandchildren. And I want to tell you, as all of you know, when a baby is born, you know if it's a male or a female. And I don't think we need a biologist to teach us what our child is. And I don't think we need teachers teaching them, nor books set out on displays encouraging that type of family lifestyle. I love everyone and I accept everyone, but I agree with the previous speaker. Those books can be put in the library, on the shelf, and people who really want to read those books can go read them. I'm not for banning books, I'm an author. But I tell you, as community leaders, I want each of you to really think through your vote on this. I believe that we are a nation under God, built on the Judeo-Christian values. I believe in the Constitution, and I am very concerned about where our country is going. We are so far left, we are going to be communist in a few years. And this is the first time, in the first place, that I feel free to stand up and say I can maybe make a difference. We have to start at home. And each of you, when you make your vote today, I ask you to replace all 5 members. I think we need new thought, new representation. I also believe that the vote you make today is very important. Voters are going to hold you accountable, and so will God. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Again, you're welcome to speak. You don't have to speak now because everyone will have another opportunity, so just reminding everybody. So.
Good afternoon. This is my name is Ron Castreva. I live here in Inverness, and I go to Fort Cooper Baptist Church, and I know there's people that voted for Biden there, but they would never vote for this kind of display in our library. There's a person in our church that ever said they would, and it's just getting crazy out there. Now we got somebody in the Supreme Court that can't tell what a woman is. Anybody a woman here can't tell what a woman is, and she's going to be controlling our country. We got to get this counties back in order here to continue more and more counties. We've got to start at the bottom here. And if you guys in the library board are so disliked, how can you still serve there? You know, you're not doing your job. I don't know who this guy is, but it sounds like he's a.
Please direct your comments to the chair. Thank you.
I think he's with the board there. But if you're not liked, get out of there. If I was running something that people hated me because of my opinions, I'd leave, not stand there and take it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Dean Bales. I live in Homosassa Springs, and these are tough times with inflation ticking up ever more every time they measure it. And the space that is taken up by this LGBT display is space that could be dedicated to something that is useful to all people, such as books about how to stretch your money. There's a series of books called the Tightwad Gazette from 20-something years ago. I'm sure there's a lot more that's appeared since then. And if homosexuals claim themselves to be human rights activists, they should support me and step aside with their propaganda displays and allow the library to be used for things that actually do help people. You'll notice that there's a massive uptick in the whole of the syndicate, I politely call them, who are pro-LGBTQ+, and they are trying to sexualize children, or to portray children as sexualized. They're doing both. Why are they doing this? They're doing this to do an end run around the child sex crimes laws. It's been done before. Michael Foucault, an intellectual from France, was a homosexual, and he petitioned the government to say that it is cruel to prevent children from expressing themselves sexually because the child sex crimes laws hinge upon the key words, children are not considered competent to make sexual decisions. So now they're chiseling away at that linchpin of the law. You saw that, who was that guy? Pete Buttigieg ran for president. He had a 6-year-old boy come up on stage and say, "I'm gay, help me declare this to the world," as the cultish chant broke out in the audience, "Love is love, love is love, love is love." This is what they're doing. They're trying to say that, hey, children are sexual, so these laws are cruel. They even use the word cruel to say that of the recent law, parental rights law is cruel. Remember that? You heard plenty of it. So this has no place in the library. There's no place for it. Any place where children could see it, even adults. How did you like the Great Recession? Did you know that Barney Frank, the first homosexual senator, arranged that? He basically disabled the Senate Banking Committee laws of banks and enabled that mess. As the mess was undergoing, there was a homosexual organization, a group, a mortgage company, Taylor, Bean and Whitaker. They sold $1.5 billion worth of fraudulent loans to the Colonial Bank, and they failed, and that was the largest bank failure in American history. You go down the list of the worst things, or the first of something nefarious to occur, and you find homosexuals in the forefront of it. Do we want to put a display in the library? Really, come on now. Look at Black Lives Matter, 3 lesbians, burning cities.
Your time
How
has
many
expired.
billions of damage?
Sir, your time's expired.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
By the way, the beep is on, it's
Okay, well, I'm
malfunctioning.
just watching the light.
Okay.
What'd you say?
I just asked
Yep.
It's
I'm Cheryl
malfunctioning.
Cushman. I'm from Citrus Springs.
It's not me,
And
seriously.
I'm here again to express my desire that we replace the 5 openings on the board with new people. I went to the board meeting, and I did not feel like I was represented there. And I think that's the way a lot of us feel. We're not represented, and we need that. We need to have that representation. So I just decided to come and tell you again.
Thank you very much. We're glad you did. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Patty Kendrick from Floral City. I just kind of want to say the same thing. I feel like the board, it kind of looks like it maybe it's all of the same opinion now, so I think diversity would be good. So I would want to replace the current members on the board with people who maybe have more conservative values. And that's about it. I just really feel like, I don't know why this has gone on and on, because what I don't see from the other side, all the LBG, whatever people, is the differentiation between adults and children. I don't care. Adults can deal with any subject they want, sex, whatever, but I don't understand why they feel like we need to talk to children about sexual things. It's beyond me. I wouldn't want anybody talking to my grandchildren about what gender they were, or who they want to kiss, or who they want to be. My brother wanted to be a bird when he was 6 years old. I'm glad nobody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, please.
I'm glad nobody convinced him that that was going to be okay. But we could do a display on love. I don't have a problem with that. Let's do a display on love, universal love. Just leave the sex part out. Just leave that, and we can promote, loving everybody for that. And I would be happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good day. I'm Margaret Hampton, and I have to agree that there should be a replacement. The incumbents each one has long surpassed any reasonable term limits, and they've shown themselves not to be representative of the community at large. I have therefore put forth my application. It's before you, and the reasons are that I believe I can bring many competencies that are lacking in that board from my diverse professional experience. I have a lot of understanding of education and educational interest, not only from having been an extremely involved parent, but also being one of only 3 professionals to be asked to work intensively with the director of one of Atlanta's top 3 private schools, K through 12, in their planning. I'm very versed in the issues. with regard to the library, there's such an incredible need that it can fill that's part of its basic mission in literacy and in helping the children learn basic research skills, inciting their interest in reading, in good literature, in exploring different topics that are of interest to them, and also in serving the needs of the seniors in this community. They have very diverse interests and should be involved. And in learning, as the others have said, core values of love and acceptance, moral values that you can learn from fabulous biographies and other ways. The displays can be used to teach life skills and to encourage people to explore them, whether it's from money management or first aid or whatever. And there are many exciting programs that can be done, as well as community service. I've been very active in community service over the years, and everything as diverse as from the advisory board of the Atlanta Symphony Orchestra to being only the second woman on the national board of the Leukemia Society of America. I know the needs of people. We've got hurting people, and we have deplorable literacy in this county. Kids graduating from high school who can't really read or write. They cannot speak properly. They don't know punctuation. They don't know spelling. And they're going out in the world unprepared to be successful. The library's programs can boost them and give them what they need.
Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. And by the way, if you're speaking, you'll notice a red light will come on, and the time should be displayed in front of you, so you know how much time you have left. Is there anyone else to speak?
Hi, my name is Rena Murray. I am a lifetime resident of Citrus County, and I would definitely encourage you to add Ms. Hampton to your board because she will be a very neutral person. And I noticed, not only in the library, but everywhere in this county, I graduated from Crystal River High School. It was profoundly ridiculous. A couple of the students in the class didn't know how to spell Mrs. That's really not funny. We've got to start getting back to the basics on education. Most of them could not conjugate a simple sentence, could the worm have eaten the whole apple, and told me all three of the verbs in it. If that's not education, to be able to construct a sentence, and yet LBGT displays are, there's a problem here. All politics belong outside of the library, not in it. You don't have room in the library to put politics because then you have to include everybody else's views. That's not what the library is supposed to be about. We are supposed to have all sorts of education. You insist on sex education? All right. Bring in education on sex trafficking, how those predators take children, how it's happening all over this county, how I stopped it one time when I caught a woman, a young woman, trying to take a child out of a store. And the mother was separated by a teenage girl. That's who they're using. But thank God I was able to stop that. That's what's happening, is people are getting so distracted, insisting on one group's rights. I don't hear that group insisting, well, make sure there's a straight pride too. This is all about one group's opinion, and that's where the problem is. I don't hear them saying that they tolerate us. Everyone needs to just accept, okay, if that's your lifestyle, that's fine, but your lifestyle is not what people should be educated on. How to live, how to structure. Do you know how many children are suffering in this county and don't have enough? Let's put drives together. Let's use the library for that. My Aunt Carol was on a board for years. She's dead now, but she spent all those years focused on children and real education and helping them when they couldn't focus, when they couldn't read. But this has nothing to do with education, and we've gotten too far from it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please? And if you didn't fill out a green card, could you fill it out for us, please? Ma'am? Doug, can you get her a green card? Oh, you got it. Okay.
My name is Neil Brennan, and I am currently the Vice Chairman of the Citrus County Library Advisory Board. As you set out today to determine who is to fill the 5 open positions on this board, I would respectfully ask that you publicly confirm that this advisory board, including these 5 members, was in no way responsible for the selection of the gay pride display. It had absolutely no input whatsoever to its content, location, or design. This is an administrative process, and the advisory board has never been included in any form or fashion in the display process or policies determining the decisions. This can easily be confirmed by documented agendas and minutes of the advisory board meetings. It simply never happened. Yet the accusations continued. No clarification was ever established. No effort was ever made to correct this misinformation. For 9 months, these 9 members have been labeled as pedophiles. Our meeting was described as a form of tyranny. Our patriotic integrity has been challenged, and our religious principles have been questioned, all over a process that we had nothing to do with and a display that we had no part in. The most recent hate mail that I personally got said that I was disgusting, accused me of indoctrinating children into gay, transgender, homosexual perversion agenda, and ended with, "May God have mercy on your soul." Replacing the 5 members whose positions are up for reappointment would do nothing to wipe the slate clean or to balance the agenda. It would instead deprive this community of the continued service by loyal citizens who have proven to only have the best interest of our library at heart. These are good people. They deserve your vote. They deserve your support. But more importantly, they deserve your apology.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please hold the applause, ladies and gentlemen. We talked about that, please. Next speaker, please.
My name is Scott Mercurio, and I'm not going to go into my pedigree of who I am, other than the fact I am a Christian from Citrus County, and I am a parent. Being a Christian, Jesus teaches us to love one another as he loves us, to love the sinner, not the sin. Do I believe that LGBT propaganda is appropriate for the library? Absolutely not. It's not the place, not the form, not the time, not anything appropriate. As a parent, I believe that our children should be children. They should worry about kids' things. Which Matchbox car am I going to play with? Which toy am I going to play with? Whose friend am I going to knock on their door? And I believe that parents should do the parenting, not the government. There's far too much government overreach in our homes today, and it needs to stop, and it needs to stop now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Donna Reed, and I'm from Hernando, Florida. And I just believe, I'm not going to do a whole spiel, but those 5 that are up should be stepped down. They should not be reinducted. There should be 5 fresh blood on the advisory board. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Lil Gilbert. I'm a married, full-time resident of Citrus County, currently in Inverness. I attended school here, as did members of my family, and I spent a lot of time in the libraries. It's obvious to me that Eric and his team and the library board know how to run a library. I've seen most of the displays. They've made me feel educated and respected. I've never been concerned that myself or my children were being indoctrinated or groomed, nor were they being preyed upon by pedophiles. Libraries are for reading and learning. Libraries can encourage children to become teachers, police officers, doctors, scientists, or writers. A library display does not encourage children or anyone else to change their sexual orientation. What it may do is make them realize that they are neither evil nor ugly or alone because of what they are, who they love, and how they were born. You know what does make them feel that way? The bigotry and hatred of people who think their way of thinking and believing is the only right way. I have relatives who are members of the LGBTQ community. When they come to my home, I want them to know that they have nothing to fear, to know that they will be welcomed and respected, because libraries are for everyone in our community, everyone. Don't be part of the fear, the bigotry, and the hatred, Citrus County. Just don't. I may not be a religious scholar, but I do know that hatred and bigotry is not godly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Marty Little. I spoke at the last meeting, and I'd like to apologize. I was a little emotional after spending an hour and a half listening to people call me names. I was hoping that today seems much better, that when people do come up here and speak out in hatred with things that haven't been proven, I don't understand why that should be free speech if it's not true. I did a lot of research on this because last week we spoke a lot about pedophiles. And it seems as though people are confused on what a pedophile is and what a gay person is. In fact, the statistics show that less than 1% of gay people have committed any pedophilia. It is committed by pedophiles. Pedophiles don't care what, whether the child is a girl or a boy. They just want to be with a child. Gay people want to have adult relationships that pedophiles are not capable of. So I get tired of these people coming up here and talking about things that they really don't understand. And if they would take the time to maybe understand and meet people, they might not feel that way. But to demonize a group of people based on a couple books in a library, find a child that's been groomed. Please, find one. Nobody becomes gay because they walk by a display on a table. I don't think anybody in their right mind would choose to be gay when they have to walk around in a town and listen to this and be denied jobs and called names. I was a police officer for close to 30 years. I never once had a problem with a gay person grooming a child. Not one, and I handled the sex crimes in my area. Not once was a gay person involved. Gee, imagine that. They aren't being taught gay things in the library, guys. I can understand being against some of this, but that stuff's not happening. So that's what I don't understand. Those people that are now on the board should be able to finish out their terms. They got on there, they had a 2-year term. That's no different than you being told, well, you know, we don't like what you said last week. You should step down because that doesn't agree with my opinion. Let them finish out their terms. It's only fair. And you know what? We have the best libraries ever here. I'm from Miami, and let me tell you, I could walk into a library and you can't even get anybody to talk to you, let alone deal with you. I go in there, I see the kids being read nice books, enjoying things. They're there, they're helpful for the seniors.
Expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Terry Morriston. I'm from Lecanto, Florida. I served as a library advisory board member a few years ago, and I think today we've heard a little bit of misconceptions about the role of the library board, and I wanted to just publicly clarify it from a person who has experience being on that particular board. The role of the library board is to serve as the liaison between the library and the BOCC. So when asked to advise, the library advisory board does that. A large amount of our time was spent coordinating with the Friends of the Library and the library staff for fundraising to further support all the activities that the library does for this community. There are some things that the library board doesn't do or never had done in the past, and as I currently still attend library board meetings, I feel my knowledge is current. The library advisory board does not select the books, and as was previously stated a few minutes ago, they do not select the displays. So if people are running to select books, it's not the library board that does that, and that'd be micromanaging the library if we did. The library itself is not a babysitting center. There is a policy that children under a certain age should be accompanied by their parent or guardian, so the parent and guardian can have the proper role in selecting library materials. It has also been said that some of the library members need to be changed, but because they've been there so very long. There are some of our members who now, the current members, who have only been appointed since January, so there are fresh faces on that board. I think it's very important that we not forget in everything we've been discussing over the last 9 months that the library truly is a gem in this community, and they do a wonderful job. Every day, thousands of people access the services either online or in person. And this one little topic that we've been discussing has perhaps overshadowed that and the wonderful role that the Library Advisory Board has done when requested, and the number of fundraising events that they have coordinated to help reduce taxes in Citrus County and serve the library. I think that we should all keep that in mind as we discuss today's events. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Again, I'll try to help the clerk out. If you would, please don't forget to fill out a green card. Give to her after you're done speaking. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Janet Genova. I'm from Hernando. I've been a resident of Citrus County for 18 years. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I'm going to try and keep to the matter at hand. I didn't plan on speaking. I just briefly wrote out some notes. So pretty much what I wanted to say is that I think you and the county have been subjected to a lot of misrepresentation and exaggeration, things that have no basis in reality. I think the current board, contrary to some statements, the current board is well-balanced. They've performed their volunteer positions admirably. They're more than qualified, and they are diverse, contrary to others' beliefs. I would just like to say, I would like you to reinstate the current board, because these are people that wish to build up our county, promote our library and our community, and not tear it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Give the next speaker, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I'm Marcia Barnum, and I've been here 17 years, and I'm from Pine Ridge area. I'm not against the LGBT. It's just the sexual displays. Why do we have to have them there? Why is this so important for them to want it? It's parents' rights, and it's about you guys representing a traditional county. I don't know how many ran on traditional family values, but I went to the Library Advisory Board last meeting, and my understanding was that they did not pick the topics for the displays, but they're supposed to advise you guys. They did not advise, and most of the people were against the displays. They did not advise the board to do anything. So by not doing that, it's actually saying they want to keep it. I have a personal friend on this board that I admire that's one of the 5.
Ma'am, if you don't get quite so close, we could probably hear you a little better.
Is that better?
That's great. That's
oh,
great.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
That I admire very much and love. But if they're for the sexual displays, if they're against the traditional value, our governor says, for goodness sakes, we're going a different direction. I'm asking you to think about that. Where is your governor taking you, and what are your people saying? You represent everybody, and that needs to be the LGBT, but they have their books in the library. We're only against the displays. So I thank you. I pray that you really think about it. And my grandson is homosexual, and I love him. And just because I disagree with my friend or the board or the people in the yellow shirts doesn't mean I don't love them. I just disagree on this point. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Ellis, and I spoke the last opportunity that we had. I was a high school administrator, and about 35 years ago, we were approached by the gay community to discuss maybe putting up some posters and bringing some information into the school. After quite a bit of discussion, it was determined that we were going to go ahead with this, and we did it. We placed throughout the school posters in the hallway and brochures and the like of that. Well, after a while, it seemed to me that they were more invitational than informational. And having dealt with youngsters for many years, it's a very difficult time when you're a child. You're a captive in the school system. If you're popular, it's wonderful, but if you're not, it's not so good. And many people are very confused. We all experience that peer pressure, peer pressure thing. And as an adult, an old adult, I'm having trouble keeping up with the times. I don't know. I know what my moral system is. I know what my value system is. But it's a wonder that these children have any idea what theirs is, because it seems to be changing so frequently. I'm very much opposed to this. I think that it's going to be much more negative than positive. I would like to say also, a couple of people alluded to the fact that they have people in the gay community in their family. My niece is a lesbian, and like the previous speaker, I love her. I don't know why it seems that I should have to hang my head because I'm a Christian. And I heard today, well, Jesus said we're supposed to love one another. And by the way, it's true. We are supposed to love one another, but we don't have to love the situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could we have the next speaker, please?
Hello, I'm Camilla Stevens from Beverly Hills, and I've been up here several times, and I'm pretty much going to say the same thing. I am here for my kids and my grandkids. So I'm asking straight out that you would really consider some of the new applicants to the library board. I also want to say that I love my local library. I like going in there. I love being able to take my grandkids in there and feel safe. I do not feel safe if I walk in and I see a display like that I wouldn't allow them to even see in my own home. So I'm really asking you to please consider letting parents be parents and letting children be children. And thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, commissioners and council members. My name is Kevin Ballard. I've been a resident of Citrus County in Inverness since 1991, and I serve as the pastor of Calvary Chapel of Inverness. For those that you nominate and those you appoint to the board, please consider the words of King Solomon, written over 3,000 years ago. He said, "Do not awaken love until it's time." He's speaking of all types of sexuality, sexual attraction, gender identity, the defining of what a marriage is, the defining of what a family is. That is something that children should be shielded from. So I think those nominees and those you appoint should consider those words when it comes to the accessibilities of the material that talks about any type of sexuality. What talks about marriage, talks about gender. Again, I think we are better served if the advisory board and the parents of Citrus County are in partnership together, and that you limit access to minors of this type of material. It's not one type of sexuality, it's all types of sexuality. I'm against it because children should have the opportunity to grow up and allow their parents to define for them what a family is and what marriage is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Is there another speaker?
Good afternoon, commissioners. Library governing board members. I have a letter on file. So as the chairman of the Citrus County chapter of Mass Resistance, so I see it's ticking down from 3. Could that be adjusted back to 5?
You should have 5.
Thank you very much. I'm here representing the Citrus County chapter of Florida Mass Resistance, a branch of the international pro-family organization Mass Resistance. Today, we are presenting you with a petition containing the signatures of many hundreds of voters who are demanding an end to LGBT propaganda displays targeting children in our county's libraries. We presented about 800 of these signatures to the county during the last Library Advisory Board meeting on March 22. We're now presenting you with the updated package, which contains well over 1,000 signatures. We didn't have time to do a final count as we have been gathering signatures up to the last minute, but it may be, in fact, well over 1,200. And if we had more time, it would be a lot more. Many elections in this county have been decided by much smaller numbers of voters. You simply can't ignore this and hope it goes away. All across this country, parents and citizens are mobilizing against the rampant LGBT indoctrination of children that's going on. And Florida has been leading the way. Our state's new Parental Rights and Education Act, signed by Governor Ron DeSantis, bans schools from engaging in the kind of LGBT grooming represented by last June's Citrus County Library displays. The fact is that the vast majority of Citrus County residents don't want their tax dollars subsidizing LGBT propaganda targeting children in the county's public libraries any more than in the schools. And they're demanding that you, their elected officials in a conservative county, take action to permanently cancel these displays, beginning with the appointment of new Library Advisory Board members. Citrus County Library Director Eric Head recently announced a cooling off period on Pride Month displays this year, but we all know that the Library Advisory Board will likely push to bring them back in 2023 if all 5 current members are reappointed, based on the Library Advisory Board's vote on March 22 in support of the displays. The LAB is the body that you entrusted with this decision back in January. And as far as the comments of the one of the board members, Neil Brennan, she claiming that she had nothing to do with it. More than one board member has come before you as a county commission telling you to keep the displays, defending the displays, so that's totally disingenuous. They've come before you and they've told you to keep the displays in the past when you had the opportunity to cancel them back in January, and the decision back in January was to punt it back to them, and now they're disclaiming all responsibility when they decided not to approve a motion to address that very issue. So I don't appreciate the histrionics. You don't owe them an apology. They owe the people an apology for disrespecting the many people who showed up at that meeting and were ignored. The other side has accused, that's why we're asking you to replace the current members with people who will respect parental rights and community values. The other side has accused us of being haters, but they are the ones who have been engaging in hateful personal attacks on residents who just want our libraries to stop serving as propaganda centers for the LGBT political agenda. One of the most hateful remarks I ever heard at a commission meeting was uttered earlier this month when an LGBT activist proudly declared herself a Disney pervert and said the Bible should have been banned because it's full of hate. I'm glad she apologized today, but the Bible is not full of hate. It teaches us to love the sinner and hate the sin. We don't hate anyone. We just don't want children to be used as pawns by adults to validate their own sexual choices by pushing this agenda down their throats. Let children be children and let parents do the parenting, as one of the previous speakers just said. The other side also has accused us of pushing a culture war, but that war was actually declared by them. We're not the ones who have demanded that our libraries serve as taxpayer-funded propaganda centers for any ideological sexual agenda. They have. We love the libraries and want them to focus on their core mission of promoting reading and literacy, not pushing leftist political agendas. The other side doesn't. And make no mistakes, this issue is very important to them because they have come before you time after time to speak about it. As a local liberal commentator recently went so far as to say that this is a battle for the soul of Citrus County. We agree. The other side wants cultural leftist values to prevail and eventually dominate in Citrus County, transforming our county into another liberal stronghold. But most Citrus County voters don't want that, and they don't want us to turn into another Tampa or Fort Lauderdale. We know the libraries are a major focus, as one of the previous speakers says. The ALA wants to push, LGBT values. A Marxist lesbian was just appointed. So we don't have to guess what will become of Citrus County if we don't stop and nip this agenda in the bud. Other communities have come before and they have shown us what happens if we don't stamp this out if we don't nip it in the bud. So please listen to the voters and do the right thing to protect this community and its children. They are counting on you.
Thank you very much. Your time's expired. We have the next speaker. Is there another speaker?
Good afternoon, commissioners and, Library Advising Board. I'm a resident of
Could you give us your
Danville.
name?
Your name is Mark Conley.
Thank
you. I've been a resident of Citrus County for 4.5 years, moving here from Los Angeles to live in a community that respects traditional family values and the rights afforded to us under the Constitution, the rights of free speech, freedom of religion, and freedom of association. During the past 10 months, this community has been roiled by dispute over library displays designed to promote a particular ideology and groom our children to be receptive to the LGBTQ lifestyle that is inconsistent with the traditional family values of our community. When the presence of these displays triggered a vociferous reaction from our community and objections to displays that promote an LGBTQ lifestyle to unsuspecting children who are innocently trying to use the library, the members of the LAB failed to answer the objections by explaining how the displays fit into a policy that the library is following with respect to displays in general, but instead launched ad hominem attacks on the objectors, branding them as haters and homophobes. From this, it appears that the library does not have a well-defined policy for displays that can be defended, and therefore there can be no accountability when there is a misstep, such as there was with the LGBTQ displays. And when the County Board of Commissioners specifically asked the LAB to review their policies on displays and come back to the commissioners with recommendations for a policy to deal with these issues that the commissioners could act on, the LAB, led by April McLaughlin and Neil Brennan, flatly and arrogantly refused to do so. At that same meeting, no one in the LAB could articulate a policy on the choice of displays, and even Director Head failed to articulate one. All they could say in their defense is, we have a procedure. If someone has an objection to a display, they make a complaint about it and we can consider it. That's not good enough. As the commissioners asked, the LAB should dig into the problem and make recommendations to the Board of Commissioners or the Library Advisory Board on policies for determining what displays are suitable for our libraries. True, the LAB doesn't make policies, but their job is to advise the commissioners on appropriate policies after studying the relevant issues. I'm a retired corporate attorney who practiced law for more than 30 years, advising boards of directors, committees.
Your time has expired, sir.
And business people.
Thank you.
When I was asked by my clients.
I'll have to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Diane Campbell, and I live in Floral City. And when my kids were growing up, I was always told, or when I was growing up, I was told, we do what our parents say until we're 18 years of age. Then we're responsible for ourselves. That's why I feel this information shouldn't be put in the library, why it has to be out in the front part of the library. Why is it that special that it has to be right there when you walk in? I don't get it. Why can't it be in an adult section where an adult has to take them to it to be able to explain it to them? Otherwise, these kids are going to be so confused. We have kids trying to kill themselves and everything else over this stuff, and it's ridiculous. We're supposed to be the adults. We're supposed to be there to teach our children, not a library with different kinds of books there at a young age on sexuality. It's not right. It's not fair to them. It's not fair. And I think the last time I was here, I said, how would you like to explain to a 10-year-old and a 6-year-old that their 18-year-old cousin decided to be a boy? Have you ever tried to do that? Do you know how hard it is? And it's broken up our family. We still want to be with them. We still love them. But trying to explain to a child what's going on these days is not right. They need to be old enough to be able to explain it to them. They need to be able to get that far But if we're gonna start in 5th grade and under, or in elementary school, we're gonna be at a loss. Nobody's gonna be able to grow up right. And we're not saying they're not right, they're right for themselves. Then let them teach their children. Let us teach ours. That's all we're asking. Put the books in an area where an adult has to take them, to explain things to them. That's all we're asking. That, and if it means changing the board, all 5 members, then we need to change all 5 members. If that's what it takes. But the biggest complaint is that they're in the wrong section of the library. Not that they're in the library totally, it's that they're in the wrong section. That's what we believe. We don't want it out front. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Bobby Beswick from Inverness. I have an anxiety problem. I'm a heterosexual. I'm a family person. Do I see a display in front of the library promoting that? No. And you keep focusing on just the gay angle? What about the transsexual? And the list keeps growing. I take offense to you teaching my great-grandchildren this. When my great-child came home from school and Dad told his mom that he was a girl, and she said, no, you're a boy. And he said, no, my teacher said I was a girl. This is way out of control, and the list keeps growing. Bisexual, transgender, etc., etc. This is my future, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. I want my side of the story being in front of the library also. Family, heterosexualism, what is wrong with that? That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Tim Gilbert. First time speaking with you guys, so it's kind of cool, right? You guys taking a lot today, so sorry for that, right? From both sides. Fun fact, I'm a straight male. I have a wife. I have a daughter. I am a liberal as well. So constantly I'm called groomer. I'm called a pedophile. Fun fact, I actually help volunteer groups who go after groomers and pedophiles online. I'm a cybersecurity engineer by day. So I work with data. And I love the person that made the comment out here earlier about, oh, well, most of our children are being attacked by these gay people and these trans people and these groomers. Show me the data for that. Can anyone? I will wait. Gladly. I will give you my phone, email, and I would love to argue that with you because it doesn't exist. Now, my friends that work at the board, or the library, just common employees, I've asked them, hey guys, what do you feel about this? Well, everyone's dragging us under. We're not doing anything wrong. We're educating. We're a library. Guess what? I've used the library. I've used it for internet plenty of times because Spectrum, yay. So I've used the internet plenty of times. I love we can agree on that. They're there to educate, okay? Guess what? Again, I'm a straight male. I am. My wife had a man of honor at our wedding. And guess what? He looked beautiful in his blue outfit. He did. He's not going after any children. No one is. No one at the library is welcoming your kids to the front door saying, hey, I want to make you gay. Come on in. And if they are, cool, I'm with you. I'll team up with you. I will team up with you to stop that. Now, the last thing before I go, because I don't want to use all my time either, the groups that made me inspired to come talk today is scary, okay? I've looked at some of the groups that have spoke today. I've looked at their internet presence. I've looked at who they're hosted by. I've looked at who they're linked to. I've looked at all of it, and I'm more than glad to share that with anybody. It's terrifying. I'm not here to threaten you with a pitchfork. I'm not here to scream or yell. It's not going to happen, right? So don't put, yeah, I'll stop there so I don't get too emotional. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Tom Barnum. I'm a 17-year resident of Citrus County. I've been visiting for about 20 years before that. One of the things that attracted us to Citrus County was the values of this county, conservative values. And I agree with the last speaker that, you know, there's nobody at the front door of the library encouraging kids to come in and turn them gay or bisexual or whatever. But allowing these types of displays to continue is getting that camel's nose in the tent. It's just a start. That's all it is. And we're encouraging you to put a stop to it. We've heard that the Library Advisory Board isn't responsible for these. Who is? Somebody needs to get to the bottom of who is responsible for determining what displays are put on in this county libraries. Is it the library director? Is it the board? Is it you folks? Nobody seems to know or want to accept responsibility for it. I would recommend somebody look into it and come up with a process. This is who is responsible, so we know who to go to. I would just ask you to honor the community values here. I've been keeping track. 3 times as many people in this room have spoken against these displays and recommending that the folks on the board that are up for renewal not be reappointed. 3 times as many. I think you got a microcosm of the county here. So I asked you to consider what this county wants, please. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Director and Board, for hearing me today. I respectfully ask that we would replace the current board members on the library board. And I saw a little bit of trying to maybe pass the buck a little bit today on who makes the decisions. I'm not sure who does, but I saw some people that were supposedly not responsible for them. We'll just leave it there. I'm a member, or live in Citrus County. I live over in Pine Ridge. And what bothers me is that if there's a little 8-year-old boy sitting in that chair there, I can go over there and I can talk to him about bicycles or skateboards or you name it, and it's just fine. It worries me that I might be able to take some of the literature the library has on LGBTQ, and if I took that and I went and sat next to him and started maybe reading this literature, same thing that's available to everybody, I could possibly be in a lot of trouble for doing that. I could possibly be arrested. I could possibly spend my life, the rest of my life, as have to be on record as some type of an offender. I'm just wondering what gives our government the right to possibly be a participant in teaching this or supplying the material. What gives them the right to do that? And I could possibly spend time in jail for doing exactly the same thing. I just have to ask that question. I respectfully thank you so much for speaking.
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
for the record, can I get his name?
Yeah, can we get your name, sir? Sir? We need your name for the record, and we need you to fill out a green card, please. Ms. Smith, correct? Yes. Next speaker, please.
My name is Clive Grant. Actually came here to speak, but I was just back there. I'm actually a new resident here in Citrus County. We relocated to Citrus County mostly for the conservative view. So, yes, I'm against this. Totally, I'm against it. I'm not going to be here. There's been a lot of good speech here. We don't hate anybody. I love everybody, really. But I do think that's not a place for it. And one thing, I've been to the meeting once, and I've noticed that the majority of people.
I'm
that
sorry,
come-
sir. That time is wrong. We have no timekeeper now, so I'll just, we'll put you on the honor system. You got about another minute or so, okay?
Okay. I noticed that the majority of people is actually against this. And when I relocated to this country from my country, I believed that this was a democratic country. So I believe if it is a democratic country and we still stick to that, the majority should be what listened to. And we see that even in an election, if the majority wins. If not, well, today we'll have a different government. That's what I would.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Antonia Arabona, Beverly Hills. Real love teaches correction. And you go to boot camp and they train you. You go to school and they train you. And the new generation has been trained by people's opinion, by abominations. And so they're making excuses. Why do we even have to sign papers to put a stop to evil, to put a stop to wrongdoing? How can you train the children? And the parents have not been trained also. They've been going to subliminal messages from the television, the foul language from the television, the foul language on the flags. These are little children and they were trained wrong, okay? There's no excuse about it. The authorities are supposed to, they're getting paid for what? To bring correction. Not to accept it or not to have, oh, well, you know, they can't help it. If somebody has a cancer, you say, oh, well, you can help it. Yes, they can help it. It's what they're eating. It's what they're putting in the atmosphere. They put in, to kill birds, they kill birds and it kills the bees and it kills the butterflies and it poisons the atmosphere. And then Monsanto, he's allowed to put pesticides in the seed of what people are eating and then they radiate it, okay? What is the government, what is the authority doing? Just taking money? Or whatever, or they think they're precious, that we have to say, oh, please, thank you. No, that's your authority is supposed to bring righteousness. It's supposed to do what is right. So what everybody's sleeping? Okay, they're murdering babies, or they call it abortion. You know, it's murder. How come we not put a stop to it? Because everybody, oh, no, that's politics. Oh, we can't do this, or we can't do that. What is wrong? What is wrong with you people? Wake up. Put a stop to the abominations, you know. This country was never like that. I mean, foul language, subliminal messages, putting foul language on the flag that you say it's the United States. And people from other countries, they're not buying from the United States because they know that Monsanto, he's allowed to put pesticides in the seeds, and he's allowed to, they're allowed to radiate it, you know. What is wrong with people? You know, I'm a fan of common sense. I'm a fan of wisdom, all right? So everybody's doing, you know, where are they training? Are they training in boot camp? Are they training them in the school? Everybody's getting trained by evil, by wrongdoing, by abominations, and they think it's okay and they're making excuses. No, love corrects. Love teaches.
It's her time. She could talk, okay? Go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry for the interruption. It's okay. I believe your time's expired. It's nice when we have commissioners speaking out on their opinion before they heard the rest of the folks talk. So, yes, sir.
Name is Frank Papson from Hernando. Been here before. Been listening very intently to what's going on here. And I had a lot of different things I wanted to say, and a lot of people said some of the things I wanted to say. Somebody brought up the fact that we don't censor books, but that's, you know, that's not true. You do censor books. You don't allow Playboy or Hustler magazine to be on display in front of the library for moral reasons. And just, some may say homosexuality is a moral issue, and others say it's their rights. Well, I can't say one way or another whether it's a moral or it's not. One thing I do know, I've heard people say, get rid of the school board, get rid of the library board. And then I heard somebody on the board turn around and says, we have no control over it. So the question that came to my mind is, who made the decision to put these displays on, and who said you can't take them down? Because the people should have a right to say something, You should be able to say, no, you can't do this, or yes, you can. As far as educating children are concerned, I remember years ago when 18-year-olds were fighting for the right to vote. And the argument made by people then was, if he's old enough to die for their country, then they're old enough to decide who runs their country. Well, you know, at the same time that was going on, science turned around and said that a man's brain, a person's brain, not a man, a person's brain doesn't mature until the age of 26. So that was one of the arguments they had against giving the 18-year-olds the right to vote. But they gave them the right to vote, and we are where we are, you know, whether you like it or not. But children, you got 5-year-olds that are just beginning to go to school. I was 5 in the first grade. Okay, I remember that because I had a really good time because I was a brat. And I gave people hell all the time, and I enjoyed it. And I still enjoy it. But I had a lot to learn. I didn't know between right and wrong. I didn't know how to associate with other kids. I had a lot to learn. And one of the things that I was forced to learn was to behave. And some of the things that I learned by sight. I learned by sound. I heard it, I saw it, and that's what taught me. And when you go into a public library and you see things like this.
Your time has expired, sir.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
No caution lights.
Yeah, I know. Next speaker, please. Is there another speaker? Let's move along, please.
Thank you.
Deb Spence, Crystal River. When I was 5 years old, I was still eating mud pies. We've come a long way, baby. I didn't quite know what to say today, so I've been scribbling notes from everybody that has spoken about today. And I almost have my bingo card completed between the words pedophile, lesbian, Marxist, grooming, and all the other awful words that people use. Somebody said that the library is not about differing views. Well, that's exactly what the library is here for. If you don't want differing views, there's certain TV stations you can look at that only give you one frame of mind. You want to talk about not being represented, I think I'm probably the lone lesbian liberal Democrat in the room right now. But I have faith in you that as Republicans that you will listen to me and that you will support some of what I have to say. I'm not here only because of the library board. I've been here for many other items as well. But what I heard today was parental rights. We heard about a mother whose child was beaten up on the playground because a boy was wearing a dress. What she never talked about is that her son was bullying the boy in the dress. That's the problem here. Had mother known that this boy was wearing a dress, which his parents said he could do, parental rights, then this would not have happened. I had another story the other day of a woman who was here who said that her 17-year-old son can't find a date in school because all the girls are lesbians or trans. My next door neighbor has 3 high school kids. One of them is a girl. And I asked her, are all the girls in school trans? She said, no. Obviously, this kid's a little bit skeevy, and the girls don't want to be around him. So
Please, let's try to keep some seriousness.
Let's look at what we're dealing with here. This is not about the library display. None of this is about a library display. There's nothing wrong with a book of Pete Buttigieg with his husband and his 2 kids that's going to tell some kid to groom some child into being gay. It is up to parents to teach empathy to their kids so that they can say, yeah, Johnny does have 2 daddies, or Johnny has 2 mummies, or Bruce over here wears a dress. And that's okay because he's finding himself. We don't know what it's all about. We don't have to have the answers. We don't have to tell the kids everything that's going on. We don't tell them about homeless and mental health and drug issues. So let's kids be kids, but let parents on both sides and on all sides be able to figure out how to get through this. But I support reappointing the 5 members. They have done nothing wrong in this whole process. They came in after the library display, and they deserve to be reappointed for their love of library and what it all means. So thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon. Debbie Wheatley, Inverness, Florida. I have a couple of concerns as I've been, like everybody else, listening to everything. Number one, the gentleman that came up and said if he reads these materials to somebody in the library, could he be arrested as a pedophile? I mean, that's a legitimate question. That's a legitimate question about these materials. The second issue, nobody seems to be taking responsibility as to where these came from. I'm looking at some of the records of some of these 5, and I'm thinking one of them has some issues as she was on a board for one of the, for someone that supports Black Lives Matter. And this is a serious question. Do we have any money flow coming in here from George Soros? Is that what the issue is?
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm just questioning.
Please.
It's a question. It's a legitimate question that we need to ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Nancy Sigmund. I've actually been here before, but not for this. I'm a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, and I love the children. I don't know whose responsibility it was to either say, let's take it out. There's been enough people come forward saying this display doesn't need to be in the forefront of our library, but somebody needed to take responsibility for that and fix it. Now, does that mean that all 5 board member or LAB needs to be removed and replaced? Maybe, if that's what it would take to fix this. Because I personally would not want my children, my grandchildren, and especially my great-grandchild to walk into a library and see that. I loved the library. I was a bookworm. And I love reading to this day. A library is very important to our community. Let's not ruin it.
Thank you. Is anyone else to address the board? Okay, I'm good. Oh, okay.
Hi, my name's April McLaughlin. I'm currently the chairperson of the Library Advisory Board. Thank you for taking my application. I just want to thank the people that are on the Library Advisory Board now. This might be my last opportunity, the 5 that are on there. We're just volunteers because we have a passion for the literacy, and we don't, there's nothing negative. We don't tell them what not to do. We don't advise the library or the employees. We're appointed volunteers. We've taken a lot of abuse. Social media has said things about us that are completely untrue. Some of the people that have spoken today, like they said, are personal friends of mine. We have a difference of opinion, but we still respect one another. Normally, that's how things go in Citrus County, and most of the people that are here that are Citrus County residents treat each other that way. We've had issues in the past where we've all agreed to disagree, and we've had issues where we've taken that into account. We've treated each other that way. This time is different. We've been treated badly, and I'd like to thank the people that volunteered and that have been on the board and that put up with a lot this time to put their applications in and even to be considered to go through this. There's been some misconception and things that aren't so. The Library Advisory Board advises. We don't make the policy. We will speak up if we are advised by the library of something that we think, needs to be changed or that we don't see, and it's according to Citrus County values. I'm the chairperson. I don't know how the people on the board are registered to vote. I don't know what church and what synagogue they go to. I shouldn't care what church or synagogue they go to. I shouldn't care how they're registered to vote and how they vote and what they do with their time away from the board. We live in Citrus County. The only thing we're interested in is the betterment of the library and literacy for our citizens of Citrus County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Third and final time.
My name is Sandy Price, and I've lived here for 31 years, and I just have a couple of comments. When Mr. Labriola and his ilk get up here and say he's demanding this and demanding that, and that he's speaking for everyone in this county, he is not. He is not speaking for me. The Library Advisory Board is an all-volunteer group. And I have one thing to say about that. The library makes the policy, make no mistake about it. Because if the Library Advisory Board actually made policy, we would have the New York Times online in this county right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments for the board at this time? Okay, we're going to close public comment.
Chair, I'd like to be recognized.
Just a second, just a second. I'm going to talk a little bit about some housekeeping we're going to do here, and then Councilman Brown has been asked to be recognized first. So, usually after public comment, we give each member a chance to respond to what the people had to say, but I have a feeling during the next process, everyone will get a chance to do that. So, all I'm going to ask is that the public sits quietly and listens to the board deliberate. They've sat here and listened to what you've had to say. We had some people complaining about, going off the subject. And there's, even right now, as I said here, there's so much hemming and hawing going up here, it's very hard to concentrate, So people are very upset that we're taking time to listen to you, and regardless of what side you're on. So that's what we're going to do. I've said before, our job is to listen to you. You're the purpose of our work, not an interruption of it. So I don't care what side you represent today. If there was 50 of you on one side and 10 on the other, we're going to sit and listen to everything everybody has to say. So that's our job, because what started this was the outcry of nobody's listening, all right? It turned into the sexual orientation discussion, but that's not what started this. What started this was the debate about we went and we asked about this and nobody listened to us and we were disregarded. My concern about all this was two things that were hit on today, and that was, what is the policy and who sets it? And when I asked that question, it got beat back and forth. But we don't set it, the board does. Well, the library board does. So if nothing else, over the course of these last 3 meetings, I think we've determined that this board sitting here right now makes the policies, okay? Also, just as this board sitting here right now will make the appointments to the library board. So just keep that in mind. This is not about banning books. This is about appointing who we think are the best citizen volunteers to advise this board. And that's what our task is. So if you sign up to be a member of the Aviation Advisory Board, they look for your experience as a pilot, right? I guess I wouldn't apply for that since I don't fly and I don't know anything about it. So, you tend to try to seek the best that the folks in the community want to stand up. And I just have to say, I see a lot of, even though we've gotten into this negative, and let's face it, folks, there's been name calling on both sides of the fence here. Let's get away from that. Let's get back to, we're a small community. In the past, this was not a very controversial board. And we had very dedicated people in the community that stepped forward and volunteered, and year after year, they were the only ones that did. Now we had this conflict, I'll call it conflict. In my mind, when somebody came to the Library Advisory Board and they had a room full of people concerned about the direction and the policies of the Library Advisory Board, that should have been brought to the Board of County Commissioners. That's what advisory boards do. So as far as I'm concerned, that was the first breakdown. The second breakdown was when the Board of County Commissioners refused to exercise their authority as the policy-making board and say, oh, we don't set policies, we leave that to the Library Advisory Board. So again, hopefully we're setting two wrongs right today. When we leave here today, I will assure you of a couple things. One is there will be 5 people appointed to the Library Advisory Board. You may like it, you may not, but that's what's going to happen, and we're going to continue, and we're going to go home and continue with our lives. So the first thing I'll say is thank you all who have served. Thank you all to the many people who have applied. It's extraordinary, because one thing that I saw is I just could not believe, everybody that's applied have great backgrounds, but I just could not believe some of the level of experience and the backgrounds of the people who applied for this board. So we're very fortunate. We, in the past, felt if we had 7 applicants for 5 members, that was a very exciting thing, because we got to discuss who we think would be best. And the fact that we had 39 at last count for 5 spots puts us in another tougher position. So Before I start down the line here with Councilman Brown, I just want to say what I did and what I encourage people to do to some degree or another so that we can get to some sense of consensus here to move forward is that I basically went through all the applicants myself and ranked them, top 12, next 12, whatever. And I thought, we're probably we're all not going to be in agreement with every applicant, but if we went down that, talked briefly about who we rated the highest and why, we might find some commonality, and then that could drive us to some consensus. If we have 5 of us that picked the same person out of 7, that might be a good place to start. So that was my thinking. We tried to look for common ground, but in the end, I'll heed to the will of the board. If you want to have public comment on every motion and every nomination, we can do that. And if that's the case, we better order for pizza because we're going to be here for a while. Or we can sit and discuss how we can come up with a slate of individuals that everybody can support. And I'll just say, I won't go into it now unless you want me to, but I'll be very happy to tell you what my criteria were for my ranking system and how I got to where I'm at, because I think you all deserve that. If you're included in my top, please don't do that. If you're included in my top 5 or top 10, I think it's important for you to know why. And if you're not, I think you should know why you didn't make that first cut. It doesn't mean that you're not. And in lieu of all the hemming and hawing and deep sighing up here, I'm going to say one more thing. And that is, if you don't make it this time, it's a 2-year term. Please apply again. Okay, that's my final thing to you. I'm sure we won't have this kind of turnout, but if whoever we appoint to this board today does their job, and that is advise the Board of County Commissioners or the Library Governing Board, then we shouldn't have this issue in the future. Okay, so that's it. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitchen. At this time, I move to make a motion to appoint Edith Ramlow, Carol Spring, Neil Brennan, April McLaughlin, Shavona Reed to justifiably fulfill their duties on the Library Advisory Board.
Second.
Let me finish. I have observed during advisory board meetings and will state without prejudice that these volunteers are hardworking, knowledgeable, dedicated, and non-political individuals that have labored and volunteered many hours to better our library system. They have provided sound and beneficial advice to our library director, who I believe has the complete confidence in their abilities and knowledge. These volunteers have done absolutely nothing wrong or improper that would warrant this board at this time to remove any of them from their place on the Library Advisory Board. I believe it would be an affront to their characters to do so. That being said, I would invite and encourage any of the interested applicants to apply to the Library Advisory Board when any of these members' terms expire.
Was that a second?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a second by Commissioner Davis. Just as clarification, some of the terms have expired. So that, what you just said, probably needs to be readdressed, because the ones I see, and there's ones that were appointed in 20 that are expiring in 22, and that's the end of a 2-year term. So that's the motion on the floor. Is there any board discussion on the motion? I will jump out and tell you I cannot support that, and I'll tell you why, is that I think that's an affront to the people that took the time to apply. Have we looked at the number of people with master's degrees in library science that have applied? So I'm not saying the people that are on the board now are bad. I'm not saying they didn't do a good job. Our job is to look at the quality of the applicants that come before us. And when I see that we have people with PhDs in education and master's degrees and years of teaching experience, that's what went to the forefront of mine. So I'm not saying I won't support that motion, but to me, we get back to the status quo. It's the same thing we have, and I just don't want to see us go through this again. Commissioners, any other discussion? Commissioner Carnahan.
I agree with you. I won't support that either. And I'll tell you, after sitting here listening to just different comments that are being made, it is this board's job up here to give policy. We do have other groups out there that are volunteers, the aviation, the tourist board, and they make recommendations and they bring them to the board. So this is the way I look at it. This advisory board is not going to take a position to send policy or send their opinion to us on what policy should be. I think we should just dissolve it And this board should be taking up the task of doing the job and making policy and setting forth policy. And that's where I would be, just to demolish it and this board do the job.
Chair,
Yes. Commissioner Davis.
my understanding is that they are not setting policy, that they are doing an awful lot of fundraising with Friends of the Library and acting as a liaison between the library and the Friends of the Library system with us and helping us raise money to reduce taxes for everyone. So I don't see where dissolving the Library Advisory Board does anything but hurt us tremendously. And I seconded this only because I would say that I do agree with Councilman Brown, but also two of these folks have only been on there for about half a second. So it seems really awful to bring them on and then cycle them off. I am incredibly humbled and thankful that we had so many qualified applicants. That is absolutely nothing against them. It is simply this. The only one that, and I have to actually disagree with Ms. McLaughlin about something. We do have to care about the makeup of the board. We do have to care about the diversity on the board. And I did take time last summer to look up everybody's political registrations. And they mimic, the board actually mimics the political makeup of this county. And I'm well aware that there are folks on the far right that think that I'm a leftist, but by God, I am pretty doggone far right of center. And just because I stand to the left of you does not make me a leftist. I am incredibly fiscally conservative. I represent everyone in this county, which includes those in the gay community. And for those who have said that you don't like that you didn't get your way, the issue is that you are not the majority. My email box and my ears have been filled with folks saying, thank you for standing up for this. They don't want to come here because they don't want to have to endure what this is, especially those who are gay. They really don't want to have to endure this. And to the folks in the audience right now who have been brave enough to come up here and speak, God bless you. I mean, that's a hard route to take. So I will say that in my mind, there has been an enormous amount of misrepresentation. This display was a modest little thing in the entryway. Director Head has already said, if and when we do it again, it'll be in the adult section. There is absolutely nothing grooming or sexualized about this display whatsoever. I am a big fan of metaphors. I will say that we have, as a conservative, I will say that we definitely have some problems on the left nationally. Absolutely, 100% have some problems that we need to fight. But you guys, we have a candle. We have this tiny little flickering candle in our library system for the folks who are LGBTQ in this community. All right? You called a 5-alarm fire. You're acting like the whole world is on fire here. Please go fight the battle where you really need to, where problems are happening. Because we are not defunding the police here. We are all conservatives up here. We are not defunding the police. We are not tearing down monuments. And we are doggone sure not grooming children. There's a lot of new faces here today that spoke, and I'm telling you, it has been dramatically mischaracterized. Again, it is not sexual. It is absolutely 100% not sexual. I have the list of books, even though I am not of that community, and I really don't care to read this personally. I'm going to make my way down reading every single one of those books, just to make sure that I did my homework. And if I'm wrong, guess what? I'll be the first one to bring it back up. So that's why I voted that way.
Okay.
Or I made the second, excuse me.
Mr. Kennard.
Go ahead and wade in here. First of all, Mr. Chairman, you are exactly right that the quality of applicants really was quite incredible. The breadth of experience, the length of time in our community, the willingness to serve is very impressive. With that being said, I am going to support the motion, but let me back up a little bit. I'm going to support the motion because what Councilman Brown said is that, and it was brought to our attention, the seated library advisory board members had absolutely nothing to do with this display. Mr. Labriola has wisely brought to this board's attention the many shortcomings in our policies, how this board operates, who's responsible. Over the last 9 months, he's brought to our attention, well, you're not doing this right, you're not doing this right, you're not doing it. How does this, who do we go to? Who do we appeal this decision to? Hopefully, we're wading through that mess and cleaning it all up so that when somebody has an issue with the library, they know who to go to. The Library Advisory Board and the Library Governing Board and the Board of County Commissioners all are singing from the same page, and we've not been doing that. He's brought that to our attention. Back to the seated members. They've done nothing. They've done nothing to be unseated at this point. I am inclined, and I'm going to vote to support them remaining in those seats. They had nothing more to do with this display than the TDC did. So I don't believe there's any reason whatsoever at this point to remove them from their positions. I hope everybody that's applied that you do not take that as a knock on your application. I've gone through them. I've read through them. I've spent an awful lot of time debating over how I was going to, what decision, what side of this, who was I going to replace? Was I going to replace any of them today? And this is where I've landed. So.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak to the issue? Yes,
I know
ma'am.
y'all been
Yes.
waiting on this.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, we're happy you're here. Want to hear what you have to say. Make sure we can hear you. Okay?
I'm a little gruffy. I've had allergy issues, but I support the motion for pretty much what everybody has stated. The board that is standing, or maybe not, they didn't do anything wrong. Yes, we have some real quality people. I'm reading this thinking, wow, where were y'all when I was on the library board? Sandy, you remember way back in the old days. And basically, all we ever did as that board was fundraise and support the library. I don't ever recall us having a meeting where we said, we're going to go tell them we want this display. We didn't tell anybody we wanted anything. We were there saying, how do we help? How do we support the library? So from my experience of being on the board years ago and seeing what the board has done and realizing the board did not bring this display to the libraries, I think it's unfair to them to boot them off. And because of the dog and pony show that's been going on for several months, it's not fair to all these people who applied thinking, wow, look at all these open seats. It's like the cart got before the horse, so.
Okay. Anyone else that hasn't spoke? Yes, Commissioner Slabaugh.
I appreciate.
Can you use the microphone?
I appreciate everybody that applied. I spent a lot of time going through this, and I appreciate that there are some PhDs and higher education on the sitting board right now. You're no slackers either. And I do agree that we need to really look at our country and protect and stop what's going on, but it's not, this board is not responsible for what's happening to our country. And I'm going to support this nomination for that very reason. Thank you.
Okay, everyone's spoken, and before we do a roll call vote, I want to just say this. For the record, I'm going to tell you who my top 10 were. It's up to anybody else. What's? No, sir, we've had public comments. We've had hours of it. So please sit down, okay? We will, okay? We're not finished discussion. When we're done, before we go to the roll call vote, we'll take one final thing on this. I just want to say for the record, so that people know this, I want to tell you what they are. And I'm going to leave my package with the clerk because I only have one copy. And basically, I've gone through every applicant and ranked them. So if anybody's interested, now or in the future, it was worth the time to read these and go through them. So just for what it's worth, I want to let you know that my number 1 ranking was Jill Waggy. Number 2 was Daniel Riley. Number 3 was Steve Moline. Number 4 was Mark Conley. Number 5 was Leonora Nelson. Number 6 was Edith Ramlow. Number 7 was Margaret Hampton. Number 8 was Terry Morrison. Number 9 was Dorothy Amaron. And number 10 was Eleanor Elsler. So just so you know, just based purely, I don't know any of these folks, purely based on their resumes, I will leave this with the clerk. So the motion made by Councilman Brown and second by Commissioner Davis is to reappoint the 5 members on there. So at this time, we'll open it to public comment on that motion only, okay?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can I
Yes,
make
sir.
one comment?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned Mr. Conley's name, and I had a comment written down here that I forgot to mention. Let's just say I was not seated here at the time he made the comment, but I did hear it. He said that we did not have a coherent policy on displays, and he was exactly right. He was exactly on point.
Well, and I didn't, for the interest of time, because I know it doesn't matter, but I made comments why I selected those things. And under Mr. Conley, I put down he has a law degree. You know, he's good at things like that, looking at policy and so on. So, anyway, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Madam Attorney, or Mr. Administrator. No pun intended there with the discussion today. But I like the route you're taking, and here's why. And I like Commissioner Carnahan's solution may be long-term, but that's no reason to get rid of the existing route that we have now if there's some ambiguity about who's in charge of policy. But you've heard a lot today about how the majority. I tell you, I run the largest business organization in the county, and I hear nothing about this. I hear that there may be a turnpike coming into our county, or there may be, we're about 4 directors short of a full deck, that we have inflation, that we have all these other issues. So I don't think the majority of the business community is worried about what type of displays are in the library or who the library board should be. And even if the majority were, you know, I always go back to the governor standing in the schoolhouse door in Alabama. He was not listening to the minority then either. Majority wanted him to stop people from coming in that schoolhouse door. So I'm telling y'all, don't stand in front of the schoolhouse door. Let's get this behind us. Let's turn the page. I assure you, y'all have not heard the last from some of these folks. Most of these folks are great Christian people that were preaching love, but others are agitators, and you have not heard the last of them. I'm making that prediction. I'm going to put their names in an envelope sealed that y'all can read. You have not heard the last of them, but please, let's not have the next 4 or 5 meetings, because not only God is watching, but your constituents are watching, and the next county administrator is watching too.
Very original idea about the envelope and the name, so it was very good. Yeah. Is there anyone else to speak on this motion?
John Labriola, Inverness. I think I speak for a lot of people in this room that feel that the board's motion and the second and the people supporting it are demonstrating tremendous arrogance just for failure to pay attention to what the vast majority of this chamber said. And it seems like what's going on here is this library advisory board is being seen as a place where the elected leaders of this county can simply just pass the buck, disclaim all responsibility, and say, oh, it's this board over here. And yet you know where the board stands, because you gave that board what you gave that board. You delegated that responsibility to the board. This county commission said, we're not going to deal with this issue. We're going to let the library advisory board decide. And then you give it to the library advisory board. The library advisory board actually takes a position in support of the displays. And then you say, well, it wasn't their fault. It's not our fault. I'm sorry, but it is. And as Chairman Kitchen has stated, this is the policy-making board. My understanding from previous interpretation by the attorneys, it's actually the 5 county commissioners, not the library governing board. That's what she said, and you can check the tape, the video back in January, I believe it was, and she can confirm that. But let me just explain to you, tell you a couple of the people. One of the people that you've made a motion to keep on the board is Carol Spring. She's a longtime leftist activist who has worked on diversity, inclusion, and equity programs for radical organizations such as the National Conference for Community and Justice, where she served as executive director for the Broward County South Palm Beach region and led the NCCJ's Metrotown program, which was is described as a social justice youth leadership camp that puts teens through various exercises such as privilege lines to make them feel either guilty or victimized based on their skin color. That's CRT. She's also served on the board of Project Equality, a Black Lives Matter supporting organization that condemns America and the police as racist. You just said you're for the police, and why would you renominate somebody like that? Maybe she wants to start with the BLM agenda in the libraries as well.
Mr. Chair.
But in addition
Yes,
to that,
Mr. Lambie, hold on just, yes, sir.
Can we please just keep the comments relevant and not attacking anybody in the audience?
it's not the audience. It's one of the nominees. One of your nominees.
Hang on a second, okay? I've heard this from both sides today, and if I stop one side, I gotta stop the other. I heard about the fringe and the lunatics and all that, so just keep it calm, keep it to the motion. The motion is, should this board be reappointed? That's the motion. So you
can I
can
have my time back because I'm addressing
yes, you can.
one of the
No, you
nominees.
can.
I'm
You
not-
were
my
interrupted.
time.
You
Okay.
get your time
Yeah.
back. Give him another 15 seconds.
Commissioner, I wasn't attacking anybody in the audience. I'm talking about one of the nominees that was nominated and seconded by you. And so I think it's important to know who this person is before you decide to go ahead and put them on the board. She's had ties with the radical Islamist organization CARE. She nominated one of their executive director for Florida to leadership Broward. This is an organization that has, blamed or tried to shield Islamic terrorists with phony Islamophobia
Mr. Chairman,
charges.
How do we have proof that this is? How
Well-
can we just say whatever we want to say about people?
Is his time has expired? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. Your time's expired.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and we have to come back because I'm sure everybody knows about the information that was disseminated to all the commissioners about Mr. Labriola. And nobody said, do we have documentation? Do we know that's proof? Everybody kind of took that on faith. So what I'm saying is we shouldn't be here about name calling. Either you should say you agree with the commissioners on the motion or you don't, and why you do or why you don't. That's where I hope we are right now, okay? Yes, sir.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
sir.
can I just say something, please? And respect to everybody, because, one of the, you had mentioned, and I appreciate that, about mutual respect, both for the folks sitting on the dais and the folks out in the ordinance. And I know being a public figure, there are things that can be said about us that we don't like, but we really can't do anything about it because we're a public figure. Well, Ms. Spring is not a public figure. She's a volunteer of a library board. And I find it very unfortunate that somebody is allowed to come to the podium to say things about this individual without any proof or any knowledge of proof. And she's not a public figure, and I think she deserves some mutual respect from everybody here, and as well as all members of any voluntary group. I mean, the TDC or the library board or the Waterfronts Advisory, these are not political folks. These are not folks that run for public office. These are people that are taking time out of their day to volunteer to help better our community. And I just think we should all try to be more respectful of these individuals. And I just want to say that.
And again, and I agree with you, and I'll even say this, please don't attack the individual people being nominated. And the reason I say that is if these board members did their due diligence, they should know everything they think to know about the nominees, okay? So you shouldn't have to sit up here and tell the board members what they should know about a nominee that they voted for. If you wish to contact them later to do that, fine. But I think right now, the time is better spent if you can speak to, why, if you support it, why, and if not, why, and try to just kind of leave the, because I was going to try to do the opposite. I was going to tell you why I supported the people I support, not why I don't support the people I don't. But anyway, so can we start the time now? Give the man his 3 minutes. Yes, sir. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
My name's Gil Phelan from Lecanto again. I think it's pathetic. Again, it's really pathetic to watch a complete outpouring of what we want. This other lady the other week said that she had more names on a petition. Where? I didn't see the petition. We handed it to you. How can you keep ignoring what the people want? It's really a pathetic view of what our country is become. And making motions and you haven't read the books. Now, after 9 months, oh, now I'm going to read the books to find out what's in them. Maybe you should have done that before making decisions on certain motions, right? I don't know, it's just kind of common sense. And agitators, yeah. I guess back in 1776, it was kind of a good thing we had a few, right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker to this issue, please, if there is any. Yes, somebody over there queued up? Yes, sir.
Dr. Bruce Bryn, Sugar Mill Woods. I've heard you all confess that you're conservatives. I don't believe it at all. You're not looking at the background of these people. True or not true, it's written down, they have a background, and they are not conservatives. They are not even hardly Americans. But what I want to say is, not against their politics, but now that you're assuming the policy for this advisory board, and we didn't know what the policy was of the previous board, which they are on, no one has talked, I didn't hear any investigative information about who in the world put these displays up. Who was responsible for these? Was it Eric Head, the director of the library, and his staff? If it wasn't these people, and if it wasn't you who are now taking charge of the policy, who is going to have the policy now? When we have displays coming up in the next few months, who do we come to now? Do we come to you, the BOCC, or do we go to the advisory board? What do we do? That's my question. Where's the information? Who put it up? Was it at all the libraries or just one?
Good question. Hopefully we'll get it answered for you. Is there another speaker? Again, this is on the nomination, the slate of nominees. So, yes, ma'am.
My name is, could we set the clock? It's only for 1 minute.
Yeah, I know. Just here.
Thank you. I may not use 3 minutes because I
that's okay. We want to
wasn't
make sure
prepared to speak.
I tell you, a lot of people, I can hear it already. People are going to be screaming, what a bad meeting this is. I'll tell you right now, I don't want a single person leaving this meeting today that was told to shut up. Okay? I want a single person leaving here to say they didn't get to say their piece. I might not agree with it. I might not think it's right, but what I think is not the issue. So as long as we try to be as nice as possible, I don't want a single person leaving here and saying, I didn't get to say, you cut me off, you didn't let me say what was on my mind. I don't think anybody can leave here today saying that, okay? So, yes, sir. Thank you.
Margaret Perry, Crystal River. I do appreciate your comments and your comments. I don't appreciate the motion that was made, not at all. I feel like it's a stacked deck. I particularly don't like the fact that my representative from Crystal River even made the motion. I know you have the right to be there. You're part of this board, but I don't appreciate it, okay? I like the way you, Mr. Kitchen, took the time to rank your top 10. We didn't hear why, but you ranked them. Who else ranked them? We didn't hear anything about that. Okay, you ranked them, thank you.
I ranked them.
Okay. I find the whole process incredibly flawed. It's like we were bounced from here back to the Library Advisory Board. And we can't do anything. We can't do anything. You know, the whole thing, and even this nomination process, to me, there should have been names put out there so the public could at least see, who are you folks leaning towards? And give us an opportunity to study them and then come back and say, gee whiz, why is this person being nominated? Or that person being we didn't even have that. We come here today, people speak their piece, and now here's the names, here's the motion, boom, we're going to vote on it. I find it incredibly flawed. I find the fact that right now, we still don't know. I have an idea who did well, it didn't go 3 minutes.
I think that's your warning now. I think we're on.
Okay. Anyway, for us to be debating back and forth, well, just who made that decision? Who, and then who recalled the decision? That is stupid. It's just plain, it's like a game of smoke and mirrors, and I don't like it. And I don't think other people here like it either. And we will remember, trust us, we will remember how the votes went. Thank you for allowing us to come back again and talk about the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker on the motion?
My name is Ron Kostreben, Inverness here. And I feel the same as the last two callers. Nothing's changed. We still don't know. Had a key, stuck in there at midnight, stuck the display and left. We still don't know who did it, who's going to do the next one. How come? This is supposed to be the final thing. We still haven't lined up. Mr. Carnahan and Mr. Kitchen, the only one that make any sense here. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Wish my wife felt that way. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my reason for being here today is a little bit because I am running for the congressional seat in our district here. I'm trying to find out a little bit more about the county. But I served 37 years as a pastor, and part of the decision-making process in that was you really had to listen. The concern I had was with the gentleman that did come up and shared that an individual had been involved with BLM, had been involved with CARE. Would it not be wisdom to table that name until you can actually do the research on that? Because if that is true, I've dealt with 4 county school boards. You do have people that are being snuck into positions. I'm not saying that's what the case is, but I'm saying it would be worthy of tabling that one name until you could check in and be more certain on it. I don't feel for you. I feel for you guys in your position. As a pastor, I have to get faced with things like that. I don't think people here are against you. My second oldest is gay. I love that boy with all my heart. He's got my exact name. He's my junior. The one gentleman said nobody gets groomed. I had a 41-year-old scoutmaster groom me when I was an 11-year-old boy, so it does happen. It doesn't happen all the time, but we can't rule out that it does. I just want you to be real wise in your decision, and I do respect every one of you for what you're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the next speaker on this motion.
Kathy Bryn, Sugar Mill Woods, Homosassa. I just want to know if you commissioners have really done the research on the background of these people that have been on the board and that you are reappointing to the board, even the ones whose terms have ended. I don't know if you're familiar with the Citrus Crusader, but it's been publicized. I have a copy. I will actually put it in the record if you would like. But here's a bio of all 5 of these people, and it's very concerning. And it's all came because of public information that was out there. And I don't know if any of you have done the research. I don't know if any of you have really looked into the backgrounds. You know, we have the Sunshine Law. And in the Sunshine Law, you need to bring everything out in the open. And I would agree with the last speaker who just spoke and said, I think you need to research this a little bit more. I'm really concerned with the way this vote came down. Not one person, very well qualified, is being replaced with a new person. And I just think it's, I think you really need to think about it.
Is there another speaker on the motion?
Hi, April McLaughlin again. I like the motion that was made. I agree with it. I just want to clarify something. The names that were put out by Mr. Kitchen. I've been involved with the library for over 15 years, whether it's the Friends, the book sale, Library Advisory Board, literacy, reading to children, and I don't know any of those names. Maybe they're accomplished people. Maybe they have better college degrees than I do. But I don't think they've been to the fundraisers. They don't work at the book sale. They don't shelve the books. They don't do the volunteer work. So I think maybe something should be considered, that it should be the citizens of Citrus County that really have a passion for literacy. And also at our library advisory meetings, just to clear that up, we also took great pains to make sure that everybody could speak.
Just a clarification, you don't know Edith Ramblow?
I do know Edith.
Well, you just said, you don't know anybody on my list.
I'm sorry, I do know Edith
So-
Ramblow.
so
I'm
you-
sorry, I forgot she was on your list.
So that
Make
statement you wish to correct.
I wish to correct that,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
And Edith is on the motion.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker.
Deb Spence, Crystal River. I'd like to say that I agree with the board's decision to reappoint the 5 people. Again, they had nothing to do with this whole thing. The library display was before 5 of them were appointed. It has gone back and forth between this board and the Library Advisory Board as to who has responsibility. It has been decided that it is with this board, with the Board of County Commissioners. So people who say that it's still not clear, they're not hearing what's being said up here. That has already been resolved. It was resolved on January 4th when 3 of the 5 county commissioners voted to keep the displays as they are. That was not agreed to. If we put in new members at this point, then this is just going to carry on and carry on and carry on to the next meetings because we have new blood, new people to petition, to do something with. So I commend you for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, to the next speaker, please.
Are we having fun today?
Yes, sir.
Frank
You get paid big
Papson,
money for this.
Fernando. I've been listening very closely, and there's a few things that come to my mind. Number one, volunteers. As far as I know, and I've been around the country a little bit, activists are volunteers, you know, and there's activists for both sides, so I'm not saying either one. The majority of the people that came here today because they could get no satisfaction out of a display that they saw that they objected to. I've been hearing, it's not my fault, and then I just heard somebody said, well, 3 out of 5 people said, yes, you can leave the display up, even though the vast majority of people that opened their mouths and said anything said no. So it's kind of up in the air as to who you want to believe. I mean, people said we had nothing to do with it, and other people say, yeah, you did. Well, I didn't vote on it. Yes, you did. So, yeah, I mean, you have to decide who you're going to appoint for this position. And it's up in the air. I don't know. I don't know who is responsible, but neither of you people seem to know the same question. You know, I mean, if you don't know, how can you make any decisions about anything? Isn't that the first thing you need to do, is find out who's responsible before you decide to keep or let go anybody? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments on this motion?
My name is Mark Conley. I don't want to sound like a sore rejected applicant, but the fact of the matter is, and I appreciate that everybody on the board thanked all of the applicants for their interest in the position, but I also think that the process, based on what the members of the board said, was sorely flawed. Almost everybody who supported Councilman Brown's motion basically took the position that, these people were on the board before, and we're going to just put them back on the board. And even though we've been told that it's not a lifetime position to be on the board, when your term is up, you should be pretty much elected. But I also think that this process, where basically nobody other than the people who were already on the board was given due consideration, I think that is going to discourage future interest in the board, and that is not a good thing for the library. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we have the next speaker, please, if there is one? Yes.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Rohini De Silva. I'm also an attorney. I must be honest with you. I feel we have been cheated. If you had decided already that you want to re-elect the existing board because you have to be fair by them, then why did we go through the whole process of signing up and appointing ourselves and all the rest of it and giving you our resumes? Number two, you have said repeatedly that you want us to speak, but when we speak, you ignore us totally. Today we spoke. At the library board, we spoke. No discussion on a word that we said, except somebody insulted us profusely by likening us to Georgia's Governor Forbes. We are not racist. I would like an apology for that. Even with my brown skin, I'm insulted. We are expressing that we are very concerned about our children. And the discussion about our children has been smoothly shifted to the feelings of the people who are already on the board. That's not the issue. The issue is you are promoting transgenderism. Those children are going to be harmed. They're going to be given puberty blockers. They're going to have their breasts cut off. They're going to have a piece of their thigh cut off to make a penis. They are going to have their testes cut off. And you are sitting and discussing the feelings of some people. Really, this is about our kids. I really wish you would please table the motion, have a discussion if you want to have it in private, and think, is this what we want in Citrus County? Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, we can't have a discussion in private, so just so you know. Can we have, is there another speaker? Anyone else wish to speak? And just in case you're interested, after this, there is another segment of public input on the agenda, so if anybody's interested.
Yeah, good afternoon, Pat
it's right
Abate.
there. Yes.
Just want to thank you all for your
Yes.
service. I want to sat and listened through your whole spiel today, and I just want to say I definitely disapprove with your decision. I think you hoodwinked your constituents. As far as Commissioner Brown saying that these are just volunteers that make decisions for our children every day and for the young people in our communities, you need to do your due diligence. I think there's two out of all of you up there that might have done your due diligence. I've been dealing with people who do due diligence all my life. I feel you hoodwink the people. When you go looking for votes, I think you're going to pay a price. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please, 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 okay? Okay, is there any other public input on this motion? Okay, so now we give the board one more go-around to respond to public input, and then we'll have a vote. Commissioner Carnahan.
Yeah, and I did want to say, I did go through and look at all 43 applicants, and I wrote down and I ranked them. And Commissioner Kitchen, one thing I could say is I had a lot of the names that you had, and we definitely would have changed the board. And I do feel that these 43 applicants took their time to fill out not only the application, but they give us their background and their resume. And I do feel that we should have done a better job of airing that out today, because just because some on the library board doesn't know those members that you, the names that you spoke, doesn't mean they wouldn't have done a hell of a job on this board. So with that, again, I will be voting no on the motion.
Okay. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Slaybach, any final comments?
No.
Commissioner Brown, anything?
Only to say that I too went through 39 applicants, and I actually have them numbered, just in case it didn't go my way on the motion. So I did take the time, and I want to thank everyone who's done it. I mean, they're 2-year terms, correct?
Yes.
So there'll be opportunities to join this board down the road. So this doesn't close the gate. So any of you all that filled out an application that wants to be part of the Library Advisory Board, stay tuned and keep your application on file, and there'll be other opportunities.
Commissioner Davis, anything else?
I ditto what Councilman Brown said.
Okay. Commissioner Eppner, nothing?
No, I'm good, thank you.
The two wise members down there on the end.
Said enough.
Said what you had to say. Okay, so we have a motion to reinstate the 5 people who's have applied for reappointment, and that was made by Councilmember Brown and second by Commissioner Davis. So on that, I don't think everybody's kind of spoken. I don't think we need to do a roll call. Let me know if you have any issues with that. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
Nay.
Do you have that recorded correctly?
You and Carnahan.
Thank you very much. Okay, in that case, the motion passes 5-2. Thank you very much. Here's what we're going to do. Oh, wait a minute.
No, I have something I need to say.
No, wait a minute.
Before you dismiss us.
Well, you're not dismissed, but we're not done with the meeting. Now, if you're following the agenda, we go to public input. So this is for the library board. We haven't even gotten back yet to the county commission meeting. So if you have a problem with that, you should read the agenda so you know what's coming up. So now, is there any additional public input about anything that we haven't talked about library-wise that you think we should? Okay? And please, I'll give everybody the time they need to talk. Let's just not rehash what we've already talked about. If you have something new to add, this will be the time to do it. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, if you're leaving, please do it quietly, okay? Please do it quietly. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to address one thing I didn't have a chance to address previously in my remarks. And I believe what happened here is an act of really rank discrimination, because we know that in the past, the people that have appointed all library advisory board members in the past have just been the 5 commissioners. And, I'm not blaming any particular person up there for this process changing, but I believe that the motivation was to keep the library advisory board the same if it was an administrative, thing or whatever. But the whole process seemed to change the moment people started complaining. And I think the county is really opening itself up, unfortunately, to a discrimination lawsuit because of the fact that, there's been one process that's been followed for years and years and years in terms of how library advisory board members have been appointed, always been the 5 commissioners. And then all of a sudden we say, oh no, for this particular one, now that people are actually interested and there's more than one person applying for one position or more than 4 people applying for 4 positions, now we got to bring in the other 2 council members and make sure that we stack the deck in the favor of keeping the people that are there. So I'm just telling you that I believe that this is that the county is opening itself up to a discrimination charge. And in terms of violating the law, the governor has made a law statewide saying that these kind of grooming displays are illegal now in the schools, and it mentions third parties. So again, the attorney can have quite a challenge on her hand in terms of if these displays come up again. And it was also mentioned that putting it in an adult section, the libraries don't have an adults-only section. The entire library, and I've said this before, is supposed to be a family-friendly space. Okay, if you're a middle schooler and you're doing a research paper or book report, you use that entire library. You don't just go to the Dr. Seuss section. So there's no little, shouldn't be any little peep, corner, in the back, like for a little peep show for somebody that wants to see these displays. I think that in some sense that would be even worse than having it in the front, because then you have a little peep, show in the back, where all kinds of things could happen. So these displays need to stay out of the libraries, and since you reappointed the same people to the Library Advisory Board, I would just say it's back, before the county commission, which is where it should have been handled in the first place. And these 1,200 people, are not going away, and we know where to, these people are going to be back, and they're going to be back when it comes time to voting, because we're awake now, we're alert, and for some of these council members, those elections are decided by far less than 1,000 people.
Your time's expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else to speak? Open to the public, anything other than what we've already talked about?
Hi,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
Gil Phelan, agitator from Lecanto. You gotta laugh, right? You gotta laugh sometimes. I'm just curious, to me, there's two subjects here, and they're completely different. We're all here worried about the displays that we think should be disappeared. Meanwhile, we're talking about a board that says they have no say in those displays. That's two different subjects. So I'm perfectly willing to let the board go, because if they're not making the decision about that, what difference does it make, right? You guys are making the decision. My question as a citizen, because we sit here, we pour out our hearts. Trust me, I don't want to be here, even though it looks like I'm having fun. I don't want to be here, but I would really like to know the answer to the question. Because we talk and talk and talk, and people ignore you, they write notes, they're scribbling, they don't pay attention to what you're saying, right? I would like an answer. If the law says third parties can't do this sort of stuff, has anybody here been paying attention to that? What's the answer to that question? Can I get one today? Can I have the esteemed lawyers chime in? So leave the board alone. What about the displays? Why should we have to come back again? I'm willing today, can't you vote on it? So you know what? The law speaks very loudly now. Despite the fact that everybody here is speaking loudly, and you have an overwhelming majority despite what other people say, can't we get an answer today? The law's the law. How long do we have to wait? How many meetings do we have to come to? Thank you.
Thank you. Is that, shh, please. Any other comments? Yes.
Deb Spence, Citrus, Crystal River, I don't even remember where I am anymore. It's gone back and forth. On January 4th, the 5-member board voted. So as one speaker right before me said, it needs to go to the board. That board voted. Then it said it needs to come to the library board. The library resource board has voted. It has been democratic. You have listened to both sides of it. And they don't like what the results were. And it's going to continue and continue and continue until this board decides that public comment on the library is no longer appropriate or necessary. And I don't know how that's going to happen, but that's going to be the end result of this. I hear that there's legal action that might be tried. This has nothing to do with library displays. You know, we don't have a library display there now. Eric Head has said that there probably will not be a library display in June. So what is it we're arguing about anymore? It makes no sense. But yet we hear this argument constantly. This is the final vote. This is the final part of this. There should be no more discussion on library displays or library advisory board or anything else to come before the BOCC before next election. Election comes up in the end of the year. We get to vote new county commissioners in. That's where the vote has to take place. But it should not be discussed here any longer. You guys have voted. You have voted well. You have voted conscientiously multiple times. The Library Advisory Board voted. There's no other outlet for this. So to think that this is going to continue, what I would ask for the Board of County Commissioners to look at is how do we move forward from this? How do we come to a reckoning of people who are so diabolically opposed and who verbally attack and accost each other over these views? It's starting to ruin, it's coming out into the neighborhoods. It's no longer about library displays. It's all about homophobia. And this Board of County Commissioners has started this, and they need to end it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Lori Pettingill from Homosassa. I'm very happy that Scott Carnahan made the comment he made. I thank you, Ron Kitchen, and I thank you also for making comments. At the library board meeting, when there were a lot of people that came and spoke, they asked for a vote at the end, and everybody in that vote said no comment, no comment, no comment, no comment, no comment. When there's no comments, no response from a board, then the board becomes invalid. And I'm sorry, but I thought that we needed to get people on that board that made comments, that responded to the public. Whether the public liked it or not, they responded. And that's all I have to say. One other thing, I thought it was awful that a businessman in our community would come up and say that he was going to give you envelopes of instigators of trouble. And that should never have been said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak at this time?
Good afternoon, Kevin Ballard from here in Inverness, Florida. I just thank you for your service, and I ask now that you have continued the Library Advisory Board that they would look for a way to limit accessibility to all types of material that deals with human sexuality. Not just heterosexual or homosexual, but these are minors, and I think that we have a responsibility to limit that. When it includes gender identity, it includes sexual attraction, it includes definition of marriage, definition of what marriage is and what a family looks like. I think we do our county a service if they would advise you on how we can partner together to allow these decisions to be made by men and women, not boys and girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments? Yes, ma'am.
If I think, pick me up. My name is Lala Sanders from Inverness, Florida. I got out of my house to come here. I got out of my chair to come here. And today's word is influential. Did the display, did anybody influence the people to do the display? I'm just wondering. My mom was a young widow. She raised 8 children. She displayed respect, independence, and a right to choose. I wrote all these notes while I was sitting back there. I learned how to change oil in a car because those that influenced me, because those people I hung around with. I learned how to clean fish so that I could eat them. Displayed like how to be a mechanic, plumbers, electricians, bakers, etc. should be what should be in our libraries. Things that we need to move forward with. I mean, it's very, very important that those things are displayed. These are learned by influence that you see and whom you are around. Who we are around influence us. What we see influence us. God did not compromise by pleasing sin, and neither should you. Your decisions affect your next term. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're glad you got out of your house and out of your chair to come and spend time with us today. So thank you, absolutely. That's why we take the time to listen to you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the library board at this time? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment and once again give the commissioners one final go-around to respond to any public comment they heard. If they wish, I'll start on this end first. Any further?
Well, give props to Mr. Gill, the, what did you say, the agitator from Lecanto. He was right. We're talking about 2 different issues here, and I completely understand the frustration. What we heard a lot of today was library displays, when what we were doing today was nominating folks to the Library Advisory Board. Now, the other issue is displays in the library. I said earlier that Mr. Conley brought up he made the comment that we have no coherent policy on displays. He's right. There needs to be one. Now, does that come out of staff? Does that come out of, open discussion on the board? Where does that need to come from? But there needs to be a policy, whatever the policy is. Some are going to like it, some are going to hate it, but there needs to be a coherent policy. So I understand the frustration. The 5 seats that were expired, we've addressed that. There are 4 more seats, I believe, in January that expire, and we've got a list of resumes. I would assume that they want to be in consideration for those seats at that time. But we do need to figure out what that policy is going to be and have discussion and vote on putting that policy in place. We've had to address a number of library policies. But anyway, that's all I've got to say about it.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Hefner, anything else?
He makes sense.
He does. He does. And today's not the first time that he's made sense. He makes sense a lot of the time. So. Commissioner Davis, any final comments?
We do, absolutely. we do need to, I think you made several good points today, Commissioner Kennard, and I think you said that Mr. Labriola brought up a weakness in our system that we needed to fix, and you're right. And my understanding is library staff will be addressing a policy display, but that's why there's a cooling off period. So it would certainly, I'm sure, come before us for a vote at some point, but let them do their job.
Okay, Councilmember Brown.
Yes, thank you. Exactly what Commissioner Kennard said. We were here really to discuss and one thing, which was to appoint or reappoint the library board. But we heard a lot of different views, and I agree with Chairman Kitchen, is that that's what we're here for. You know, we may agree with what you have to say, and sometimes we may disagree what you have to say, but we can agree to disagree. And I'm big on the mutual respect, and I want to apologize to the gentleman in the blue there if you felt I didn't catch your name, sir, but you said I was making a face when you were talking, and if I was, I apologize. But understand, you all make faces out there too that we see. So, you know, it was a long process, and I know every member of this governing board did spend time going over these applications, and there were some fantastic applicants. And I wish we could increase the board by 10. Everybody's talking about, we want diversity on the board, we want diversity on the board, but I'll be honest with you folks, all I heard about diversity was right, conservative, religious, and that's not diversity. I mean, diversity is having a bunch of everyone, but that being said, to one of the current library board members, that plays no role on who becomes a member of the library advisory board. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, it doesn't matter if you're Republican, it doesn't matter if you're independent, or like myself, I'm a non-party affiliate. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're Jewish, it doesn't matter if you're Christian, it doesn't matter if you're Muslim. Their sole purpose is for the betterment of our library system and to advise. Again, we keep on forgetting, this is an advisory board. This board makes zero policy. All they do is advise to the director, who happens to be Eric Head, and I think Eric Head then now advises this board. And that's how the system works. And you know what? You guys are citizens. You can go to the library advisory board and advise to them. So it all works. And I just want to say that this was quite an experience, so thank you. And I'm going to pass it on to the commissioner to my right.
Commissioner Slabar, do you have any comments?
Yes. I'm not going to, say that what Commissioner Kennard suggested was a good idea, but it was a good idea, and that's one thing that I wanted to be here for, to talk about after the nomination and appointment was done. We've spent 3 hours going over who is going to be sitting on this lab board, and then I think the next step is, what is the policy for displays? And again, my personal beliefs on what I would like to see and not see on displays as a parent, as a commissioner, as a person, that is going to be what comes before us to vote on, and we need to figure out, okay, what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. And there's a lot of things that I think aren't acceptable. And sitting up here, it's very, it's a difficult position to separate yourself, your personal and your commission, and like different hats you're wearing. But I think that we do need I think it needs to come before this board of what we want for displays. And I encourage that. And I did rank. I spent 2 weeks on these, investigating people, looking at different things. I was not about to tell you who my 45th and 44th person was. I don't think that if they took the time to apply, that they needed to be, I picked you 45th because, you're just not, you're not worthy. So I wasn't about to do that. So I'm glad we didn't have to.
Mr. Chair, can I make one quick comment?
Let me,
Okay.
let me let Commissioner Carnahan go, and then if you
Well,
want to
I
wrap
keep
up.
hearing about policy, but this board, the BOCC took a vote, and it was a 3-2 vote on to let the display stand. So they took a policy stance, okay? Now, do we have something in stone? No, we don't. But the board voted 3-2 to keep the displays up, so they took a policy stance. So, we could talk about policy all day long, but we did take a vote on policy, and the policy was to leave the displays up in the library.
I'd like to say something.
Just a second. Are you finished, Commissioner Carnahan?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard.
Item E9 on today's agenda. If you don't mind me reading this. This is for everybody. Listen up. The Library Services Division is currently reviewing and updating all library policies. Staff will complete this process by May 31st of '22. The county attorney will review all policies and recommendations in time for the Library Advisory Board to review at their June 28th, '22 meeting. All policies will come back before the Board of County Commissioners for consideration and endorsement at the July 26th, '22 regular meeting. So that's how it's going to work as far as addressing the meetings. I assume you're waiting for me to mention that.
Okay.
I was hoping someone would.
So we've already announced when the next meeting of this board will be, so we've done that, Madam Clerk, right? So we got that. Now, you had some other point. Yes, Commissioner Slade.
You're absolutely right. It was a 3-2 vote, and the reason is because there were some flaws pointed out, and I couldn't get a definite answer. So now that happened, so let's correct now that we know. Just because that passed then doesn't mean we have to live by that rule. We can correct it and move forward. And I think all of us are on the same page. Let's go and correct the issues that need to be corrected. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll just wrap it up by saying this. To me, the argument wasn't about good, bad, indifferent, or whatever. As far as I'm concerned, when the Library Advisory Board had a room full of people in there, citizens of Citrus County in front of them saying you have a problem that we want to address, and that wasn't brought to our attention, that was the breakdown. Okay? So that's my concern. Whether that went to there's nothing worse than setting up here and having the room full of citizens come to you and say, we went to your advisory board, but they refused to advise you. So that's why we're here. And then we send them back. Well, we don't make the policy, go back to the advisory board. So if we go back and play back the previous meetings, it's real easy to see why people got infuriated with the system. So hopefully we've corrected that. Commissioner Carnahan is correct. I mean, we made the motion to fix this, and it died. So somebody earlier asked, what do we do to bring it back? Well, the people on the losing side can't bring it back, so that's done. But somebody also said, don't let people talk about it. That's scary talk, okay? As far as I'm the chairman, people can get up here as long as they're nice and talk about anything. They can get up here and read the Declaration of Independence for their 3 minutes if they want. That's their right, okay? And I'm not going to say, you can't talk about this. I see you, Mr. Oliver. I'll be right there. And you can't talk about this because we don't want to hear about it anymore. It's our job to listen. And if you don't think we heard you, as long as you want to come back, you can do that. I'll tell you one little quick story. When I was in Crystal River, there was a gentleman that came before the city council for 10 years, and all he did is he got up every meeting very nicely and said, when am I getting my sidewalk? And he'd sit down. And next meeting, when am I getting my sidewalk? For 10 years. And when he died, the sidewalk we put in, we named after him. So just to let you know that sometimes things don't happen overnight, but it comes down to be nice, be courteous, everybody talks together, things eventually will get done. Mr. Oliver.
Yes, I just want to point out Commissioner Kennard read it correctly. I just want to make sure everybody understands it. Understands that all policies will come back before the Board of County Commissioners for consideration and endorsement at the July 26, 2022 regular meeting.
Okay, so now, just so we don't get more confusion, is that the final word, or will that decision have to come back before this board?
The final decision rests with the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay,
As
so everybody's
Mr.
clear on that?
Labriola keeps saying, I said previously, I'm saying the same thing again.
Okay, so we had this discussion to set what we're going to do, and then the final policy will be made by the BOCC.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. When will this board meet again? This 7-member board, does anybody know?
Probably
Budget time.
budget time,
Okay,
and then
there you go.
if,
Yep, just want you guys to know.
if there's an appointment that needs to be made to the Library Advisory Board due to resignation, death, whatever reason.
Okay, so we've talked this to death. Let me give you a quick update, real quick. We're going to be here for a long time, so if you want to talk, you can hang around for a bit.
Well, I
Wait,
have something concerning the library board, though.
But I just went down the list and asked everybody if they had any final
Well,
comments.
You asked anybody comments about what you were discussing?
No, well, let me get to this, then we'll talk. We're at a 2:15 time certain at 4:24, okay, ladies and gentlemen? So this board will continue all night if we have to get through the rest of this agenda, okay? So if you're here for the 2:15 time certain or the 4 o'clock, we're going to take those in order, then we're going to go back to the regular agenda, picking up with item E, which is bids. So just want to let everybody know, and also, when this board adjourns, I'm going to take a 10-minute recess so everybody can get up and stretch their legs before we go into Marathon 2. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. And we talked a lot about policy, and this is one policy that really we
You wanna
need.
talk in the
Yeah, I'm
microphone?
sorry, yeah. This is one policy we should probably discuss before the budget, and this has no reflection on our current chair, because I think you run a hell of a good meeting.
I love it, with all due respect.
But, the way it's set up right now is that the chairman of the BOCC automatically becomes the chairman of the library governing board. But there's 2 city representatives here. So I guess my question to our attorney, or to possibly to our county administrator, is that written in the bylaws where it's only county folks that could ever chair this meeting? Or is there a possibility down the road when Chairman Kitchen's term expires that the city folks are also eligible to become chair? And I don't know if we need an answer this very second, but it's something that needs to be discussed prior to next year, when Chairman Kitchen's
See,
term.
and the reason she's waiting is she's waiting for it to be recognized. Madam Attorney, can you answer that question?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This board has no bylaws, so there is no procedure, there's no process. So if this board wants to create a set of bylaws, we can do that for the board. But currently, there is nothing in writing, and it's part of the what Mr. Oliver and I uncovered about this board since becoming employees here, is that this board really didn't get the much attention, and through Mr. Labriola bringing the issues to the forefront and what the process we've gone through, we've realized that this board needs some attention. And if y'all want some bylaws, we can have bylaws, and that'll set who the chairman is and so forth.
And the reason I didn't bring that up is because I had that information, because when we do budgets in the past, the question was raised at that time, do we need to elect a chairman? And the answer was no, there's no bylaws, we keep the same group, and we keep the same chairman, and we move through. So if you want to change the bylaws, that's this board's prerogative to do that. I know in the past it had been done with the Port Authority. I know they changed who the chairman was during the Port Authority discussion after the election or whatever. So there you go. Anything else? Anything else from any of the board members? Okay, it is now 4:27, so I'm going to say at 4:40, which will give us 13 minutes, we're going to reconvene the regular BOCC meeting, and this meeting is adjourned.
Bless your hearts for sitting through this again.
This is what we got left to do.
I know.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you.
bed, sound asleep by the time I got here. Do you remember, did we conclude open to the public, or did I stop it? Okay, okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have to pick up.
No, you didn't get through that.
Okay. I went and got two more.
I didn't think to get them, shoot.
Yeah, well, we'll start with this. We'll see. If you see me up there going,
Yeah, but we accomplished a lot. And now I feel better when I'm moving forward.
Well, we could have got 5. I could have got 5 with you.
did you look at my list?
No, I just heard you read it out.
Yeah. Do you know who Jill Waggy is?
Who?
Jill Waggy? That was Norm Waggy's daughter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
She had a.
Well, she lived here forever and moved up to New York, and then when she retired, she came
okay,
back
okay.
up.
She had a hell of a background now.
Yeah.
She's on my list.
See, now that it's over with, what I envision is we would compare lists. And if all of us or most of us had 2 or 3 people, then we do that.
As an advisory board, they're supposed to be saying, okay, we believe this policy is right, and bring it to us. And not to sit there and say, oh, we're not touching that.
At the TDC,
That's
we
what you
say,
That's
we
right.
want to do this, take it to the BOCC and see
And
what
we
they
say,
do.
yeah, you're right.
Exactly, exactly.
That's why I said if you're not doing your job, this is all. That was my thing. You know, whether you like the topic or not, you got to make a decision, or you got to make a recommendation on what the advisors are.
I have 2 minutes to go. Is that what you have? All right.
I'm ready.
I'm not sitting down until I have to.
Oh, I did this wrong. Shoot. Doug? I signed on the date. Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
You're a sapling, and I'm not, I mean, no disrespect, but I wouldn't put an application back there.
4:40. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 4:40. We're going to reconvene the Board of County Commissioners meeting. I ask everyone to please take their seats, cease the conversations. We will try to move through our agenda efficiently and as quickly as possible. The next item that we're moving to is item H1, which was a 2:15 PM public hearing on an ordinance pertaining to towing. Mr. Oliver or Ms. Lynn, who's going to talk about this?
Yes, I don't know whether the ordinance needs to be read. I will leave it up to Ms. Lynn, but essentially what this does is make our towing rates consistent with those of the Florida Highway Patrol. So if they increase their rates, our rates will increase automatically. We think that's a fair way to do it, and the state has their process for setting the rates.
Great. Madam Attorney, do we need to read it?
Yes, sir.
Please do.
At the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, amending Section 98-2, Article 2, Chapter 98, titled Maximum Fees for Towing, etc., providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. We're going to open the public hearing. I'll start with if there's anyone here opposed to this ordinance. Is there anyone here in opposition? No one is opposition. Again, I'll ask anyone to speak against this ordinance. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this ordinance? Okay, yes, if you're here to speak in favor of it, please come forward. Although, keep in mind, nobody spoke in opposition to it, so you might want to consider that. So. Yes, sir, if you could tell us your name, please, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Scally. I'm born in Citrus County. I've been in business 34 years. This thing that came up as far as towing, our insurance has increased over 90% in the last 3 years. And I don't have to tell you about fuel, workman's comp, stuff like that. It's getting to where we're actually losing money. And people are, when cars don't bring a lot of scrap, people dump them, and guess who gets them? The county. The county calls us, we remove them, RVs, stuff like that. The demanding cost of everything, just like getting CDs, which is Salinas Construction, is increased. The county gets that money. We go to the tag office. We ask for either a title or a CD. And it's $125 per title the county gets, and then $35 for the CD. But the paperwork you got to go through, you got to put ads in the paper, liens, notices. I mean, you're talking just in registered letters, $15. Then I got 2 people, 40 hours a week, doing paperwork so we can get rid of these cars that we're getting. And then, like I said, you get an out-of-state car, it takes 4 or 5 months, and they get $25, $30 more just to do their paperwork, and then we got to do that, you know. So the business is changing, and due to the ordinance that we have in the state of Florida, it's just that we really need a substantial amount of increase. And I'm not just saying, it's just, you know, because I want to wave at everybody when I go down the road, but you know how somebody gets in an accident or they get a DUI, they're unhappy, and, you know, they're mad at the tow companies because the sheriff's offices we're all in cahoots and stuff like that. But it's just that we're being regulated and nobody really knows what our expenses are. Tow trucks have gone to $130,000 now, you know, and we're going to have new interstates coming through our county. We're going to have to upgrade our equipment. You know, it's just, I got over $1.5 million in equipment, you know, and like I said, it's just, we need an increase. And you go to the state and they kind of shake their head. Well, everybody blames everybody else. Yeah. So now we're at the county commissioners and y'all can change it. And I surely hope y'all will, because it really needs to be done. And if you need any more information on it, I'll be more than happy to lay the paperwork out, show you where in the last 5 years when my business has doubled, my expenses have doubled 90%. And we're still being regulated by 8-year rates. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is anyone here else to speak in favor of the ordinance? Anyone else? Okay, third and final time. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Make
Commissioner
a motion that we approve or make an amendment to section 98-2, Article 2, Chapter 98, title Maximum Fees for Towing.
I second that.
And does that include item B, authorize the chairman to execute?
Item B, too.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, A and B.
Second.
Each one, A and 2, second by, say, Commissioner Carnahan makes a motion, second by Commissioner Slaybach. Any other board discussion? Okay, we've already had public input. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. See how persuasive you were, sir? Okay, we're going to go to H2, which is the capital improvement presentation. Might as well do it. Well, we're sitting here, so I don't see anything else. The rest of this can be moved around. We might as well do it. And plus, the presentation's so good. If everybody's read it, I don't see why it's going to take a long time, so. So we're going to leave it up to you presenters to determine how much detail you want to go in. Or I can say, do you just want to entertain questions on it, or take direction? What would you like to do? I don't want to cut you off because this was a beautiful piece of work, so I would like to.
You know, it's your pleasure. We'll be glad to go through it if you like. If you don't think that's necessary, I'm fine with that.
Can you give us the quick tour? Because you don't really need to read to us what we already have read, but the citizens, this is the first time they're going to see it, so it might be good for them to have the information, so. First slide I have is the capital improvement program. That one.
Okay, this is a capital improvement program. Anything over $50,000 and has a useful life of 10 years or more, it's considered capital. Next slide. This identifies the capital needs of the county. It's over a 5-year interval. Ideally, it would be good. I mean, we have a list that goes longer than this, but ideally, it would be good to have a little bit longer capital plan so you've got, you know what it is. Next slide. Let me pull that up.
I mean, each slide's pretty self-explanatory, so that's why I'm,
It is. Okay. Okay. Let's see what I got. Capital improvement plan is time for the board to review and adjust the 5-year plan. Staff is requesting the board review and make recommendations for the projects. Project cost estimated or total project costs, including funding from the various sources. I would note that construction prices right now are nuts.
Yeah.
So consequently, I mean, for example, asphalt a year ago was about $100 a ton. It's roughly $200 a ton today. So these are our best guesses on prices, and as you get out, the numbers get less certain. Okay, hopefully, once construction ebbs a little bit, that the prices will go back down, because I know our utility prices as well as our road prices are coming in high right now, and we've done some redoing it. From the general fund, we are proposing the following projects in FY23, and we've listed it there. One of them is to replace the generator in this particular building. Power reliability downtown sometimes is an issue, particularly during storms. If you go to the next page, then we have.
Yes, hold on just a second, please.
No, go ahead. Go to the question I got on this page real quick, Randy, is this one with the upper kennels?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Why would we spend money on the upper kennels when we're looking at building a new animal shelter? I'm just throwing those things, just silly things out like that. I mean, it's self-explanatory.
Well, I think what we're trying to do is, even if you start the design now, you're probably 2.5, 3 years out. So we want to just maintain it.
Okay.
So that it stays, but we'll
Understand.
minimize the cost and do the minimum that we need to do.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, public buildings. You're on the debt slide? Okay, this is the debt that we have. We'll be doing a schedule on debt, but it shows here the maturities. The Citrus County Resource Center, the debt drops off November of 24.
That's good.
The EOC, the debt drops off October of 29. Metacrest, it drops off of 10 of 34. And the Nature Coast drops off of 10 of 30. So the total debt service is about $2.7 million. Next slide. Aviation, we're looking at.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I
Yes,
have a question.
yes.
On the public buildings, It's just an easy question. Packet page 1588, the Nature Coast EMS building. The county plans to use gas tax revenue for debt service payments, and I just wanted you to explain, people go on that the gas tax is just for roads, and, you wouldn't use it unless you legally could, so.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
No, that's just regular taxes for Nature Coast.
Well, the county plans to use gas tax revenues for the debt service payments.
That's for like 491, the both phases, and 486. You can't use gas tax for anything other than transportation-related expenses.
It's 1588. Okay, this is page 36 of the CIP? Yes. And she's pointing at the top of the page where it says Nature Coast EMS and Detention Facility Bonds. And it does say, if you see it, gas tax. Is that a typo, or is that a?
That is incorrect. Can't use it for that.
I didn't see that on the big screen on the big breakdown, but.
Good catch.
I just thought you were going to explain something deep to me.
No.
I didn't.
I told her, good catch, we're gonna give her a brownie bite today.
Typo.
Okay, at the airport, we have the Inverness construct T hangars and corporate hangars, Inverness Airport Industrial Park, Crystal River Environmental Assessment. I think since they've dealt with the redistricting at the state level, I would expect the legislature to send the budget through to the governor. Then he has 30 days to approve it, and that includes the runway. We haven't budgeted yet because we don't have the money. Once the governor approves the budget, we will do a budget amendment to include the items that are in there, which will include the Crystal River Airport. We've got the Inverness airspace obstruction clearing and the Crystal River wetland removal.
Randy, real quick, I just want to, a few years back, we cleared the land at the end of the runway. And we've not kept up with that, and it's growing, but, I did mention it to Public Works at one time that we needed to stay on top of that, because I don't know why we'd go in there and clear it. Now we're gonna have to go in there with the machine and spend a bunch more money to get it back to where it was versus keeping up on it. So I think it'd be wise to look at it now versus letting it, I mean, it's getting grown up pretty bad.
Okay.
So, right now, you could probably go in there and spray it, and you'd be way ahead of the game versus letting it get higher
Chair, may I
and mulching it out.
Are you referring to the east end of
It'd be the
927?
south end.
South end, okay.
Yeah, south end down there where the pasture is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, down there, we cleared that land, and now it's getting right back to where it was, and,
Yeah.
yeah. I think it'd be worthwhile to do it now.
We can look at it. I would note that we're looking at moving certain things up at the Crystal River Airport, particularly the fuel farm replacement. The state's agreed to move that up to July 1st of this year for the design, and then July 1st of next year. They've said it's going to take them several months to reprogram the funds, but they verbally concurred to do that. Okay, next slide. Parks and Recs, Barge Canal boat ramp, court resurface and play structure replacement, Bluebird Springs play structure, fire station play structure, and Hernando Beach boat ramp. I would note that I sent out a thing today. I think it's May the 9th. I think we're looking at doing the ribbon cutting for the new sidewalks and the mat at Fort Allen Beach. Okay, this just gives you an overview of the Barge Canal boat ramp. The design is done.
Thanks, the next,
Yeah, the design is done.
Randy, have we heard any word on that?
What's that?
Have we heard any word on from the Gulf Coast?
I don't know if we've gotten final approval. We were close, but I don't know if we got final approval yet. Have we gotten final approval to issue it?
I mean,
Well, I know the estimate's higher than anticipated, but did we get approval to bid it yet?
We haven't got approval from council yet? Okay, all right, I'll make a phone call to Valerie tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean,
that's-
that whole process has been slow.
Well, it's ridiculous slow that we need to get on top of that. 'Cause that's been in for how long now?
We've been working on that for
Wow.
2
okay.
years or
Yeah,
so.
yeah, that's too slow.
It took us less time to get it designed than it did to get it approved.
I know, yeah, the feds are quicker than them.
Yeah. If we go to the next slide, the one for projects and parks, we're looking to change out our lighting to LED because that'll save us a fair amount of money. Fort Island Beach trailer parking, bicentennial play structure replacement, also floral play structure replacement. And then we programmed the artificial reef in there. We're also trying to partner with, who's that group we're trying to partner with, Commissioner Bernard?
Coastal Conservation.
Yeah, Coastal Conservation's indicated they may be able to help us secure some money.
Yeah.
So we're trying to work that through the process too. Stormwater, we've got various projects that were on here that we're trying to reprogram that. We took what was left over in stormwater and are using it for, to start addressing some of these issues that we have. I mean, it's going to be a long-term goal to be able to do that, but that's about $2.5 million. Then we have some more stormwater projects in the next one. Transportation fund, we've got the road resurfacing in there. We've got the various maintenance things, and then the various SCOP projects that are coming to the top of the list, as well as the Fort Island Trail, Dixie Shores guard replacement. Commissioner Kennard's going to work on getting those people to not run into the guardrail, right? About every couple of weeks, they run into the guardrail.
It is ridiculous.
Put a bunch of barrels out there.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
On the transportation funds, 2015 transportation bonds, I'm not going to assume, but I'm assuming that this is the 10 million, .580 in debt. October 2015 is from the 491 from 44 to, I don't know that
That'd be
road.
right.
Okay, I
That's
just didn't
correct.
want to assume, I
That
just
is
want to.
correct.
Okay.
Right.
There's not much description
We
on here
did,
for us.
we did some refunding, that wasn't one of them though, but we did some refunding in all this to get our interest rates down.
Okay.
There's still some debt out there that I wish I could refund, but it's got a make whole provision, which isn't allowed in consumer lending anymore, which is kind of ironic, but it's got an interest rate in the 5% area, which we could have drastically reduced that, but a make whole provision says you have to pay the principal and interest if you pay it off early. And so
okay.
it doesn't make any sense. Okay. Then we have Dunklin Field resurfacing, which I know that's been one we've gotten a lot of questions on. For 24, it's in the work plan for that. We'd like to do it a little bit earlier. West Mustang Drive 25, North Deltona Boulevard 25, East Turner Camp 25, County Road 491 at Hampshire Boulevard turn lanes, and then Apopka resurfacing in 26, and County Road 470 resurfacing, and that's SCOP.
Yes, ma'am.
So the project duration on 1653 packet page, on May 11th, 2020, the county issued 26.6 in debt. That's for the new section of 491?
That was in what year?
2020, May 11th, 2020, the previous board.
Yeah, I'll get your breakdown of that.
And part of that breakdown is how much did you get from the state?
That's the part we're doing
We,
now.
we got 13.3 million for the new section, phase 2, 491.
That's what we're doing now.
Okay, so then this is phase 3?
No, I'll get you a breakdown. That was new money and refunding,
Okay.
but I'll get you the breakdown.
It's just that I don't, I mean, most of y'all know it by the back of your hand, but I don't, the description, I could just use a little bit more information.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got the Floral City Public Library debt service is 63,000. That was internally funded. And then these are the projects for library CIP, renovation of Lakes Regional Library in 24, renovation of Coastal Regional Library 25, and Lakes Region roof replacement 24. Please remember that the millage on the library is capped at .3333, so you cannot go above that, even though by parameters you may be able to, but it's capped by that voter referendum. Okay, the next we talk about solid waste. We got a workshop coming up on solid waste. We're going to lay out some alternatives for you, and we're going to need some direction on how you go. We're also going to talk about, during that workshop, taking one area that we currently lease from the state and taking the municipal solid waste that's in there out, lining it and putting it back, because we could get more additional space out of that. So we will do that at that time. Utilities is a biggie. Okay, we're obviously spending a lot of money in utilities, and this is what we have for utilities at this point in time. Utilities is also an area that we have a significant amount of debt and also grants out for that.
Randy, real quick, what the money that we got for, what is it?
ARPA?
No, the money that Commissioner Slayball got. How much is that job going to increase?
We think we're still within the limits right now.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
Obviously, we'll not know until it's bid.
Okay.
This was the $1 billion project, right, that we're biting off a little at a time, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I think it was $500 million.
Yeah. Oh, I kept thinking it was like a nice round billion.
It may be $1 billion now. If you had to go back and do it all today.
Right.
Okay, and then we go into utilities on packet page 1735, and then more utilities. We've got to do some upgrades to our plants to meet the new BMAP standards. I don't know that I get this term right. We've got to go from 10 nanograms or something of nitrogen to 3, and that's going to be required of everybody in the BMAP, so it's going to impact Rolling Oaks at some point.
Is there any grants or is there any help from DEP or Swift Mud on those?
We're working on it.
Okay. So now we just awarded some stuff.
In my opinion, and it'll be up to see what Swift Mud does, but Senator Simpson was very instrumental in helping us work with Swift Mud as it relates to those types of grants.
Yeah.
I don't know what their temperature will be for those grants in the future, but
Well, that's why I asked that question. I know we just approved some. I know we got some here, didn't we? We got a couple here, and
we do.
But it's going to be interesting to see after.
And they're combination grants.
Yeah.
Part of it comes from FDEP, but they send it
Right.
through
Yeah,
Swift Mud, and Swift Mud gives it back to us. So fire is next. Okay, not too much change there. The big change is going to be when a new fire station is needed. I know I've talked with Craig Stevens, and there are 2 areas of the county, and it's going to be based on demand and call time. We've been doing very well. The hospitals are trying to step up their game as it relates to turning ambulances around too, which that's great. Because if we have an ambulance waiting in their parking lot, we don't get very far. We can't run the calls we need to run. Okay. Total capital improvement programs, roughly $300 million for the 5-year period. And then this just gives you a recap of what the various components in the areas are. And, we're available to incorporate any suggestions that you have. I would note that the CIP adoption will occur in September with the final adoption of the annual budget, and we'll go from there. So if you've got any changes that you want, we'll go from there.
Does the proposed CIP in front of us represent the board's direction to date as far as the budget formation, or have you added or deleted things that we have yet to discuss?
I think it pretty much reflects what we've been doing.
I didn't see anything here that was different than what we had talked about in the past, so. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have
Yes.
a couple questions.
Yes. Mhm.
Kind of went a little fast for me at certain areas. If you could just explain to me with the landfill, page 1665, or 113, page 113, or packet page 1665. I don't know what you're looking at. For the land, mine doesn't look, I'm looking at the book, my agenda book. Okay, so well, let me just ask you a question, probably no. So for fiscal year 22-23, the landfill fees are 5.1 million. Then in 23-24, the landfill fees jumped to 17.4 million. And then it goes back down in 24-25 to 6.1. And I tried to, I didn't understand the process of where that jump is coming from.
It shows she's on page 113, by the way, of the CIP. And I guess the other question be is it appears that the big jump is in the second year, 16 million in construction. How is that going to be generated through fees? Would that not come under some other revenue source?
Yeah, we've got an account that we set aside out of every ton that's dropped to build capacity, and you've also got to do what's called a closure fund under the state rule. So that the theory is once you go to close the landfill, you've already got the money there. Yeah. So it's kind of what I call a perpetual maintenance fund. I think you have to maintain it for 40 or 60 years. It's something like that. I don't recall off the top of my head.
So if this is what the question you're asking, it'll come from the fees that we've been setting aside, and then we're going to transfer this bulk difference in.
Okay.
Right? That's what it is, okay.
Thank you.
Now, I would note that we're going to be bringing some fees to you to be changed effective July 1st on C&D, because right now our C&D rates are equal to the construction and demolition landfill.
Fees set aside.
And because we're at the same rate, and so people are bringing it to us, and that's a bad plan because we have a lined landfill. So we're going to adjust that. We're also going to adjust tires. We're not going to adjust our other rates until October 1st, which is when we normally do it. But we felt it was imperative that we adjust those too. It won't impact that many users. It's just going to defer where the C&D stuff goes.
And
Any other questions?
Just one other.
Sure.
The carpet replacement, page 24, this was 190 for 2023, 190,000 for 23-24.
Page 24 of this.
I don't know if you're, packet page is 1576.
Yeah, so it is 24 of the CIP.
On the PDF, it's easier to just type the number, the page in the top, and it automatically goes there, so that's.
I have the hard copy.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So your question was?
my question is, 380,000 for carpeting, correct, and this is when, I don't even know when we decided this part, or this is coming before us, but then in 23-24, there's $100,000 allotted for the animal service No, there was a ventilation. There was a ventilation system. And I just was wondering if we could look at.
What page you're on, because I'm following those pages, I'm not getting the same thing.
Okay,
The carpeting question was on what page?
1576.
1576, okay.
And then the ventilation is 1574. You know, I think ventilation, I mean, I don't know how we're gonna, how the process is, because I can't remember last year's process. But, can we discuss maybe ventilation seems a little more important than carpeting?
Well, the carpeting can present a trip hazard, so you've got a liability issue there too. That's the only thing, and it's original. I don't recall when the Lecanto government building was built, but it's the original carpet from the original construction.
Well, I mean, they're both equally important, but, what's the process? Can somebody?
Well, remember that any of these CIP, these are planned expenditures, and the actual award or of the contract will come before you. So you're going to have another crack at it, but what I want to try to do is to make sure that there's a like mind and we're going in the same direction. But we've had at least one trip and fall incident on that carpet, so we need to be careful.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, Commissioner, but what are you're asking that perhaps the kennel ventilation be moved up and the carpet pushed back? Is that what you're proposing? I mean.
I just wanted to talk about it. I didn't, the
you
staff
gotta
would know.
You gotta have a direction you want to go with this.
I'm saying ventilation's pretty important, but you're saying trip and falls are important, so that's why I was just trying to process what you were saying. I would like to see maybe the ventilation be 22, 23, and then the carpet be 23, 24, 24, 25.
Well, that's your opinion. I
Yeah,
just have a
yeah.
problem with that, where we put the safety and welfare of people, behind putting ventilation in the animal shelter that you're gonna build a new one on. So, I mean, I personally have a problem with that, so. I mean, it's in there to be done next year, but.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I would suggest that I appreciate the input and the discussion, but I would suggest that we defer to, ground, maintenance and the people who are bringing these projects forward. And I would assume prioritizing them in a manner that they feel is best for that particular building.
I'm sorry.
And that, I'm sure going into that is, yes, ventilation's obviously important, but if we've got original carpeting in there and now we've got some incidents of people falling down or tripping over it, that's where, your staff is coming to you and saying, this needs to be priority, and then we second guess them on it because of what we want as a priority.
Exactly, and that's why I was quiet. I wasn't meaning to second guess. I just wanted to put it in a different light. Like, has this been prioritized, or is this?
We can
prior-
take a look at that specific item, and I can talk with Mr. Hall, as the facilities manager, as it relates to that. I haven't had a specific conversation with him I know what the carpet situation is. I don't know as well on the ventilation.
Commissioner Kennard is busy enough, he's trying to cut down on his clientele.
What's that?
You don't need to be following.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe leave the carpet and put some cards out there.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Okay, great. Okay.
Just kidding. That was just a joke.
Please continue.
Okay. Is there anything else that you all would like us to look at? We'll look at that one. We'll also look at the May 11th, 2020 bonds and give you a breakdown on those bonds.
Well, I would just say that I concur with Commissioner Kennard, particularly after having this discussion. I'd hate to see a settlement agreement come before us someday in the future over a trip and fall out there, and we chose Huh?
It's today.
What's that?
There's one today.
Exactly. So, you know,
It's already happened.
forewarned, right? I mean, so it has happened, it's in front of us today. So I just think that's the highest priority between those two items. That's my feeling, so.
Okay, is there anything else anybody would like additional information on or like to
No.
suggest a change?
As usual, there's stuff in here that I don't agree with, but we've already been down that path, and that's how we got to where we are. So this, I think this is an excellent 5-year plan that's in front of us, knowing that it gets adjusted every year, so. So, as you said, it should be a 10-year plan, but, you know, it's hard enough to hold to a 5-year plan and keep that straight, so. So this was just for information, or do you want, other than?
At this point, it's for your information and input. It'll actually be finalized in September as part of the totality of the budget process.
So this is the chance, board, anything the CIP you want to change before we get to September with it? Looks good, Randy.
Okay?
All right, Mr. Chair.
Are we ready with that?
Motion to approve item E1, no.
Yeah,
So, is there anything else you need from us on the CIP? Okay, so we're gonna go back to item E, and you know what I'm gonna say. I want to pull item E from bids to discuss separately.
All right, so Mr. Chair.
So this would be A through H
And-
minus,
E.
And Chair, I'd like
Yes.
to pull F.
All right, so I'll make a motion that we accept A, B, C, D. We pull E and F for separate, and G and H. Separate approval.
okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes that motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Okay, Commissioners, anything else? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. On item E, I know the board's will, I'm going to vote against it. I just wanted it separate so I could vote against it and not the entire consent agenda. So what's the board's will with item E?
I'd like to make a motion that we use the unrestricted donations to the animal shelter for E1E.
Second.
So that's to authorize the chairman to execute the agreement.
Yes, staff to, approval to award Tokyo Engineering and use the
call.
unrestricted donations to the animal shelter.
That's A, B, and C.
Okay, so Commissioner Slayball makes that motion.
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Davis. I'm just going to reiterate, I've heard so many people in the community thinking this is totally outrageous to spend $1 million on a design for this. But I've even had people I haven't heard from for years call me up and say, haven't other people built shelters in Florida? Do we have to go out and reinvent the wheel for $1 million? But I'm not going to beat it to death. I'm not in favor of it. So we have a motion and a second. Any public comment on this? Yes, sir. So, any public comment? Okay, so with that said, Commissioners, any other discussion?
You know what, I've had a lot of people call me, and they are for this, and it's just not for a blueprint. It is from soup to nuts for this shelter. There's a lot involved in it. It is quite extensive, and that's why there's this fee attached to it.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
You said it was all donated.
Read that 3-2. Is that what you get it? Okay, so that passes 3-2. Okay, item F, Commissioner Slayball, you wanted that pulled.
Yes, I will need to be recusing myself from voting on E1F. I am an abutting property owner, and it will inure to my personal benefit or detriment, and I have been advised by staff that there might not be a conflict, but I don't feel comfortable with that, and I would rather err on the side of caution and transparency. So you don't need my vote to pass this, so I would like to I will not be
Abstain from the
voting.
vote?
Abstain from this vote.
Madam Attorney, do you concur with that?
Commissioner Slaybaugh said that I advised her I didn't believe there was a conflict, but she wants to err on the side of caution and not vote, and then just make sure that she completes the correct forms.
So that's my
Yes,
point.
ma'am.
That I just want to make sure that since the state requires us to vote, you're comfortable with her recusing herself from this, that is not a problem.
I advised her I did not believe it was a conflict, but she has decided that she's going to abstain from voting.
Good, very good talk. So it's her choice.
All right, Mr.
It is
Chair.
absolutely the commissioner's choice.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Move approval of EF.
Okay, E,
Second.
F, okay, so we
E1F.
got, okay,
E1F.
Commissioner Carr makes that motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further commissioner discussion? And this is only going to be 4 people voting on this. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes 4-0.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but earlier, I believe when you were talking about pulling the animal shelter item and then Commissioner Slaybaugh pulled this one, that you called it the consent agenda, but I know you didn't mean that.
No, I meant bids, exactly. Because usually we take all the bids together. I'm sorry. If I
Yes, sir.
said consent agenda, the bids we usually take together as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I'm sure it won't be the last mistake I make today before the end of the day, so just keep me on my toes. So,
Well, hopefully, I'll be listening.
Okay. So I believe that concludes bids. Are we ready for E2, please, Mr. Oliver?
Yes, approve budget transfers for library services, stormwater, and Board of County Commissioners for fiscal year 21-22.
Motion to approve item E2.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on this? Commissioners, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. E3.
Adopt and authorize chairman to execute a resolution adopting library services, American Rescue Plan Act, Crystal River Airport Rescue Program, and Department of Homeland Security Hazardous Materials Grant budgets for fiscal year 21-22.
Motion to approve E3?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes 5-0. E4, please.
Yes, review and approve the revisions to Administrative Regulation 13.01 through 5, abandonment and vacation of public lands, plats of record, streets, alleys, and other public rights-of-way. This will speed up the process a little bit and not make it so we have to do multiple stops.
Motion
Very
to
nice.
approve E4?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes that motion, second by Commissioner
Thank
Kennard.
you.
Is there any public comment? Board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E5, please.
Approve and authorize the chairman to sign Amendment 1 for grant agreement HL 141 between the Florida Department of Economic Development and Citrus County, Florida.
Move to approve item E5.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Slayball makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there public comment? Board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes 4 so far. We'll get Commissioner Davis when she returns. Item E6, please.
Authorize chairman to accept continuation certificate for bond Safeguard Insurance Company Security Bond Number 5010030, extending the period to May 11th, 2023, and to be made part of the Waste Management, Inc. of Florida's Waste Disposal Account Agreement dated June 8th, 2020.
Motion to approve item E6.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Carr makes a motion, second by Commissioner Slayball. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And we'll record Commissioner Davis when she returns. Okay, E7, please.
Yes, E7 is we're asking that the properties listed below be declared surplus and authorize staff to earmark the proceeds for affordable housing unless any of said properties were purchased with designated or restricted funds.
Motion to approve item E7, A and B.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard makes the motion, second by Commissioner Carnahan. Is there any public comment? Okay, Commissioners, any further discussion? Commissioner Davis, we're on item E7. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Commissioner Davis, how you vote on item E5?
Aye.
And on E6?
Aye.
Aye. So you record all those? Thank you, ma'am. Let's move on to E8, please.
Yes, E8, the staffing at the jail remained essentially the same between the last 2 months. We did not feel that was the progress we would like to see, so we're recommending an assessment of $77,500. I would note that Core Civic has advised me this week that they've added 6 additional staff members, which is a 5% increase. However, we've not been able to independently verify that because we use payroll records. So consequently, this is your monthly update that you requested, and we would ask for approval.
Motion to approve item E8.
To approve the non-performance assessment.
Yes.
Just want to make sure we're clear on that. Okay, so Commissioner Kennard makes that motion, and Commissioner Davis seconded it.
Yes.
Is there any public comment? Board discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. E9, please.
Yes, E9 is the schedule that was previously laid out for reviewing the library policies and review. This is going to be, the Library Advisory Board will make a recommendation to you after they review the library director's proposal for how the policies he thinks they should work. They'll make any suggestions that they want to make, and then it will come to you for modification and changes as you may deem appropriate.
Okay, board, what do you want to do?
That's
Just-
informational.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Are you okay with that, or are you gonna?
I'm okay with that as long as everybody understands this is the schedule.
Right, and I just want to make sure it doesn't come back and we get into a protracted discussion about should we do this, shouldn't we do it, so we're all on board
Right.
with this coming back.
And this is coming to the Board of County Commissioners, not the library
Okay,
board.
just so everybody's on the same page with that. Okay, great. E10, please.
Okay. E10, approve and authorize the chairman to execute the settlement agreement and release for Dallas Jewett and Robert Jewett versus Citrus County, case number 2018-CA000222.
That's the carpet.
Motion to approve item E10.
This is not,
This is not the carpet.
yeah,
No.
no.
This
Okay,
is
so Commissioner Kennard makes the motion. I'm sorry, Madam Attorney, yes.
I'm sorry, I'll wait to see if you get a second. I apologize.
Second.
Okay, so I have a second from Commissioner Carnahan. Yes, ma'am.
This is the property that you had a shade meeting with your lawyer, Mr. Scott, and the changes that you suggested were presented, and this was their agreement coming back.
Okay, good. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? They probably don't know what we're talking about, since it was a shade meeting.
This is the property down
Right.
across from the Blue Gator.
Right. Okay, Commissioners, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. E11.
Approve and authorize the general release and hold harmless agreement, hereinafter referred to as settlement agreement between Citrus County, Florida and Karen Strauss as full and final settlement to include attorney fees and costs for claim number 790120 in the amount of $35,000.
Okay, Commissioners?
Motion to approve item E11.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard makes a motion, second by Commissioner Carnahan. Is there any public comment? Anything else from the board? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. Item E12.
Yes, E12, as you're aware, the legislature held a special session last year, or last week, I should say, last year, don't we wish, to get the legislature and the governor are now on the same page as it relates to redistricting. Pleased to report that Citrus County is all in one district now, which I think is best. The two options had us in either two districts or one. I sent out the actual precincts and how they were going to work against the census blocks to you, which was a lot of detail. Mo Baird and her staff worked diligently to get this done. We're asking that you all approve this. I would note that if you don't approve it, the only way to take it to task is to go to court.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve E12.
Yeah, second.
So
Yeah.
Commissioner Carnahan makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any discussion from the board? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay, and that is unanimous. E13, this should be interesting.
Yeah, E13, as you're aware, we got a last-minute offer for the Betts Farm property of $6 million. I would note that it has a 90-day due diligence period in it, so they can do their due diligence, and during that period, they can decide there's something that they don't think is right and elect not to proceed or negotiate at that particular point. The other two offers were 5.5 million each. They had somewhat similar terms. As it relates to that, we are recommending that you accept the $6 million offer with a 90-day due diligence period with Charlie Michaels LLC. They are a development construction company out of Sarasota.
Commissioners, yes, Commissioner
Mr.
Kennard.
I'm prepared to either make the motion or support a motion to accept this offer, but I do have a question about, do we know, what got our attention to second group to the party interested was, we know the quality of work that they do. Do we know anything about the quality of development that this particular individual does?
There are certain minimum standards that are provided for. Obviously, the one party is the local party, and we have a pretty good handle on the quality of the work that they do.
Right.
I don't have as great of understanding of this developer now.
Okay. Well, it's an additional $500,000 to the county as long as they make it through their due diligence, so, I'd like to have a little bit more information on it, but I'm prepared to support it.
As it stands too, as of right now, they can do whatever the legal zoning on the property allows them to do, correct?
And contained in the DRI.
Right, okay. Commissioner Davis.
Okay.
I just had a question. So when the market's really hot, at least in residential, which is where I've had experience being a buyer, is there not something for government where you have multiple interested parties and you go back and say, okay, we've got multiple good, valid offers, everybody bring your best, from a fiduciary responsibility
Well, while
standpoint?
that seems ideal, my concern is that I think this market is kind of shaky right now, and I would like to see this go forward, but if that's the direction of the board, we can do that too. I've seen that done.
Mr. Chair.
But
Just let me, I want to hear what Mr. Oliver had to say, so.
Okay.
I've seen that done. I don't necessarily recommend it in light of the fragile nature of the market.
Okay, Commissioner Carnahan.
No, you meant Commissioner Slayball's before me.
Okay, Commissioner Slayball.
The one thing that caught my eye, Randy, and if you could enlighten me, on this offer, the $6 million offer from the Sarasota company, I do know that our local real estate agent, Remax, has worked on all three of these, and it looks like that they've crossed out Remax and put in their name. Now, was that agreed upon at the beginning? Because I'm sure our staff and the Remax has done an incredibly amount of work.
Well,
and
here's the thing on this. That's an issue between the two brokers. I can't answer what actually happened. Mr. Cunningham can, but it's an issue that the two brokers need to work out. Apparently, this particular firm has a brokerage firm also. I know Mr. Cunningham talked to me and he said he prepared the contract, but this contract's been prepared several times, so I don't think it was a significant amount of work. Obviously, both sides are trying to posture themselves so that they either minimize their amount or maximize the amount they receive.
well, the reason why it is a flag for me is this is how the contract was filled out, and then the person that's put the offer in has just crossed things out, and we don't know if, I don't know if that's kosher, if that's what's been approved.
Happens all the time in real estate.
The bottom line is good business because now what they're gonna do is co-broker it, and he's gonna take the fee that he gets and take off the
They'll
purchase of the
split the
property. So, I mean,
commission 50-50.
That's a good business move for him, especially if he has a broker's license, so.
It's still us, the only way we're involved in the deal is what comes to us and what are the contingencies, right? So my question is, what are the contingencies that perhaps would be a pitfall? Obviously, the $6 million deal is more attractive. But well, the reason I liked of the other two was there was less contingencies and the due diligence was shorter. What do we have out there that says this deal could fall through if we agreed to take it?
Well, the biggest thing, and I hate to air these things in a public meeting like this.
Well, you don't have to. I'm just saying, is it something that's a huge concern or a minor?
The
concern?
biggest issue is the wetlands assessment and how many units they can build.
Mhm. Okay, yes, ma'am?
Well-
And then Commissioner Kennard. Yes, go ahead.
I mean, we do have to address the issue of the crossouts on the contract. I mean, that's gonna have to be addressed because, generally, whenever there's handwritten terms on any agreement, they would supersede the typewritten terms. And so, because this comes to us with all of this, scratch outs on it, the chair would have to initial the changes. So, you guys are gonna have to decide whose name you want to be here, whether you want to agree with the changes that have been made or whether you want it to go back to Mr. Cunningham. Our only obligation is to pay our real estate commission. That's our obligation. How they divvy it up, who was the procuring. I know Randy keeps talking about who prepared the contract, but the law is that it's the procuring cause. If Mr. Cunningham thinks that he procured this buyer, that's one thing. If he didn't, that's something between the two of them. But we have to decide before we send it back, if this is the one you choose, whether the chairman is going to initial the changes or whether the chairman is going to initial it without the changes. So unfortunately, you're going to have to decide on this one.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, there's an offer of $6 million on the table, which is $500,000 over what anybody else has offered. I did not mean to derail anything by questioning if we knew anything about them. It was simply an inquiry. But there is at least one of the parties also interested in this will be there if this deal falls through. Not at the $6 million figure, but it was encouraged to move forward. If you can bring an extra $500,000 to the county, go do that.
Okay.
If it doesn't work out, give us a call.
That's right.
Okay, sounds good. So we have a plan A and a plan B.
Yeah.
So let's go back
Try not
to.
to get too deep into it.
Yeah, well, let's go back to the attorney's question. If you choose to move forward and accept, say, the $6 million, I guess the first thing we have to decide is which offer, we should have a motion, I guess it says which offer you want to accept. And if you accept the $6 million, you're going to have to give direction as to how you want the scratch outs dealt with. So what's the board's?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we all, we approve the $6 million contract, and give you the authority to, with the changes. I mean, I agree with Randy 100%. This is done all the time, and all they're doing is co-broken, and instead of, Remax getting whatever percentage, he's only gonna get half of that. And so that's all this is here.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Carnahan,
I'll second.
and I have a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on this? Yes, sir.
I wrote my notes to say good
Could you give us your
afternoon.
name, please?
My name is Hamid Ashtari, and I wrote my notes to say good afternoon, but I guess good evening by now.
Yeah. Good night might be in order here pretty soon.
So I'm currently involved in a development, 150 acres mixed-use development on Cardinal Street near the interchange. And as far as I know, this property has been for sale for quite some time from the county. I only heard about it about 2 months ago or so. So then, towards the end of March, I sent a contract to Mr. Oliver paying the full asking price, which was $5.5 million, and asking for 90 days due diligence, just to see if there's contamination, geotechnical problems, flooding issues, which there are flooding issues. And I'm a civil drainage engineer, and I figured that I could possibly solve this riddle somehow, given time. So Mr. Oliver sent me an email on April 1st, Friday, saying that for your offer to be put in front of the commission to vote on it, you should add this addendum, sign this addendum that would strengthen the offer, and have it to us by April 4th, which was Monday, to make it to the agenda item, which will be printed on April 5th, so that it would come before you to vote on it. So I did that. And by April 4th, I did send the contract, the full contract, and the addendum signed with $5.5 million to Mr. Oliver. Now, on the 12th, right before you guys' meeting, another offer came in for exactly the same thing, the $5.5 million, but a little bit different terms. And so Mr. Oliver decided that they would pull this off of the agenda at that time and then present both offers in today's meeting. So at that point, I wasn't given the choice to put yet another offer, or to compete with anybody. So now, today, not April 4th or anything, today, they're getting another offer, a brand new offer, for $500,000 more than what I was offering. And so if you guys are looking to get the highest and best for the property, then it would be fair to give everybody the same advantage, advertise it, and say, okay, give us a price proposal, and just like anybody else, then you open the bid and see who is the highest offer. Because this was not fair, in my opinion, that the third party has seen both of the offers before, and then they just go and increase their offer by a little bit, and then for the board to approve that. So I would respectfully request that you guys strike this from the, don't vote on it today, and just advertise it to the world. And then have a fair system, so that we open the bids, and somebody is going to be $2 more than the other person, and so.
I need to cut you off. Your time's expired, but we will address your point. I promise you. We'll discuss it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else to speak to this motion? Just a second. Is there anyone else to speak to this motion? Okay, so we end the public comment. Mr. Oliver, you want to address any of that?
Yes. I copied both of the other people that expressed interest in the property when we got the offer in, and I sent it to you on Monday morning. And with the intent that if they wanted to better their offer, that they could do that. Again, I would recommend that because of the tenuous nature, in my opinion, of the market, that you make a selection to decide how you want to proceed. But the intent was to give them that opportunity if they wanted to better their offer, because I did copy them on the email.
Okay, and we did have this out there for a while, right? I mean, it's been on the market for a while. It's been advertised. Wasn't like we decided at one meeting and got an offer the next meeting and sold it, right? I mean, so I guess my concern is one side says, well, sure, let's just keep going and going, and maybe, who knows what the limit is, but on the other hand, you do that often enough and everybody leaves the table and you walk away with nothing. So what's the board feel about that?
Bird in hand, my friend.
Okay, let me hear from the attorney first, and then I want to hear and I'm kind of leaning with you with the bird in hand, but yes.
I was just going to suggest that it sounds like the speaker was suggesting you do a sealed bid, and we've had this actually listed and marketed for a very long time. So that's the differences between the two things.
These are the people that came for it.
Correct.
Right.
You could counter all three of them, or you can take the one you
And that's the question. Yes, ma'am. Commissioner
So,
Slaybach.
Mr. Astari, you sent this out yesterday, you're saying Monday?
Monday, when I sent the email
Yesterday,
to you
Monday.
all.
Okay. So did he have the opportunity to match this price?
We didn't specifically say that he did, but the intent of sending that email was to give them the opportunity to better their offer if they wanted.
So he has an opportunity to better his offer.
That was the
Now.
intent when I sent that. I gave you the information as soon as we basically received it and processed it.
Sir, we don't take comments from the, I'm sorry, we don't take comments from the audience. So, so we have a motion to proceed. We've heard from that. We're now at council discussion, so any more discussion from the council? I mean, on one hand, you feel like this could turn into a bidding war, fine, but on the other hand, as Commissioner Kennard said, a bird in the hand, there's got to be a point in time where we go, it's in front of us, let's take it, so. Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Davis.
I am concerned about the timeline that he was only copied on the email yesterday and with no specific invitation for highest and best offer. He is already, Mr. Ashtari is already invested in this county, not to the level of the second bidder, but he has invested quite heavily in this county already, and it just seems a little rushed to not just say, you know, by X date, get the bids in and be done with it. So,
Could we say this then? There's got to be an end to it at some point in time, so.
Exactly, yes.
So if you don't want to choose to move on this tonight, and you want to give everybody in the world another opportunity to contact the broker and make an offer, there's got to be, I think, a line drawn in the sand that says this
Absolutely.
is the day. And I'll tell you personally, of the other offers, I was drawn towards the one with the smaller due diligence period, you know, I mean, the faster you can get to closing on this, the better, you know, so.
I completely agree.
So what's the board's direction? Madam Attorney, can we do that? I mean, to the degree of saying we're going to extend the offer for 2 more weeks for the rebidding process, or we won't call it a bid, we'll just say 2 more weeks, at which time, at that meeting, we're going to take what we believe to be the best offer, not necessarily the highest or whatever.
You can certainly do that, or
Okay.
alternatively, you can counter-offer each of the offers that you have and tell them what you want to accept, rather than wait for them to tell you what they're going to pay you.
Okay, well, there you go. Yes, ma'am. Just say, let me go her, and then you got it. Go ahead, Commissioner Slabaugh. Go ahead, somebody do it.
Okay, so then if that's the case, I would like to let's start with
We have a motion on the floor.
Oh.
Yeah, we got to deal with that first, but we can have, this is part of discussion, so if you're not going to support this and you want to do something different, tell us why. okay?
I don't feel comfortable, 6 million, great, sounds fantastic, I like that, but there's a couple things that are bothering me, that this whole scribbling out, and it feels a little rushed, and if the first offer would like to go to the 6 million, and, you know, maybe a little better closing, is that appropriate to say?
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan?
Mr. Oliver, do you feel, let me ask you this, so you sent an email out to the other 2 offers. Did any of those that you sent the email back to you respond to you? Do you feel that you?
Only one of them did.
But the other person that put the bid in responded to you?
They responded to me and they indicated that they wanted to stay where they were.
Okay, so you feel that, okay, so the other did respond?
The other one did respond.
And the first one is responding by being here.
Can we not just, why don't we do this? Here would be my suggestion, after I made my bird in hand comment. What about if we table this?
I'll rescind my motion.
I'll rescind the second. We will table this for 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, we're making a decision.
There you go.
Anybody who's interested in this property, bring their best offer forward.
Okay, hold on just a second. I better take a breath. Okay, so I heard Commissioner Carnahan rescind his motion, and Commissioner Kennard rescinded his.
Yes.
So now we're back to discussing this. Mr. Oliver, what you have to say?
My suggestion, if you're gonna do that, which I don't recommend, by the way, is that you give them a drop dead date for best and final offer. In other words, and I would make it in time, we publish the agenda on Tuesday, and I would probably make it like at 12 noon on Monday, so that we can include it in the agenda pack, so that it's there for everyone to look at.
Okay, and Madam Attorney, you got a comment?
Well, the goal is to get the most money, to net the most money. So there are nuances about these contracts that are different, other than just the price. Closing costs are different, obligations are different, due diligence is different. And going with that suggestion, you're still maybe shortchanging a 4th person or 5th person entity that might come forward by setting a deadline. It's certainly a way to go about doing it, or you can just counter back on all 3 and say, buyers pay all closing costs, buyers and, you know, the county needs to net X number of dollars and throw it back at all three of them. And then you're not leaving it open for a fourth or a fifth person that may want to come in, and then they're gonna come and tell you, hey, I didn't know about this, I just heard about you.
Right, right. So what about if we're looking at this on the one that's in front of us, at the 6 million, does that give us the best net?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, so that's the best net.
from the non-numbers person.
Okay, but even you're even saying yes, okay?
Yeah, I am even.
So it's the net number, right, where it's not the gross number we're dealing with. So you're saying right now that that 6 million that was on the previous motion gives the county the best net, based on what the nuances of the contract said and who pays what?
Financially, but not due diligence wise. Due diligence wise, this is 90 days, whereas
Right.
the second offer was 30 days.
Right. Okay,
So
so,
the due diligence is your biggest risk.
right. So, and the point is that, you know, in fairness, they have 30 days to find out if they're going to go, if it's going to be an issue, or 90 days, right? So, and the argument would be in 90 days, you know, they could unearth more risk or whatever. So, again, commissioners, I've talked a lot today about my thoughts on this. I personally still think there has to be a point in time where we say, what's the best offer in front of us? We can go back and say, I mean, think about this. We could say 6 million with the same cash net as what was in the best one brought before us today. That could be our counter offer, and you could turn around and say 30 days due diligence. That could be a counter. I mean, if it was me countering, that's what I'd say. Yes?
Mr. Chair, all three of the individuals involved in this are very familiar with acquiring large pieces of property, developing large pieces of property, the engineering required on large pieces of property, things like that. If the due diligence is cut down to such a small timeline that they're not going to be able to get the engineering done, then they're assuming more risk. So if they're assuming more risk, their offer comes down. If they're able to get the engineering done over a certain due diligence period of time, then the offer can go up. If after their due diligence, they say, you know what, we're not interested in this deal, we've already got somebody else who is ready to say, you know what, if that deal falls through, we will go here.
That's right.
My suggestion is that all three of them have far greater experience in the development world than any of us. Not a knock on any of us up here, but they know what it takes to make a deal happen. What they need to know is that this board wants the greatest net when we close on this piece of property that we can possibly get. And in 2 weeks, we're making a decision on that. So they should put their best offer forward to get us the greatest net, the lowest possible due diligence period that they feel comfortable with. Put that foot forward, and we're making a decision in 2 weeks.
And that's good. I think that's a great idea, but I just want to clarify something you said. These three bidders. So which
Or any.
Well, now see, that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
See, what I'm thinking is,
Yeah.
we say the three bidders that are in front of us now, okay, that here's what we want. To me, that's kind of a counteroffer. Say we
Right.
want the best net, everything you just said. But if you open it back up to everybody else in the world
Right.
that has actually had an opportunity to do it, seems to me then we're really muddying the waters, because then we might lose some of these people that are very serious. We know
Right.
three of them are very serious,
Right.
right? I'd hate to see somebody come in and offer us 9 million and then have a big list of contingencies
Right.
and all that kind of stuff. So,
Mr. Chair.
yes, sir.
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a motion that we go back and give them until Friday at 5 o'clock to come in with the best net, with the three, come in with the best net deal. And Friday at 5 o'clock.
I would note that Mr. Starry's offer asked him to provide said he would provide a letter that he had the financial wherewithal to close within 72 hours of approval of the contract. The other two provided bank assurance they had the money to close immediately.
With
So
that caveat also, that we want to.
So you want them to have a financial proof of ability to close with the counter offer, if that's
the
what you
others
want?
do, yes, yep.
Yeah, the others did.
So let's make sure we're clear on this. So the motion is only the three in front of us.
Yep.
Come back with their best offer, with the quickest due diligence period, as we were talking about, that they want to do, and that we have assurances that whoever's picked, they can close within 72 hours after meeting all the things. Yes, ma'am.
And would you consider adding to your motion that they utilize a local closing company?
Would you consider that?
And they utilize a local closing company, and everything's in by 5 o'clock of this Friday. That gives them plenty of time.
Everything, their offers.
Their offers are in at 5 o'clock on Friday. That gives Randy time to go through them, staff time to go through them, and then just put it on the agenda for the next meeting to get this out of the way.
And that's it, and there will be a decision
That's
made
it.
at that
We're
day,
gonna
yes.
decide.
Do you want to specify maximum due diligence period? Realistically, they can't close in 72 hours after due diligence is done. The title work and all that can't be done.
Well, they don't have to, but I think what you said is
They
the
provide a
ability.
letter.
They have to
Oh,
show
they have to
the
provide
ability.
a financial viability form that they have the
Yes.
financial viability to close.
close the property.
But you want you're agreeable to a 90-day due diligence, a 30-day close after that, and they have to provide financial assurance
Yes.
that they can close.
Yes, if 30 days close is perfect, that's fine.
Okay?
And we're dealing just with those three, and the final offer has to be in by that date. Do you want to address at the same time if there's going to be any scratch outs on it, or should we stay out of that?
I don't, I think that the real estate broker can handle that.
So we'll stay with it.
But remember, it's got to be net. So, if they're going to give us an offer where we have to pay closing costs or something, they need to calculate that into the county's net, because one offer was different than the others in that regard.
Okay, so we don't really care about whose name is in there, we just care about what those fees are going to be, and they work out who gets them.
Correct, yes,
Okay.
sir.
So we all clear? Is the clerk clear on the motion? Yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure you have it.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me read this back to you. I have a motion to go back until Friday at 5 p.m. to give the best offer to the three offers that were made with financial viability form within 72 hours of 90-day due diligence and 30-day close utilizing a local closing company.
Does that represent your motion? Is that?
The 72-hour thing.
I'm sorry, the 72-hour thing. You're saying that they have to provide financial viability within 72 hours of
Of the 90-day due diligence
No,
I think
completion.
that they need to provide the
Here,
financial
right,
the financial capability to close with the offer.
What I would
With
say.
the offer.
All right, so, yes, with the offer, that's what I was gonna go back and say, with the offer. As of Friday at 5 o'clock, they must provide financial stability that they could close, after the 90-day due diligence, they could close within 30 days, and they have the financial backing of that.
Okay, so we all clear in the motion, all clear in the second? Yeah, okay. I don't think we've taken public input on this new motion, so now we can open up again to public comment from the audience, and then we'll continue. Do you have something before you hear from them?
No.
Or after them, okay. Yeah, we have somebody coming up, you're right after him if you want.
I got one question.
Okay. If you come up and tell us your name, please, and you have 3
I'm
minutes.
on my way, give me a minute.
Doesn't matter, you still need to give us.
Frank Papson.
Yes.
Hernando. And the only question that I have is, since you're going to get bids, suppose all three of them are the same.
Okay, then we decide which one we think is the best. Okay, yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Hamid Ashtari again. And first of all, the email that Mr. Oliver sent yesterday, it was not an invitation to bid higher. It was just that these are the 3 bids that are going to go in front of the commission. I would have immediately sent back to Mr. Oliver that, yeah, my offer would be $6.25 million, immediately, if that had been the case. So that was not the case. The other thing was that Mr. Oliver had given me 10 days after the signing of the contract to provide the proof of funds, which was fine. So now, going back and having 2 days, to scramble, whatever, and to try to get, and the fact is that I don't know when the next board meeting is, so I guess that's really the time that this thing will come to fruition, for you, ladies and gentlemen, to vote on it. So why not just give us a little bit more time, just to make it to the agenda? Just like the last time Mr. Oliver gave me 1 day before the agenda was published to put the bid in. and you could do the same thing again, and then the little more time for the proof of fund, would help too, in this case, so, I mean, not everybody is liquid for, for upwards of $5-6 million, and so you need a little bit of time to be able to get your hands on something or to prove that you can have it, I mean, I put my best foot forward in good faith right off the bat. I offer the full purchase price. I played by the rules. I came out with the deadline that Mr. Oliver had given me. And then I just feel like it's unfair that after the deadline is passed, then one day before like on the day the commission meets, they accept another offer, and then say, okay, well, I mean, in any kind of a bidding situation, if you know what the other party is bidding, you can bid $1 more, Thank you.
And thank you. Is there anyone else to speak on this motion? Okay, so we'll go back to the board now. Yes, Commissioner Slabaugh.
So the way I understand this is, there was an offer put in and it's public record. So others saw that. So now all of this is now public record as of today. So that is the problem with dealing with, that's why economic development's kind of precarious with government, because everything's public record.
Right.
So you now have the advantage of public record, where others might have taken advantage of your public record. So I would just look through everything and come up with the deadline. I think you've given 4 days. I mean, you picked Friday. You picked Friday, but that's all I have to say.
Okay, and again, I'll just say, what we're looking at, this is from a business perspective. If I have somebody that wants to buy my house, and he goes, here's cash, and somebody else says, give me time to find the money, that's a whole different thing, Not saying they can't find the money, but when somebody comes to the table with, here's cash, that carries a lot of weight. So I think what we're looking for here, when we say the best deal, is that's the big thing, is the due diligence process is one thing, but I would think in this kind of offering, when you have two people that step right up and say, no issue on the funding, that carries a lot of weight. So I don't have a problem supporting the motion. It gives everybody these three, I'm going to say bidders, these three offers to go back, sharpen their pencils, and just look at it. It doesn't necessarily mean more money. It might just be a better deal. The folks probably have heard what the commissioners had to say today, and they can decide if in their mind it sweetens the deal by more money or less due diligence time, or as Commissioner Kennard pointed it out, let them decide what works best for them. Okay, so any more discussion on the motion? I think we're all clear on it. Mr. Oliver, we're all clear?
I am.
Madam Attorney, we're all clear? We're on the same page?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, so that's it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And to answer the final question, that's 2 weeks, right? So in 2 weeks, the next meeting, that'll come back, we'll make a final
That'll
decision.
come back, and as the motion's worded, they're due by 5 o'clock on this Friday. I will send the email out in the morning.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. Okay, item F. Anything that you want to, I really don't see anything on here that says
No.
completed, so we haven't added anything, I don't believe, so it's
No.
just,
I've got a couple items to add from today.
okay. You don't want to, we'll put that on next time that we'll vote on, right? So we don't
Yes.
have to really do anything with item F then? Okay, let's look at item G. You want to talk about this, or you want me to talk about this? The only thing I'll say about this is we asked Mr. Oliver to put together a timeline, which we see that on the back page of the agenda item. He's also, I believe the process we used here was to ask for submissions for this, and these 5 firms have stepped up, is that where we're at?
That is
Okay.
correct, sir.
And what you're asking the board today is to make a selection on which one of these firms can move forward so that the discussion process can begin, actually according to your timeline, between tomorrow and May 24th. So I'll just say this, commissioners, I don't know how much time you've had to deal with this. I really don't know any of these firms. So what I did is I reached out to friends and colleagues in the government business and asked for people who may have recommendations or no recommendations. I'll just cut to the chase and say, basically, all of them meet kind of what we're looking for, but after talking to a few folks, one firm is out of Texas, one firm is out of Iowa or someplace like that. The one that came back was Slavin, which was, I believe, the number 4 in here, Slavin Management Consultants. That came back was the highest recommendation to me, based on, I guess they've been in this business for a long, long time, and they've had a lot of satisfied customers. Others gave us a complete list or a resume with other customers, but some of those don't show the results of the listing. They show what was listed, and some of them have been kind of, are older. They're listing some listings that go back 2 or 3 years. So, I mean, I have no concerns. And I think by the time you weigh all the pluses and minuses of the things included, the firms are very, very close in price. So I kind of went with the people that have used these people, all these people in the past to some degree, and that's where I came down. Yes?
I make a motion that we hire Slavin Management Consultants to conduct the search.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Carnahan. Is there any public comment? And I assume if, again, that's who you'll create a contract with these folks. Will that come back to us now?
No, we'll issue a purchase order.
Okay. So then if we approve this tonight, what'll be the next step? They'll contact us and we'll move forward with meetings.
We'll give them the contact information so they can meet with you. They'll perform the services outlined in their scope of work that they provided you.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'll go ahead and put it on the record right now. I am looking for an administrator to clone Mr. Oliver here, okay? So they can understand real fast where I'm at with his experience when it comes to financial and the whole 9 yards.
Very good. So, what's being presented to you tonight is to select a firm to conduct administrator search. The motion by Commissioner Kennard and the second by Commissioner Carnahan was to select Slavin Management Consultants for the proposed price. Everybody understands that? Is there any further commissioner discussion? Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Slabaugh.
I did exactly what you did. I went through, looked at where they're based, how old the records were, what they were giving us. My question was, but you all have answered it, is, what is going to be the criteria today to just, to select? Were we going to go by, are they Florida-based, or are we going to go by money? So we're going by recommendation from people that in the industry. The other one I was thinking was success rate, which was, and website, and Slavin was one of the ones that I did also like. The only question I have is, at one point you had mentioned, Commissioner Carnahan had mentioned FAC, and that just never came back, and I was just curious.
I can't answer that. We sent it out to the people that were on the original list.
No. Right. FAC runs a program that they can bring in an administrator for a period of time until you hire somebody.
They also offer
program.
recruitment.
They also offer recruitment services.
Right, okay.
And I was advised that while those are all well and good, those kind of come with their own pitfalls,
Yes.
so I'll just leave it at that. And I did recognize, I brought up the one thing Commissioner Slabaugh did was, I guess Slavin is out of Georgia, but they're close to us, and they're like the closest, I guess, of that. So they kind of, and they have much Florida experience. So that's really what I was looking for, is not so much where they are as what kind of Florida experience they have hiring, and I think we all said that was important to us. Any other commissioner discussion?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to throw that out there, that their website was very easy, so I thought as a potential candidate, that was appealing to me. And then the total expense, which I'm sorry to hear that FAC, because I didn't think there was a fee for from the FAC, but.
FAC charges the fee.
Okay.
They'll do nothing free.
Okay, so the total top dollar expenses are 23 for Slavin.
I have to look it up.
That's what it says, not to exceed. Yeah, not to
Yeah,
exceed.
20. Okay.
15,475 plus expenses not to exceed 23,980.
I'll defer to your contacts because I don't have any, so.
Well, the other thing to take in mind is, my understanding is we are going to be responsible for the travel of the people that we select to interview. So we are going to have some control over, A, how many people make your short list that you want to interview.
Okay.
So those are the kind of things to keep in mind. But the first thing is to sit down, and the way these guys will work is they'll meet with every individual commissioner for as long as you want to go down your list of what you are looking for in your next administrator, and they will create the metrics that they go out and look. And then when they interview these people, they'll know who they're looking for, okay? And it's not going to meet everybody's, number one, but you're going to try to find some common ground and, go from there, so. And again, thank you, Mr. Oliver, for the schedule. So if we stick to this schedule, it seems to me the commissioners are doing their job tonight by selecting a recruiter. You're looking at new administrator start no later than September 5th, according to this. Okay, very good. Commissioners, any other discussion? Okay, so on the motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. I believe now we are up to, there's no advisory board announcements, so we are at, we had plenty of advisory board.
Yeah, right.
Oh, Lord.
There's some masters in there.
Let's go to committee reports from commissioners. Commissioner Carnahan, do you have any?
I don't have any.
Okay, Commissioner Slaybaugh.
Let's see my notes. I've been very busy meeting with people and had a telephone conference with NACO but nothing really exciting to report.
Okay, Commissioner Davis.
TDC meeting was kind of exciting. Madden Media's up in their game even more, so we tabled that particular portion, but we're gonna look at it again, doing enhanced, basically augmented reality app on the phone to be able to experience manatees through your phone, which is pretty cool. So we're gonna take a deep look at that, but stay tuned. And that's all I have.
That's kind of crazy to think that Madden can up their game.
I know, right?
Yeah, okay, great. Okay, Commissioner Kennard.
Nothing.
Nothing from committee reports. Okay, let's move back to Commissioner Carnahan. Anything for us today?
Yeah, I do. First and foremost, I want to congratulate City of Inverness on their big announcement on Computer Fest and then bringing a big country music star in. And I think that the county should reach out to the City of Inverness because I think it's a great opportunity not only for the City of Inverness but for the county to work together to showcase what we have here, in coming. So, they're going to be needing transportation. It's going to be a big event, so they're going to be needing, help with transportation, whether it's, parking at Whispering Pines. But I think that we need to be communicating with them to show off Citrus County in general because this is a great opportunity. And I think it's going to be a huge fan draw, and so I think we need to be a part of it. I have spoken a little bit with Eric, and I told him I would bring it up today, and he was kind of excited and hoped that we jump on the bandwagon. So I don't know that we want to direct staff to do it, or we would ask the chair of the TDC to reach out through the TDC or that way. But again, I think there's a great opportunity to showcase our county with all the people that's going to be coming in and to be a part of this. So, commissioners, what's your thoughts?
Sounds good.
I would agree.
Okay.
So what are you asking to happen?
Well, I mean, do we want staff to reach out, or would you rather go through TDC? But I think that we need to be involved in this for a lot of different aspects. Whether we work with them on providing busing to get people because they're going to, there's not enough parking downtown. So we need to be involved in some
The main thing the TDC funds or has funded, and the policy up to date has been, they fund out of county advertising for the event.
Not talking about funding. We're talking about being involved with.
Okay, well, with that, the only thing they have really is funds,
Okay.
right? So when it comes to busing and stuff, I would think.
Well, okay, so then I would ask that our staff reach out to their management team. And
We can do that. We have to be careful because of federal transit rules as
Well,
relates to.
whether we help them in that direction or we help them in other areas, but I think it's going to be a big draw to our community, and I think it's a great time to show off what we have here in Citrus County,
And we'd
especially
like-
on this east side.
And we'd like to help them.
And we'd love to help them. Absolutely, 100% love to help them.
And I just come back, I don't know what the deadlines are, but I would think they might want to approach the TDC for out-of-county advertising.
I think they're good on that.
Okay,
I
okay,
think
all
they
right,
have
all right,
set up a deal, but
Good, all right.
I'm sure that if the chair lady would love for them to come over and make maybe a presentation on what they're doing.
Yeah, please let Eric know. That would be
Yeah,
great.
so maybe reach out to Eric, but I think the county needs to be involved, and we need to all, this
We'd
show
certainly-
that we all work together as a community to make things happen.
We'd certainly love to be briefed, I'm sure.
Okay.
Okay, anything else?
That'd be it.
All right, great. Commissioner Kennard, you got anything for us?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
Don't want to talk library policy or anything?
About what?
Library policy?
No.
No, okay, all right.
No, thank you. At
Okay.
some point.
Commissioner Davis, you have an item for us.
Awesome. And thank you to Commissioner Carnahan for teeing up showcasing. So it came about in the very first board retreat that Commissioner Slabaugh and I had. She brought up a very good point, which was kind of funny because you're kind of blind to your own stuff. She said, our two airports really need to be a showcase for economic development. And just today, I was speaking with Crystal River representatives who have been in the audience very patiently since 1 o'clock.
Yeah, they've seen a real
Waiting
good
for
day.
this. And Ms. Davis just brought up that they have somebody in-house that has a 1,200 employee firm in the Netherlands. And I said, hey, they want to expand to the United States? But that goes to show that Crystal River Airport has hosted pretty wealthy people from all over the world, and we are a beautiful community. And these folks are wealthy typically because they own businesses. And if they want to expand here, then that needs to be a showcase. We also have folks that aren't coming in just for flight training, but coming in on jets and whatnot, and it needs to be a showcase. On the Inverness side, Pipistrel is bringing in very well-heeled people from all over the United States as well, and they need to be showcases. So back when the CRISA money came out last year, it was $23,000 for Crystal River and $13,000 for Inverness, if I'm remembering correctly. And I had a discussion with Mr. Oliver, and I said, what do you think of us asking the two FBOs, what can we do to improve the appearance of, because you can't really do a lot on an airport with 13 or 23,000. I mean, you done a wing and it's like $50,000. So same goes for actual infrastructure. So what can we do with this small amount of money to try to improve what we have going, right? So somehow, some way, that translated in the last month to all the landscaping being ripped out. Now they're looking at taking the trees down, some of the trees down. And when I asked about it at the last Aviation Advisory Board meeting, I was told that the CRISA money had been diverted to resealing the roof. In the meantime, since last fall, when we talked about this, Mr. Chen, who owns Crystal Aero Group, he is an incredible architect from New York City. He donated all of his experience to create something, a plan to spruce up the exterior, the entryway to the hangar, or to the office building of the FBO. And that has now been, like I said, repurposed to sealing the roof, which is normal maintenance that we should be handling. And then the worst part of, that's bad enough, but the worst part is that now and you guys have pictures of this, the landscaping's gone, and they're talking about, facilities maintenance just came out and marked 2 trees to be cut down for no other reason than the pine needles are littering the gutters. So put gutter guards up. Those pine trees are, and one of the pictures in here is of the massive party that they have. It's a big fly-in event. And that shade of being in an airport, and Scott knows this, being a pilot, being in an airport is very much a community environment. And that shade is the only thing that makes hanging out on that front lawn bearable for 4 months out of the year when it's hotter than the surface of the sun. So we're doing, fly-ins every August, and we have this amazing community that comes out there. That's why people keep coming from all over the world to visit our airports. So I would very much like to get this out in the open and hopefully provide staff guidance that CRISA money needs to go back into sprucing up our airports for economic development purposes.
And I don't believe those trees need to be cut.
They don't.
I agree.
They've been checked, they're healthy. The 3 being trimmed is fine, but the 2 being taken down is really a non-starter.
So what action are you requesting?
I would like the CRISA funds that were originally promised to the FBOs to spruce up for economic development. I would really like those to be reaffirmed that that's what those are supposed to be used for, not resealing the roof, which is basic maintenance.
I would agree.
Okay.
You seconding it?
Yes.
All right.
Well, and I just want to make sure, so what happens to the roof? Does the roof not
Well-
get repaired?
No, we'll have to repair the roof. I mean, the biggest thing is, how does Commissioner Davis see the 23 and the 13,000 would be the Aviation Advisory Board that's going to make recommendation on how those are going to be spent?
Well, you and I discussed the FBOs having the input. I mean, obviously, they're here, they can, the one FBO is here, they can speak to it if they like, but up to the chair, of course.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that, from what I understand, I wasn't first party to this conversation because I put out a schedule on things that are to be done at the airport, but my understanding was both FBOs were not totally convinced that enhanced landscaping was the answer because they had to maintain it. And they want to be very careful about that, but I'm open to whatever board decides they want to do in the way of improvement.
So can we do this? I don't think anybody's saying it's not a good idea to do what you want to do. The first thing that came to me is, well, let's use the Economic Development Fund to pay for it, if the end result of this is economic development, right? But then it comes down to, didn't we just go through this? Shouldn't the recommendations come from the people that are going to have to maintain it and operate it and from the Aviation Advisory Board, or should they not be involved in it?
Yeah, I mean, right now, my impression is that the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is talking about in the staff, so facilities maintenance thinks they're doing their job to go out there and cut down a tree because it'll reduce the maintenance of cleaning the gutters every year or whatnot. But we need to say we can't make those kind of decisions when those are decades-old pine trees that are not going to regrow if we change our mind. So for right now, the first thing to say is that we don't cut down any trees that don't have to be cut down for FAA
just put
airspace
guard
clearance,
on it.
right? Secondly, I would like to see perhaps the FBOs make a presentation on what they think would help improve their 2 facilities that actually belong to us, but they're renting them, and they're there dealing with the flying public, and they're working with the folks that are coming in on aircraft and so forth. And secondly, and another thing, just to say that the airports do need some attention, a couple of these pictures show the light posts, for example. The globes have not, and facilities maintenance is aware, or I should say the person that's in charge of running the airports was aware that the globes were not attached and never got them fixed. And a jet came in the other day, spun around, and the globes went flying off, and you can see everything's tattered now because the maintenance was not done correctly. So it needs attention.
Those are scheduled for replacement.
Especially now.
Yeah, they're all broken now.
Now that they sailed.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, Commissioner Davis, are you recommending that the FBOs come up with a plan and present that to the Aviation Board or bring it to us?
The first thing is you're saying, don't cut the trees.
Please
No, I agree.
don't cut the trees.
That's already been taken care of.
It's not hard to put gutter guards.
Right. Okay, so the trees now are not an issue, Randy says, been taken care of. So now comes back to, we need a plan for the spending of the money, who develops the plan, who approves it?
I think that they should present to us.
Okay.
I think it would be a wise decision on both of their parts to bring it up at the Aviation Advisory Board and get buy-in from everybody, because there's some really smart people on that board that might be able to provide some additional guidance, but it eventually comes to us for approval.
And are
That
they
would be my
limited to
motion.
the 23 and the 13,000, or are you going to?
I would say do two levels, do 23 and 13,000, but also bring us the blue sky, because eventually we are going to do economic development. We don't have the money, perhaps, a portion of this right now.
Oh, we
but
got
need
money.
it. But we need to be planning. We've got to be planning ahead, so.
Okay, so anybody object to that? Commissioner Davis, Schleybaum?
we're so close to the finish line, but I have to know what CRISA is because I can't think of what
It
you.
was such a tiny amount.
Oh, no, but what does
is it?
CRISA stand for?
I don't,
I don't remember.
Oh, okay, good. I thought I was just exhausted.
It's another one of those government acronyms when they send you money for use on
I
certain
thought you
things.
all were in the loop and I just was tired.
No, I just knew it had to do with airports, and I
Okay.
remember it was being allocated to the airports, and that was the
so
last
that's
thing.
one of the things I would remember.
So then the second part of it is I'm so glad that you're addressing this and and when things look nice and people, they're gonna wanna, it does create economic development. My past life, that's what I did, interior design, and you can watch any show, put some paint on it, and people are like, wow, this is brand new. So kudos to you for bringing this forward, and
Thank you.
I encourage you.
So
as
that's
I
my
under-
motion.
Yeah, as I understand, the motion then is going to let each one of the FBOs come up with a plan that they'll present to the Aviation Advisory Board, subsequently come to the commission. One of the plans will be to use $23,000 for Crystal River, $13,000 for Inverness, and the other will be a blue sky plan as it relates to
No
what they
pun
think.
intended.
What?
No pun intended.
Yeah.
Right. Sounds to me like you captured that. Does everybody agree?
Yes.
Okay, so just so I can go back now and clarify, who made that motion was
I
Commissioner
made the
Davis.
motion, yes.
And who made the second?
Commissioner Kennard.
Kennard.
Commissioner Kennard made the second? You have
Yes.
that? Okay, good.
I wanted clarification
Yes.
of that, and if what he just said is what she wants, we need to amend the motion, because she had first stated to use the CRISA funds, promised to the FBOs to reaffirm that those are what they're supposed to be used for, not for the resealing. Then you went on to have a further conversation
Right.
about that.
So
do
let
we
me
want to-
clarify. I make a motion that we ask both FBOs to make a presentation to us on how best to use $23,000 for Crystal River Airport and $13,000 for Inverness Airport, specifically CRISA funds, to improve the appearance of the airport for economic development reasons. And secondly, to be invited to present a larger plan for economic development appearances, gateway to the county. Let's put it that way, gateway to the county.
Did that clarify it?
Yes, and
Okay,
Kennard to
and-
second.
Okay, yeah, and Kennard seconded.
Yes, I'll amend my second.
And
Thank
just,
you.
not to muddy the waters, just to keep it clear, related to that, we're going to have a discussion in the future about where the funds come from to redo the roof, because the roof still needs to be done. So perhaps we can come back at a future time, Mr. Oliver, and you can tell us what that amount's going to be, and then we can talk about, does it come from reserves, does it come from whatever, okay?
And how do you spell CRISA, since you don't know what it is?
What's that? How do you spell it?
How do I spell
I think
CRISA?
it's CRSSA, I think. Is that right?
Yeah.
It's all caps, CRSSA, I think.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Davis, on that?
No, sir.
Is there any public comment on that motion? Any further commission discussion? Up. Please come up. Yes, please come up. Not that we could stand up and leave if we wanted to. I don't think any of us have the ability now to straighten our legs, but yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. and Mrs. Commissioner. I came to the last, not the last, 5 years ago, I came here for the lease renew and with Captain Tom Davis. It's very fast. It's already 5 years. At that time, I received such a courtesy and welcome from previous owner, Captain Tom Davis and Goody. I specifically remember Mr. Cunningham had made a welcome remarks, and you said, "You don't know how big shoes you are stepping into." And I remember all these 5 years, every day, it's a reminder to me how important this airport is. So I took my job very seriously. Even I have not been here full time, but I'm coming to here more and more when I'm putting my house for sale. I'm moving into this neighborhood.
Yay.
Good for
So,
you.
by accepting this 5-year renew, renew my commitment to the company and to this airport. I just want to convey the message to you. Also, and I realize every day being here, the airport is the showcase. It's a gateway to this community, and people come in. And I was trying to utilize some of my architecture skill, try to make it beautify all that. But the one idea we did that is coming out of necessity of a safety on the front. Last year, in the hurricane season, they have so many pilot was in the air already, but try to avoid the weather, so they diverted to our airport to make emergency landing. Sometimes our airport is already closed. They don't have a place to go inside. And so I did little sketches and said what will happen if we make the front entrance as a porch, so people can have a safe, shelter space, and then during the good time, they can enjoy the good weather. In the bad time, they have a little shelter. So that's the whole reason triggered this. And the airport needs some helps in that regards. We have a few farms, and Mr. Oliver already put that on the agenda. It's a 30 years old facility. All the components started coming to the life expectancy. We are waiting for the runway to be extended, but on the front yard, I think that's definitely can need some helps. And anything is a 23, or in addition to that, even more, every penny we can use to make it more welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, could you get a green card filled up, please? Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this motion? Okay, I see no other public comment. Commissioners, any other discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Anything else, Commissioner Davis?
No, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Slabaugh, anything tonight?
No, sir.
Okay, I have one item up here. Hopefully this won't go the way some of these have gone in the past. I know when we talked about Mr. Oliver, people were, concerned we weren't using the right procedure in the future. And after that, there was no other method developed. In the future chairs, future boards may review the review procedure and come up with a better one. But as of right now, I believe our attorney's review is due next month. If we go by her anniversary date, I don't think technically we have to give her a review, but it just seems to me it's the right thing to do. So again, at the risk of getting the ire or not of folks, I'll just say what I always say, and that is I've talked to Denise on a regular basis. Pardon me for saying Denise, but I can't yell at you if I have to use your last name. I have to. So we've had some very spirited conversations. We don't always see eye to eye, but I very much value her professional opinion, and I keep reminding everybody, if it was up to the citizens of Citrus County alone, in one election she'd be a county judge right now. So I think that speaks highly of her qualifications. It's just those folks over in Lake County, they had to get into it. But so with that said, I would just go on record saying I have discussed her performance with her. I find her the top of her profession. I know her colleagues that she deals with speak highly of her. So I would like to recommend that we put something in her file with our highest recommendation and include for her the pay raise that we voted for all county staff.
I concur.
Anybody not concur? That might be the easy way to go. Any comments you want to make? Yes, Commissioner Slabaugh.
Evolving with each evaluation, I try to follow the rules, so I don't. I think that our attorney's respectful. I think she's knowledgeable. I think that she has been responsive to my questions. We don't always agree on things. We did not agree on something today, but I had to go with my gut. And even though I push back, and you are always respectful, and I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, her job is not to be liked. Her job is to keep us out of jail. That's what I always tell her. So keep me out of jail, right? Commissioner Carnahan, anything? Agree? Commissioner Davis, any comments?
All good.
All good. Commissioner Kennard?
Yep, I would say I agree wholeheartedly, and saying no to us is not easy, but I do appreciate that she stays engaged in the conversation, and sometimes we're able to find the middle ground, other times not so much. But anyway, always very, very respectful and extremely knowledgeable, so I'm in agreement.
And I just want to continue, and this is don't steal, victory or defeat from the hands of victory, as we talk about. But other people have had experience with other county attorneys, and some are too engaged. Some believe they're a county commissioner and they want to run the show, and others take the position of sitting back and saying, hey, if I don't say anything, I can't get in trouble, and my defense can always be, well, nobody asked me, And what I appreciate about Ms. Lynn is that she takes her position seriously, and even if she knows it might cause her some grief from us, she knows her job is still to tell us what we may not want to hear, but what she feels compelled to tell us. And I've told her over and over again, that's where your job ends. You tell us what you think you need to tell us, and then we sink or swim based on what we do. So I just think it's important that we had this discussion. And again, we always do. If there's something that we have issues with, we get together, we talk about it, and I know you all do as well. So, yes, ma'am.
I forgot to say one thing. When I call the administrator after hours on a Saturday, he never yells at me. Just wanted to say that. He's always nice to me, so that might be something you
Good
could
Friday.
work.
Or Good Friday.
That might be something you could work on.
Yes, ma'am. Or Good Friday.
Or Good
Yeah,
Friday.
yeah,
Christmas
well,
morning. If you call me on Christmas morning, I'm going to yell at you too.
Haven't gotten that far.
Okay, all right. Okay, so do we need a vote on, I guess we probably should have a vote on that. That would be my recommendation. I believe Commissioner Carnahan seconded that. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimous. Congratulations, Ms. Lynn. Our next,
Do I get to say anything?
yeah, I just want to make sure I don't, because in case people run off on this.
Yeah, I know you've had a long.
No, you're going to get to talk. I just want to say this in case I don't get a chance. Our next meeting dates, May 10th, 1 o'clock, May 24th, 1 o'clock, June 14th, 1 o'clock, and a bunch of workshops coming up. And we will have one more open to the public, so don't everybody pack up and run out the door just yet, because it's on the agenda, and we're going to follow the agenda. So, Madam Attorney, the floor is yours.
Well, I just wanted to say, I know that, I try not to speak when, out of turn, but I'm still working on those facial expressions.
I think you should take some of your raise and put it towards learning a poker face class and, take classes on non-facial
It's been like 25 years that I've been lawyering, and I still can't catch that
Well,
one.
thank you very much. We appreciate the hard job you have. Okay, we are now at our last segment of open to the public. Is there anyone here who wishes to address the board at this time? Going once, going twice, gone 3 times. Okay, we close public input. Board, you have done an amazing job today. It's been a long day, a lot of tough, contentious issues. We got through it, and you did it admirably. So, good night, and we're adjourned.
Madam Attorney, this is for you.
Oh, okay, that's right. That was the one thing that we were waiting on. Okay. Doug, leave this here?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay.